listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Open your heart. can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're listening. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Sunday, the 11th of November, 2024. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. I made it. I made it. Sorry for the long wait. I just had to get my... I'm never, like, quite hydrated enough. And when your job is talking, hydration is surprisingly important. Anybody in chat hydrated? One in chat if you're fully hydrated. I need to know. I need to know how hydrated you are. How hydrated is chat today? Do we have a hydrated chat? You need a hydrated streamer, that's for sure. Oh my god, it's tea time. No need to hydrate? Wait, how? Are you a... wait, what are they... Are you a Freeman? Is it like one of those things? Do you have a still suit? You have a still suit? That's one way that, you know, hydration is not nearly as... A rowboat? What? Wait, did I say something weird? I can't hear myself. I hope you can hear me. Apparently there was a few issues with sound yesterday. I heard back with my sound particularly not being loud enough. I don't know. I suspect maybe it was because I was turned away from the microphone, or maybe I just had it too low or something. I don't know. It's a new position for me. So yeah, please feel free to let me know if ever the sound is not optimal, because I want it to be. I very much want it to be optimal. It's important. It's more important than you even realize. So if you think you're being a high maintenance chatter by complaining about the sound, know that you're not. It's always appreciated. What's going on, Freedom Tower? Good to see you. Yeah, it's a Sunday. Does it feel like a Sunday? You can hear me okay? Good, good. Oh my god, it's hot. This tea is hot. We got hot tea today, chat. Hot TYT. Okay, that's good. I feel way better now. Yeah, we got not only some TYT, but some tea when it comes to the Democratic Party, because right now everybody's looking around for somebody to blame, and too many people, too many Democrats, too many liberals are finding the most vulnerable people out there to blame and to suggest throwing them under the bus. So we're here to spill the tea on that shit too, as much as I can. Every day is like Sunday. Every day is silent and gray. Is that how you think of Sunday? I mean, I guess Sunday does have like a melancholy to it, sort of. No, it's a song. It's a song. I didn't see your musical notes appear, Mozart, until like after your text appeared. For some reason on my app, like your text appears first, and then if you make emotes, the emotes appear second. Yeah, Kermit. We're doing Kermit hours here today. We're here to spill the tea. We're here to talk all the shit. We're here to expose all the petty little grievance misers out there that show themselves to have zero solidarity. That's right. That's right. That's right. We're gonna go ham on some very toxic people today, so I hope you're ready for that. I'm making some high-end baked ziti. What? What is baked ziti? That sounds good. I gotta look this up. Chat, always, like, you always, make me hungry. Ziti. Oh my god, that looks so good! It's pasta with ground beef spaghetti sauce and 3 kinds of Italian cheese. See, people are surprised because I don't eat meat, that I'm not like immediately disgusted when somebody, like when a recipe that I see is like stuff that I can't eat. I just get, like in my head, I translate it into like, into some kind of textured pea product or something. That sounds so gross. A pea product? No, I mean like the pea, P-E-A, not the other kind of pea. Oh my god, chat. Is vegan food weird to people that aren't vegan? Meat's a little bit weird to vegan people. It's a little bit, but we deal with it. You can make ziti vegan. Yeah. That's what I mean, is that like I'm always like in my head I like translate it, right? I'm always like, okay, like I wouldn't eat it like this, but I would eat it like this. In fact, I couldn't eat it at all like that, right? Because I can't eat wheat. I got the weirdest body in the world, okay? Like, I don't even know what the deal is, but for some reason, I cannot eat wheat. The last time I had... I think it's gluten. I can't eat gluten. I guess the last time I had gluten was in a cookie. So here's the story, right? I used to go to the gym every morning to kickbox, right? And then I would get usually like a smoothie, you know, like as an after workout like snack. And for some reason one day I got a protein cookie, right? I was like, well, I mean, you know, it's a cookie. That sounds pretty good. And I don't know where in my brain I thought like a cookie, that is totally gluten-free, right? A normal cookie is not gluten-free. A normal cookie is not gluten-free. But yeah, it said vegan. That's what it did. That's what confused me. I was like, oh, vegan, this is for me, right? I could eat this because it says vegan. It's like, no, it's like, you need to look for gluten-free as well, right? So yeah, I don't know what, but on top of the fact that yes, it was a wheat flour cookie, as most cookies are in this world, it was the protein source for this cookie was gluten. That's how they made the cookie have protein, right? Have high protein and you know, fill the role of a post-workout snack, was that it was gluten. It's like a little tube bigger. Wait, what? Wait, what are we talking about? Schmegly, ziti is a hollow pasta noodle? Wait, I gotta see what this looks like. What is a ziti noodle? Ziti noodle? Ziti noodle. I need to know. Okay, so it's like a big noodle? Oh no, it's a little noodle. Oh, I've had this. This is good. What's the big noodle? Can chat tell me, like, what is the, you know, like the big noodle that you can get? Where it's like, sometimes it's stuffed with, what is that kind of cheese called? That super fresh, like white cheese? It's not mozzarella, but it's something else. Oh my god, I can't remember what it's called. Ricotta. Yes, Buffy Geek. Wait, manicotti is the noodle that I'm talking about, Omega Star? Let me look up manicotti. Why is Italian food so goddamn good? I typed in manicotti. I bet that would be like a small one. Manicotti. Yo, that looks so good. And you squeeze the cream or the ricotta or whatever, you squeeze it into the noodle, and then you put the noodle in a bed of, like, I don't know, tomato sauce, and then you bake it. That's baked manicotti. I need to know about this, chat. Apparently there's some hacks for Italian food, right? Like certain things that I like. Okay, so here's my, like, you know, self-report here. Like, I feel like my mom made some pretty good spaghetti, right? I feel like I was a lucky kid because my mom made spaghetti good, and I went to some kid's house whose moms didn't make spaghetti good. I tasted what spaghetti was like in other households, and I don't know if it was the sauce or the cooking method or what, right? But my mom made good spaghetti, and that wasn't universal. And I didn't know that until I, like, stayed the night at other people's houses, and their moms were like, we got spaghetti. Would you like some more spaghetti? And I'm like, I'm good. I'm okay. I don't need any more. Like, I'm a spaghetti snob, so I feel like I grew up with a good spaghetti, but my mom didn't have the hacks methods of cooking Italian food, right? The hacks methods are like you somehow bake something. I mean, she baked lasagna, all right? She would bake lasagna. But other than lasagna, nothing got baked. There was never any baked spaghetti, and baked spaghetti is so good. Mom's spaghetti, that's right, that's right. I wonder if my mom's spaghetti was better, probably better than Eminem's mom's spaghetti, because I never threw up from it. The best vegan foods I've had was made by meat eaters. Interesting. Rigatoni. Wait, I need to look up what that is. Penne and rigatoni. I don't know nearly enough about pasta. My favorites are obviously spaghetti, but I love angel hair. Angel hair pasta is so damn good. We're gonna pop out the chat. Get that. I loathe spaghetti noodles. What is your favorite noodle, Conrad? Also, linguine. Linguine's not bad, especially like with a white sauce, right? With like a Alfredo sauce. Linguine is pretty good. We can't all because white vegans and vegetarians can't cook for shit. Is that white vegans and vegetarians, or is that all white people? I've heard that white people have some suspicious culinary habits involving raisins. Is this true? What is it that white people put raisins in? Okay, I gotta look up some of these noodles. Cannelloni. What is cannelloni? Like, I feel like I should know all the noodles, but I don't. It's an important skill. Cannelloni. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. It's kind of like the same idea as the manicotti. Oh, fusilli. That's the curly one, right? That's the curly one. Oh, wait. These kind of remind me of... It's like... I don't know. Is there comparative cuisine? Like, you know how there's comparative lit and comparative religion? I would love to study comparative cuisine. Shells is good. Conrad says shells is good. It's like penne or rigatoni. Rigatoni. Is buckwheat gluten-free? Yes. So here's the deal with buckwheat, okay? With soba noodles in particular. A lot of buckwheat soba is a mixture of wheat and buckwheat. Because I guess buckwheat flour is more expensive or something. I guess that's why it is. Ancient Taoists were abstained from grain, folks. All grain was supposed to be avoided. I didn't know that. How ancient are we talking about, Mozart? A little too bigger than macaroni and straight, but not straight and not curved. Wait, which one is that, Schmegly? Ziti is a hollow pot. Okay. No, that's got to be good. Baked ziti appears in such classics as Goodfellas and The Sopranos. French green bean casserole? That was definitely a staple at my family's potlucks. Pasta stunlock because I was making a joke about hot tea. And my dinner is funny as fuck right now. I mean, it's because I'm hungry, Conrad. Oh, wait. Yeah, I should probably not go into the microphone. That's probably weird. I mean, some people enjoy it, but not everybody. We have a tea mukbang. I was mixing up Spaghetti Factory and Macaroni Grill. I feel like I've eaten at a Spaghetti Factory before. Pasta is his angel hair. Some benzodrine for getting there. They found him in a eucalyptus tree. Bars. As a white southerner, that raisin shit would get you shunned from a real country cookout. So it's in the coleslaw. Wait, the coleslaw is the devil's lettuce? Are you saying the cabbage is the devil's lettuce? I recently bought a head of what I honestly thought was, in fact, it was marked. It was in the section 4, like it should have been, iceberg lettuce. Which, you know, like there's this whole discourse about iceberg lettuce. It's kind of your basic bitch lettuce. It's kind of your standard lettuce. And there's other kinds of lettuce. And, you know, they can be healthier, right? They're more expensive, but they're healthier. And, I mean, I usually will eat something like romaine if it's available, or arugula, or, you know, just whatever is there, whatever's on sale, right? But this time I was just in the mood for iceberg lettuce. I know it's not as like nutrient dense, I guess, as other types of lettuce, but it's crunchy as fuck. And it goes for like, it's cheap per pound, right? So you get like, you can eat a big salad, right? With that. And that's what I wanted, a big crunchy salad, right? So I bought what I thought was a head of iceberg lettuce. Guess what it turned out to be? Cabbage. It was cabbage that somebody had like misplaced, right? Put it in the place that was, you know, like they took the cabbage and they put it where the iceberg lettuce was supposed to go. And I bought it and I was like, you know, I don't remember iceberg lettuce being this rubbery, right? Because cabbage, you can make cabbage into a salad, but you got to cut it really fine, like chiffon. You got to chiffon that sheet. You got to cut it into little bitty ribbons, right? And then cabbage is, and also you got to marinate it, right? Cabbage, you don't want to just like eat a salad of cabbage. Usually, some people do. Some people will take, what is the thing where you take like a quarter of a cabbage and you just pull out the leaves and you use them to scoop stuff up and eat it like that? I mean, I guess that's possible, but in general, it's too rubbery. It's too rubbery unless you make it into little fine ribbons and you... Ooh, kimchi. I used to make kimchi. I used to make natto, not just out of soybeans either, right? Because there's a little secret to natto. If you don't want to have to keep buying it, you can buy one container of natto and you can put it into beans that you just cooked while they're still hot and you can ferment them. Now, the one drawback of this, and this is a drawback of kimchi too, is that if you ferment stuff in your house, it's going to smell like you're fermenting stuff in your house. And if you have roommates, they might not appreciate that, right? So I had to stop doing that. I had to knock that off. Because as much as I love to do fermentation, right, I also respect people's right to have a scent-free environment. You hate things that are pickled? But I made the best kimchi. I don't know, maybe not the best. I probably didn't make the best kimchi. But I made some pretty good kimchi. Spicy and flavorful and just the perfect amount of crunch. I did that one time trying to make white people tacos. Pretty upset when, wait, so now Tim Waltz talked about white people tacos, right? And in Tim Waltz's mind, it was like hamburger meat in a taco shell, and that was it, right? Is that what it is? Because my mom's white people tacos were that plus old El Paso taco seasoning, right? That's how she, and I know that's not authentic. There's nothing authentic about the way that my mom made tacos, right? She didn't know. She just bought stuff at the store, but at least she seasoned it, right? There was some seasoning. It wasn't just straight up hamburger meat. It was seasoned. Use onion slices or two to avoid fermented smell. Really? Are you serious? That's how you do it? Wait, will that work? Weavy, are you talking about with kimchi or are you talking about with natto? Yeah, chat, do I talk about food too much? It's just because I'm hungry. But I'm also, pickled plums. Wait, Sasha G, are you talking about umeboshi? That is like my favorite thing in the universe. Like, I could subsist exclusively on umeboshi rolls, even though I know they don't cover like all the macronutrients, let alone micronutrients. Yeah, I'd have to have some ginger too, though. I love ginger. I love ginger so much. Wait, pickled ginger. Yeah, pickled ginger is so good. I can't stand how good it is. Here's how good pickled ginger is, all right? I found this one sushi restaurant that had, it was like a conveyor belt place, so it's not super fancy, right? It's not a fancy sushi place. It was like a lunch place, right? That kind of deal. And so I would go there, and they had at each table or at each like placement on the conveyor belt, they had a little container of pickled ginger, right? And I'm not talking about like it was fairly fresh. I mean, I think it was from, I don't actually know. Was it from a jar? It could have been. I guess I wouldn't know the difference. I wouldn't know the difference whether they cut it up there and, you know, marinated it or whatever you do. You know, you marinate it in like sugar and vinegar or whatever, or if they had bought it. I guess it doesn't matter, right? But regardless, they had fairly fresh ginger and fairly fresh wasabi. We're not talking about a little packet, you know, because you've probably seen those sushi places that have the packets and there's the pink ginger. Why is it pink? Why is it pink? Ginger is not pink. Ginger is not pink. Ginger should be a different color, right? So anyway, I loved this place and I would always go there. Like with it was also really close to my gym, right? So it was so convenient. It was just like super conveniently located conveyor belt sushi place. And one day I went there and they had replaced their fresh ginger with like the, you know, the packets of pink ginger. And I don't usually do this. I don't have that much Karen to me, but I wrote a little, there was like a comment card, right? They have little fill out the comments, you know, how did you like your meal? Did you anything different, you know, like that kind of shit. I don't ever do that shit. I never do that shit. But I did that shit this time. And I was like mad. I was like madder than I deserve to be. It's like, I mean, it's their business. They can do it however they want, right? But I let them know that and sure enough, they switched back. I think there was other people writing into them and saying, I want to try making pickled onions. That's a Tim Waltz. Yeah, the Tim Waltz taco. Yeah, that's the one with no seasoning. I don't know what's up with that. Umeboshi. Yes. You talk about food enough to make me hungry. Food is a normal conversation topic. I Googled pickled plums and oh boy, wait. What do you mean, hoo boy? Wait, is that a good hoo boy or basically Taco Bell tacos? I guess. I don't know. I haven't had Taco Bell tacos in like a really long time. I've gone to Taco Bell a lot, but I was never going there to get the tacos. I think I was usually going there to get the burritos or the oh my god, what is it called? What is the thing called where there's like two tostadas? Oh, nachos. Nachos from Taco Bell are really good. The old El Paso stuff. Yeah. That is currently what my white Latina mom. That's currently my white Latina mom's tacos. Are there vegan substitutes for sushi? Good choice or good question. There's actually a lot of sushi rolls that are vegan. If you go to most sushi places, they'll have a vegetable roll, which sometimes it's like lettuce, avocado, and oh my god, what else goes in there? Some kind of pickled vegetable, maybe. There's avocado rolls. There's umeboshi rolls. There's a few different things. Yeah, there's straight up pickled vegetable. I can't remember what it's called. It's like a pickle. It's like a yellow turnip. Or no, is it a turnip? It's a radish. Is it a radish? I don't even know what this stuff is or what it's called, but it's this yellow thing that, you know, is some kind of a plant. Oh god, yes, very sour and sweet. Very, very sour and sweet. When the young ginger root is sliced and added to a mixture of rice vinegar, salt, and sugar and left to soak over time, the liquid brings the pigment stored in the root. Wait, does it make it pink? Is pink ginger just young ginger? Oh yeah, as in hard shell taco with ground beef. Taco Bell is easily okay. Like I used to love. I have a love-hate relationship with Taco Bell, and the love part comes from the fact that when I was an undergrad, Taco Bell was a place you could go, and for like $2, you could get so much food that you wouldn't be able to finish it. You know what I'm saying? For like $2. They had like super cheap burritos. And they were very filling. And I don't remember. I think what did I like? There's the mild sauce. There's the wild sauce. There's the fire sauce, but maybe it's the wild. I think I was like in the middle. Like I like the wild sauce. But anyway, what pissed me off though is that they changed their menu. There were items that you could get. There were a lot more like, you know, vegetarian or vegan items, or there was ways to get like, you know, And they changed the menu, and they also raised the prices. They raised the prices way the fuck up. Sweet potato rolls? Wait, I've had those. Those are good. Veggie rolls, yeah, that have cucumber and carrots. Yeah, there's actually a lot of different stuff in there. Oh my god. Already I'm having problems with... I have to reload this. There we go. Oh yeah, I should probably announce something. Hey, this is as good a time as any to do this, all right? So I am moving off of Stream Elements. Stream Elements. It's what I've used for the longest time, mainly for the reason of this, right? This is what got me to choose Stream Elements way back in the day. And honestly, it's like all I know. Yeah, this right here, see? That is a Stream Elements exclusive as far as I know. But there's some issues with Stream Elements, and especially with the some of the Twitter feeds of the ownership that I just don't want to support anymore. You noticed maybe in the past that I had sponsorships from time to time. Like the last one was Star Trek Fleet Commander. I haven't been doing that, and there's a reason, right? There's a reason that every time I do that, it supports, a company that's... I'm pretty sure if it's not on the boycott and divest list, it should be, right? It's not a company that I want to support. So let me look here in the chatbot timers. I want to make sure that I'm not... Okay, good. Discord, Twitch, Twitter. That's okay. Timers, counters, not counters, chat commands. Okay, so let's log out here. I think it's in the Twitch one. Yeah, now I haven't had anybody donate this way in a long time, but I think I did see a stream, like a timer that was advertising donos. There we go. We're taking that off. All right. We're taking Stream Elements donations off because I like, and all this is, chat. There's a million different ways to support my stream. I usually keep them in the description. You could probably find them also on my about information on Twitch if you're watching on there. And there's a lot of different ways to support me, right? One of those ways has been donos through Stream Elements, right? And it makes a nice sound when it happens, but I'm gonna have to repurpose that sound alert and turn off the donations because I don't want to go through Stream Elements anymore. Basically, here's the deal. If you donate through YouTube, YouTube takes 30%. If you donate through Twitch, Twitch takes 50%. It would take less if I had more subs, right? If we could get up to 100 subs or 300 subs on Twitch, and maybe we will because the stream seems to be growing on Twitch, but they take like the same amount as YouTube, right? Patreon takes less. PayPal and CashApp take less. I'm trying to think of the Throne takes less. But Stream Elements takes like the same amount as YouTube. But the problem is, where does that 30% go? Well, it goes to Stream Elements, as far as I can tell. The same thing when I used to do sponsorships on Stream Elements. They would pay me some money, but they would make a lot of money on the sponsorship. So I am not gonna make Stream Elements any more money, and I'm eventually just gonna change them to something else. Like I said, this is all I've known for the longest time as far as streaming software, and I'm not super tech savvy, but my shit does need an update. My shit does need an update. Is Venmo better? I actually don't have that one. That's one that I don't have. But I would assume, yeah, I think Venmo takes a very small amount. But the general idea is to have as many, chat, if you want me to get Venmo, I guess the whole idea is to have as many as I can, so that whatever like is convenient for you, you can use. Because I do appreciate the support. The stream runs on your support, especially over on Twitch. Twitch is doing some different stuff now. I used to get a little bit of money from the ads that ran on Twitch. I don't know what's going on with that now. Have you been seeing ads, chat? I gotta know. How much does Amazon take? Okay, so Amazon, it's weird, right? Right now, they take like 50 or 45%, right? They take a lot. If it was... You got to get on FD's white people list that shit added like 2K to Tyler's channel in a day. Good for Tyler. Yeah, didn't FD have didn't FD say it was like the problematic white boy list or something? Ooh, Natalie, thank you for sending me a video. Like I saw that you had sent that, but then my chat window crashed and I got distracted talking about stream elements. But yeah, TLDR, I appreciate all kinds of, support in whatever way is convenient for you. Oh, I saw that, Natalie. I saw that. I appreciate support in the way that's most convenient for you. The one caveat that I'd say is if you can help it, maybe don't do stream elements anymore, right? Because I don't want to support them. But yeah, Tyler was not in a good rank. That's true. That's true. Tyler was C tier, right? Who was A tier or S tier? Should I look this up? This is now I'm interested about this. I'm looking up FD signifier here, going to community. Wait, how much? Wow, FD is teaching me some good habits. FD uses his community tab a lot more than I do. Why do I not see? Why do I not see the? Wait, is it in a video or is it in his community tab? Or is it on, oh, it's on Signified B-Sides. Signified B-Sides. Nope. I saw this. I saw this list. Sunday also saw it. I saw Sunday talking about it. But yeah, basically FD Signifier has a list of quote-unquote problematic white boys, and Tyler made the list for the first time. I can't find it. Is it in the edgelord? How do you donate through stream elements? I'm suggesting that people don't, right? There was a link that, and you won't see it anymore, right? Because I've turned it off, but there was a link that would sometimes play like on a timer, like every 20 minutes or something. The link would go through of like, here's how you donate on stream elements. Most people don't do it that way, right? So it's not like I was making them money or anything. I just finally realized, that it's still on and I wanted to turn it off. But basically it takes you to a Stream Elements website and lets you donate through there. You can put your Venmo QR code in the corner. Yeah, the other thing about it is I got to make sure that it's one of these that doesn't dox me. Some of the donation or crowdfunding platforms will essentially, like, it says your name or something. And there's literally been, you know, issues where, like, leftists have gotten doxxed by chuds like that. Wait, are you coolest dude in the universe? Are you asking about the TYT thing? It wasn't a video. Okay, so it must have been that, All right, well, I really wasn't planning on the edgelord movies one, right? Because Tyler said edgelord. Perfect. Oh no. Oh no. Where is this freaking tier list? What is it? Is it in the what is an edgelord part? I can't find it. It's in a video chat. Look, I'm willing to kind of like look for this, but you got to help me out. Just saying that TYT is being contradictory. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, you're not wrong about that, coolest dude. Also think Tyler has a community post with the rankings. I guess we could look up Tyler's version of it. Westside Tyler. I know I spent like way too much time trying to find this one thing, but I'm like, I just wanted to show you. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, it shows where it is in the video. Okay, 58:39. Let's try this. 58. It's the video I think it is. Oh, yeah, there's Tyler right there. All right, we're gonna start off watching this. We're gonna take a little look at this. I should probably go over the bonus content first, though. So yeah, there we go. There's FD signifier. There's the tier list. So yeah, I mean, I hope nobody wanted me to hold off the suspense or anything, but I think this is the edgy white boys tier list, if I'm not mistaken. I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just edgelords, YouTube edgelords. I don't know. I heard him mention that when he talked to Tyler in that interview that broke Sunday. All right, so let's take a look at this video really quick. But before we do, let me point out that we got the dono goal. It looks like we're at 10% right now. If that thing hits 100% by the end of the stream, we'll get some bonus content. What bonus content? Well, it could be Israel officially bans children's art. Sorry, Israeli official bans children's art, or gets children's art banned, rather, right? We have gaming, which could be Metaphor Refantasio, or it could be Fallout New Vegas. We've got Tyler Oliveira. That's a name that we haven't heard from in a long time. He's got a new video on the German far right. Very scary, especially for those of you who might be thinking of moving out of the United States. Maybe Germany's not the best place. I don't know, chat. I don't know. We'll look into that. And then we got Destiny calls Asmongold a slur, which I think is what most of you are voting for right now. Yeah, 33% of you are vote. We got 43 votes, 33% of which are for Desmond Gold. Jesus Christ, calls Astony. Yes, Desmond Gold calls Astony a slur. Destiny calls Asmongold a slur. That's winning. Second place is Israeli official bans children's art. Third place is Tyler Oliveira on the German far right. I think there's another name for these people that might be more historical, but YouTube probably doesn't want me to say. But you can use your imaginations. It rhymes with Yahtzee, right? And then we got gaming in fourth place. That's how it's going right now. You can change it. You can affect it. You can, first of all, vote. If you have not already, make your vote heard. Hopefully, I've got the stream set up today so it will not time out and turn into it like a second stream. We don't lose the bonus goal like we did yesterday and have to revote. I think I've got it set up. Here, let me make sure. Yeah. Enable auto stop. That's turned off. Very good. Very good. And but yeah, the first way you can affect this is to vote, and you should vote if you want to vote. And that'll help your favorite topic go up. The other thing you can do is when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics is tickling your fancy today, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and thus buffing it. See how where this +0, +0, +0 is? When you tell me which of these topics you want to see as bonus content after. Oh yeah, there was somebody who donated to me on PayPal yesterday, and I didn't see it. Today I've got my hopefully I have my email open, so I'll see it if it happens again today. But if that's you, feel free to let me know that you want. Yeah, like I didn't end up counting this person's towards any topic, and they had a specific topic they wanted. So I'm gonna let them, if they want to, chime in and let me know where to apply that, right? Sorry I didn't see it yesterday, but yeah, anyway, if you make a super chat, a super sticker, if you get a membership for yourself, gift memberships to others, if you contribute, sign up for my Patreon. Speaking of which, is Shaxby in chat? You sign up for Patreon or you donate to my throne, then or you get yourself a free sub on Twitch through the Twitch Prime, or pay $6 to get a sub on not Twitch Prime, or if you gift subs to other people on Twitch, any of that like allows you to tell me which of these topics you want to see next, and I will add it as a buff, as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus adding that much percentage to the overall score. So yeah, that's what decides what we end up seeing, is a combination of the vote along with the donos, and if we hit 100 by the end of the stream, we'll get extra content. Okay, good. So now I can talk about FD Signifier. This is FD Signifier. He made a video called Edgelord Movies Finally Broke Me. He's talked about edgelords before a lot. I think the first time was it around the time of Joker 1 that he was talking about edgelords. And then he's made another video called Edgelord Movies Finally Broke Me. So I'm guessing this is kind of like a part 2. But I'm just wondering, here's the part where Tyler comes up.
Online spaces. From the angle that I present up until this point, this movie does things the right way, but what difference does that actually make? A few weeks ago, I saw a video for one of my new favorite problematic white boy streamer type guys. I have like a tier list of low-key problematic white guy creators that I watch, but I won't talk about too much because I don't know when they're gonna do some fuck shit. And so
Good policy, FD, good policy. So what do we have? We have Hank Green. We have Hasanabi. I don't know who some of these people are. Red Letter Media. I think I've seen some of their videos. We got Cavernacle. In Praise of Shadows. That's a bold choice. That's a bold choice, Mr. Signifier. Down here in C tier, we have Bad Empanada. Oh, looks like we're going to add Westside Tyler here. Oh, I see. So this is a pre-existing tier list that FD already had. And he's officially adding Tyler, it looks like. That's what's going on in this video. Down at the D tier, we have PF Jung, who I don't know anything about. Anybody want to explain PF Jung to me? I don't actually know about PF Jung. I know that I've seen their videos around. I just don't. No idea. No idea if they're good, bad, in between, whatever. But yeah, I don't know all these people. Maybe he'll run down the list.
Tyler's kind of, he's a newcomer. He's getting up to that upper mid tier area. So shout out to
upper mid tier
Tyler for now. We'll see.
Wait. Is he above C tier? Upper mid tier would be like B, right? Is he B or is he C? He looked like he was floating up towards B. Maybe he's in between. Yeah, it feels like FD signifiers. He's kind of, he's like, we'll see how it works out. Like, he's somewhere B tier, C tier, something like that. Red letter media is very cool. Doesn't FD know that iPost is bigoted in praise of shadows against hillbillies and rednecks? Maybe not. Maybe he hasn't heard. Like I saw a lot of in praise of shadows videos being talked about fairly recently, but maybe FD hasn't seen that stuff. I don't know.
See how long this lasts. But
yo, that is the kiss of death. That is the fucking kiss of death right there. Like, we'll see how long this lasts. I mean, I don't know. They don't agree on everything. Like, I think I remember seeing Tyler review FD's video and be maybe more critical than I would have been. Maybe a little bit more critical than I would have been. But like FD's got thick skin. He's not like, he's not President Sunday, where you like make one little criticism and he hates you for life, right? But they just mostly talked and stuff. Like they related on a personal level rather than a ideological level. I guess I'll put it that way. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some take at some point that Tyler had that they didn't agree on. So confirmed he was B tier. Okay, because yeah, Tyler implied that maybe he was on C tier. I guess B tier makes. Wait, which video is this? Is this Starship Troopers? No, yeah, Starship Troopers, right? Tyler did a video essay on Starship Troopers and Helldivers. I think he started making it when Helldivers was really popular, and then he didn't get it finished till now. But it's like an epic, like 6-hour. It's a 6-hour video. No, it's a 2-hour video essay.
West Side Tyler, aka SA Side Tyler, did a behemoth 3.5-hour video called
3.5. Okay, I underestimated.
Starship Troopers and the Death of Satire. And in it, he presents a very strong argument that Starship Troopers, the 1996 Paul Verhoeven film based on the intensely right-wing, if not outright fascist book of the same name by Robert Heinlein, he compellingly presents that movie isn't the subversive satire of fascism that a lot of us media critics on the left like to say it is. Instead, he compellingly argues that Starship Troopers, the film, is arguably more effective as a piece of pro-fascist media than the book it's based on.
Starship Troopers is propaganda, not a satire of propaganda. Not even really satire. It is propaganda. You might say the fascists don't know they're being made fun of.
Well, see, now here's my question to Tyler then. Does Tyler think, and I don't really have enough experience with, I think I've seen the Paul Verhoeven movie once and don't really remember it that well, and I've never played Helldivers. I wonder what Tyler thinks about Helldivers as being a parody of the, fascist science fiction fantasy of Robert Heinlein expressed in Starship Troopers.
Aren't we so?
Heinlein is a controversial figure. I have met people who do not think that what Heinlein is expressing is fascism, and then other people
so much more clever than them. They don't care. Verhoeven's Starship Troopers has a runtime of approximately 2 hours and 9 minutes, of which the FedNet scenes, where essentially all of the overtly satirical moments take place, comprise a total of 6 minutes and 13 seconds. That leaves us with 2 hours of a film that is non-stop action with a clear-cut message of us versus them, the good guys versus the bugs, done in the style of the most influential propagandist of the literal Nazi regime.
He then goes on to...
I gotta be real with you, though. As far as Tyler's commentary, I've seen some good stuff from him as far as commentary goes. I think that he was on point in his debate against Lonerbox. I really enjoyed that one. He's not somebody I would go to for ideological, questions exactly. I don't take it that that's his wheelhouse or that he's trying to have that be his wheelhouse.
Criticize the very nature of this type of endeavor, both in media and in media criticism. Just how many times will we point and laugh at the chuds? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's fun and cathartic, but it's also a limited use tool. And after watching his video, I realized why I was struggling to finish this one. Again, repeating myself. We know by now that when the edgelords and chuds and Nazis and red pillars and whomever else watch Fight Club or Falling Down or play
Chat, do you want to just watch this video? I should have put this on the bonus content list. It's a little late for that now. Do you want to just start off with the FD signifier? I mean, I've got a decent amount to cover, not just in terms of Cenk, but there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people on the left, a lot of liberals that are punching left in their diagnosis of the Harris campaign's failure is that it somehow embraced the left too much, right? That like ignoring trans issues was not enough. They should have taken a stand against trans rights. They should have found a sister soldier moment to have on trans issues or something. It's so bad. It's so bad. I understand how the impulse, when the world is falling down around you, is to look for somebody to throw under the bus, but that's not solidarity. Not that liberals are ever great about solidarity, but also the problem with the Democratic Party is that it is too much like the Republican Party, and nobody wants a diet Republican Party. Like that's how the Bill Clintons, the Barack Obamas of the world made their names for themselves. That's how they carved out their political dynasty, was by being being like a couple of inches to the left of republicanism, and appealing to these like kind of pro-business people that were like, yeah, I'm pro-business, but some of the social conservative stuff I could do without. Well, here you go. We got the Democratic Party. This is pro-business without the social conservatism, and it's like slightly less pro-business, but it's a failing strategy. This is what I call loser liberalism. And I feel like even Fukuyama would agree with me on that, right? Fukuyama's kind of taken back his treatise on the end of history and really admitted how wrong he is. But Chad, do you want to watch this? Should we start off with this? Now, I wasn't going to watch this video because I'm just not into those movies that much. But now this has kind of got me primed to at least watch a little bit of it. The thing about satire is you don't get it if you were... Yeah, that's true, Random Spooky Girl. I can think of examples of satire that are blatantly satire and that I would never criticize for, no, you're actually enforcing the right wing. Like Stephen Colbert comes to mind, okay? There were actual right-wingers who enjoyed watching Stephen Colbert because they, and I'm talking about the Daily Show, like the Colbert Report, right? Not the late night Stephen Colbert, which is closer to his actual beliefs, but the character, the right-wing character that Stephen Colbert used to play on the Colbert Report. There were a ton of right-wingers who just legitimately like agreed with it. You could also go back to the 70s and see Archie Bunker. Archie Bunker as essentially, a stereotype of chuds that a lot of people who watched All in the Family actually agreed with, right? But yeah, I don't know if I would say that those things were misses because they didn't. When Dave Rubin left, the Bernie movement was in full effect and TYT subs were skyrocketing. I think she's a sellout who's starting to buy into it because of confirmation bias. Are we talking about Anna? Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm getting into people's personal conversations in chat. Sorry. I mean, not that personal, but it didn't look like it was directed at the streamer. So, went to college with a guy who thought Colbert was the only fair late night host. That's hilarious. I am sometimes surprised at how ignorant. Like, look, we saw a lot of ignorance from Destiny. All right. And he's not I mean, he's reactionary in a lot of ways, but he's not exactly a right winger. But you see it more pronounced, right? Like I told you, Destiny has got a lot of similarity in the way that the way that he gathers a community to somebody like Ben Shapiro, somebody that shows all the trappings of intelligence, of learnedness, of knowing what the fuck he's talking about without actually knowing what the fuck he's talking about. My grandma told me she used to not like Colbert because she thought he was actually a conservative. Wow. So it works in both direction. You weren't supposed to agree. Yeah, exactly, Sasha G. And Norman Lear was surprised years later to find out how many Americans actually did. Americans seem allergic to satire. So many people attack the satirist instead of the difficult subject being satirized. Well, I mean, I guess part of this could be due to the sort of anti-intellectual nature of American society. I hate to say it, but it's true. And it's something that the right is always trying to cultivate, because the less people that are educated, specifically the less people with college degrees, the easier it is for the right to just bullshit people. Oh, Fight Club. What could be more leftist than eliminating everyone's credit card debt? I haven't looked at Fight Club enough to know. I definitely know, though, it appeals to people across the political spectrum. I saw Starship Troopers in middle school. My friends were like, we need to enlist. They said that after seeing Private Ryan too, yikes. I don't want to. That's a tough situation to enlist in right there. But chat, do I get confirmation that do we want to start off with the FD signifier video, or at least Destiny is basically left of center version of Ben Shapiro. Yeah, without the cognitive dissonance grift. Yeah, and just like Ben Shapiro, you have to be more oblivious, more ignorant than Destiny to appreciate him.
I think Clarence Thomas summed it up. The current DNC and GOP relationship is: one is a group of foxes, they will smile before they end you, the other will just end you, and it seems more people respect the wolves.
Clarence Thomas said that, huh? I mean, it's not, I don't expect to find myself anywhere near agreement with Clarence Thomas. I mean, I do obviously think that there's a point in voting against people like Trump and voting against the GOP in general, despite all the smoke that I've got for the Democratic Party, which is no small amount. Tyler enlisted because of seeing Starship Troopers the movie. Oh, that's where that started out with. Interesting. That's why he's doing the video. That makes sense now. Oh my God, several wolves. My friend's grandpa, who served in World War II, drove us to see Saving Private Ryan. When they were like, let's enlist, he slammed the brakes and scolded them for not getting it. I haven't seen that. I have not seen that. I've never seen Saving Private Ryan. I don't actually know like what it's about, where the satire is, etc. I'm just trying to see how people are feeling about watching maybe the rest of FD's video or the beginning of FD's video. Should we? 1 in chat if you want to start off with the FD signifier video. 2 in chat if you want to start off with politics. With Bernie's criticism of the Democratic Party and the liberals' criticism of of the extreme left and marginalized people. The FD video is great. It's not satire, it just shows how horrible war is. We got some ones. We got some ones. Destiny sounds, yeah, that's a woman's name, right? Solus. Destiny was a Twitch streamer. Oh, you're explaining Destiny. Let me read this if you don't mind. Even though you're talking to somebody else in chat. Destiny was a Twitch streamer who went from streaming games to political commentary. Okay, I mean that's pretty neutral. That's a pretty neutral presentation. Respect. Let's watch it. Okay, so we got ones in chat. We got 1, 2 so far. Only one person so far does not want to watch the FD6, and we don't have to watch the whole thing, right? I don't even know if we have time to watch the whole thing. I'm just kind of curious now. I'm curious what FD is talking about this time. And the last one of his videos I saw was amazing. I do very different content than FD Signifier, but at various times I've been impressed with his work. I think the only place that FD Signifier maybe falls down is when he's engaging with streamer personalities that he doesn't really know and he doesn't understand the history of, and I don't envy him. Being a video essayist, being in a completely different world and having to figure out what the fuck is going on with Twitch, where everybody's got like a little, hate module that goes around. Oh, did you hear about this streamer? Oh, they're really bad. And you got to sort out like which ones are actually bad and which ones are getting hate because they're actually kind of good. And, who's, okay, so we got a lot of ones. A lot of people, no preference. Congratulations on going for a walk. I think people would be surprised at how many leftists are vets and are currently enlisted. I don't know if they're still around, but there used to be a channel on Twitch of leftist vets. I really do think people overuse the term satire. Anyone remember Destiny talking about the use of the N-word? I feel like he's also talked about it more recently than 12 years ago. But yeah, we watched that. Oh God, that's right. This is why Trihex stopped engaging with Destiny. But yeah, there's like a debate stream. Like he literally is debating like black streamers on why he should be able to use the N-word. Like that's the debate. That's the kind of debate Destiny used to do. But yeah, Hassan covered that, and I think we watched some of that. There is more shit going on between Hassan and Destiny, by the way. Destiny reacted to the content that Hassan did. I didn't really think that would be that interesting to you, though, since we've already covered that from Hassan's end. But yeah, I guess, yeah, let's take a look and see what's going on with FD Signifier's new edgelord video.
Wanna know how I got these scars? Well, I'm the Joker, baby. Hello, beautiful.
Ew. Wait, is this person reenacting something from the Heath Ledger movie? FD is too intellectual for the trolling skills of the internet, which is one of the reasons I love him. He's just too old for growing up in the depths of places like 4chan. Destiny did originally call himself a libertarian, which is the dog whistle. These are Joker fanboys. Joker from...
Miami is the new Gato. It deserves a better class criminal. Okay, the first thing you should...
Oh my god! Oh my god! Chat, can we even show this? I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if platforms just like banned any showing of Onision. I actually watched, I don't know if I was ever subscribed to the channel, but I remember watching Onision videos back in the aughts. Was it the aughts or was it the teens? I don't remember.
To know about
Maybe it was the teens.
any Rubik's Cube is that they're easy. Any moron, jackass, or joker could solve one. Sorry, what?
See, I like the Joker as a character, but only when you subvert the expectations. I always thought that the Joker that I wanted to see would be played by like Alan Alda or something, and he's like an older Joker, and like it's like a thing where Harley Quinn is like, you know, wants to go out and do crimes with the Joker. But the Joker's always like, Harley, Harley, you should really go back to college. You should really finish your degree. Like, this is a Harley before she got what was she? Was she like a doctor or something? Right, but yeah, it's and the Harley Quinn, like, he's like way older than her, and she's always hitting on him, and he's a little bit like, he's always trying to be like, nah, like, you don't want me, right? That's my version of the Joker with Alan Alda, right? I need a Joker that subverts expectations. I don't want to see a Joker that I've already seen a million times. I need the Joker to be different. FD is gonna bridge the gap between our peers, edgelords, and the election was. Ooh, interesting. Best Joker was Mark Hamill. Oh, you're talking about the animated Batman, right? What is that one called? Batman Beyond or something? She was a psychiatrist. Yeah, this is before she gets her degree. She meets the Joker earlier, but he's like way older, and she's all like, you know, trying to get on him, but he's like, I'm not the right one for you, Harley. You should really find a boy your own age, and you should go back to college. And oh, Mr. J, they never teach me anything good in that college. Not like you. You teach me everything I need to know, Harley. I hardly think that this is a proper life for a young... I have it in my head. Okay, the Alan Alda Joker would have been fucking epic.
What?
Oh, it's Batman the Animated Series. Okay.
You know, we're living in a society. We're supposed to act in a civilized way.
I don't want your sympathy. Fuck your help! Everyone's an expert on everyone else except their fucking selves.
What do you get
I don't think so.
when you cross
I think
a
we're
mentally
done
ill
with you,
loner
folks.
with
That's
a
it.
society that abandons him and treats him like trash?
So several years
You get FD signifier. No, just kidding.
ago, I made, I guess at the time, my most controversial video. This is a very
Oh,
early
wait, this is the
promotional
controversial. Wait.
for the
Oh,
channel.
wait.
It was titled
Wait.
Short Movies and the Man Who Loved Them.
Chat, is this right? Is this yeah, Mr. J, right? I don't know. Wait, is that so? I've seen the old movie, the edgelord movies and the Men Who Love Them, right? Is that what it was called? You know, it was his edgelord video. I've seen it, right? And I've seen other FD signifier videos that I thought maybe were more controversial. The one that I thought was controversial was where he somehow brings together. I'm trying to remember who all he had. He had Merrick. Do y'all remember Merrick? Former friend of the show, Merrick. Absolute train wreck of a content creator. Yeah, he had Merrick on, and then he also had like DJ Mule on, and he pissed off I think he pissed off his main audience by having Merrick on. Like, a lot of people did not appreciate him, you know, his sympathetic look at Merrick. And then he pissed off like the more debate adjacent people by having DJ Mule on, who, if you watched, you know, the Xander Hall and Vosh content about DJ Mule, is a I believe abuse apologist or something like that. But yeah, I feel like that was the most controversial. Am I right? Was that not Merrick DeVille? I think I don't remember. I stopped talking to Merrick a long time ago. But yeah, she's the whole reason I would have never talked to Destiny if it wasn't for Merrick. So I somewhat blame her. No, not really. I don't hold grudges, chat. I do not hold grudges.
I don't know. I mean, I know exactly
But yeah, Merrick's somebody I never should have done content with in the first place.
what I'm about to talk about.
I really didn't know. I kind of took her word on a lot of stuff that I should have looked into, and really alienated some people that I want in my community. So Anyway,
I know
you'll live and you learn.
I know my shit, but just knowing the ways that YouTube videos and social media and internet communities work, I wonder if this will be received in the way I hope it will. And really, it was just a critique of sad white people movies or sad white men in general.
Oh, geez, random spooky girl. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Yeah, I didn't. He joked that Xander Hall and his ex should have makeup sex and referred to his history of parental abuse as mommy issues. I remember that. I feel like the second half of that video, I really like. I'm not a fan. I got, you know, I'm not a fan. Like I'm heavily critical of Xander Hall. I've made quite a few videos criticizing Xander Hall, but yeah, maybe that was too much. I don't know.
I discussed the long-standing tradition of the edgelord character archetype and discussed the type of men and boys who are attracted to these type of films and why they're attracted to them. This topic and issue has been one I've returned to in some form or fashion multiple times on the channel. For one, is one I somewhat relate to, being, I guess, a recovered edgelord myself who grew up loving movies like Equilibrium, V for Vendetta, and Fight Club.
The middle children of history, man. No purpose or play.
Is this how you do it?
You have no great.
You see what he's doing? He's putting an effect. I think that's a phaser over the audio. I'm learning. This is how video essayists get away with a little bit longer clip in their video. Nice.
No Great Depression. Our Great War is a spiritual war. Our Great Depression is our life.
What do you think, Chad? Is that a phaser or a flanger?
But more significantly, this is an area I studied in graduate school, where I did analyses on spree shooters, gaming culture, internet subcultures, etc. And this is because I've always had an interest and really a heart for the type of challenges and issues that face young boys who are, for whatever reason, socially marginalized and maladaptive to that experience of marginalization. Most of the time, and throughout most of my career on YouTube, I find myself wanting to be empathetic, some would say overly empathetic to this population, because I see the good and possibilities within them. I see the pain with them, and I see myself within them. And I genuinely don't think much is gained by mocking them or making them punchlines or targets for derision. At least not much is gained in the form of actually addressing their problems or the problems that they present. And for the most part, this has been a palatable through line in the times I've talked about this population. I'm still very proud of the breakdown I did of the edgelord psyche in my first Manosphere video. I'm super happy with my Incels Make the World Go Round video, which I think was basically the spiritual follow-up to that whole series. And I think I even did a good job in my male desirability video, even though I know some did not appreciate my be yourself advice at the end. I'm not a dating relationship advice guy, y'all. I apologize. It is what it is. Overall, I think I've been as much of a gentle guiding hand to a vulnerable population.
Like, I mean, so I can tell already that he's being, you know, he's being held up to a standard that it's a little bit unfamiliar to me. I wonder how much of that is because I'm a streamer and how much of that is because he's a larger content creator, that it's like a certain size. You get to like 500,000, 600,000, 800,000. Yeah, he's on like on 800,000 here. If that's where you get that, like every little bit of your work gets picked apart.
Of young men as possible from my specific standpoint. In fact, I've done it to my own detriment, as my channel has become quite the sausage fest over the years, and my affinity to leave myself open.
Actually, FD, according to my statistics, your channel is no more a sausage fest than mine. All right, and it's weird because like when I look at chat, when I read chat, I don't feel like I'm looking at 70% like male to 30% female, but maybe it's the lurkers. I don't know.
Engaging with these populations has also left me open to criticism and at times resulted in some negative experiences. I bring all this up at the beginning of this video to say a certain type of person that has actually watched me relatively regularly and come away with the idea that I'm just a male feminist who hates men or misandrist or whatever other words you all want to make up, and is not interested in helping this population and just wants to point and laugh at the misanthropic edgelords like everyone else does. You can disagree with me on some of my takes, of course, but to paint me as the grifting misandrist is just not a criticism I'm going to take to heart. You can't have.
You want me to look up my stats?
Watch me with an open mind.
Let me see what I'm at right now.
Unless you're the type that is so stuck in that headspace that you really shouldn't be watching me in the first place, because I'm just not where you need to be right now. But if you are like that, or hopefully a little bit further along than that, this video is kind of for you. See, while I'm very proud of my track record and efforts on this topic with this population, I've also become somewhat frustrated, maybe even disillusioned by how intractable some of these folks are, and how for some it seems like no matter how nice or gentle or logical or thoughtful the message or messenger is, they just won't hear it. They just don't get it. Maybe they don't want to get it.
Let me give you a breakdown, all right? This is, and I don't actually trust YouTube's, I don't trust their analytics, especially on the gender demographics, right? YouTube is telling me that in the last 28 days, in all of my content, I have had an 80% male audience, 20% female, and 0.6% user specified. If I go to lives, does that change it? Not really that much. If I go to shorts, see, I don't even know what they count for what. Oh my God, videos, it says 100% male. What the fuck? That's like, see, this is what I mean. I can't believe it. I know that's not true. Yeah, last 28 days. If I do what, last 90 days, what does it look like? Ooh, it's worse. 81.7% male, 17.7% female. Last 365 days. Kind of the same. Lifetime. Yeah, it's like the same. It's like 81.8%. I know that YouTube, like, is kind of tilted male. I don't believe these stats, honestly. Ooh, chat, lifetime, I've got slightly more not subscribed watch hours than subscribed. That's good. That's a good metric. What else can we look at? Look at October. October, 20.7% female. November. Yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, no, he's actually got, wow. Is it a live stream thing? Maybe it's just a live stream thing.
All. And after a while, you just want to say, fuck them. Fuck these knuckle-dragging, neck-bearded, dry dick, bad skin having no...
Don't trust what they have us listed as. Some wolves are boy wolves, and some are girl wolves, and some are NB wolves. That's what I've garnered. It's the curse of shorts and Twitter. Wait, on Twitter?
No hoes getting keyboard warrior, bitch ass, punk ass, bet you not gonna say it to my face ass, incels, nig sales, right sales, curry sales, and everything in between, motherfuckers. All of y'all motherfuckers in my comment section, subtweets, DM, and especially on Reddit, eat a dick, like, share, and subscribe. If it hasn't been made clear before, I'm making it clear now that going forward to a certain portion of that population, I'm not the person to help. For those super stuck in that worldview, the path out isn't going to start with me. I've moved past being annoyed, and I'm just going to focus.
You know, it's funny though, when I see like Guy Fawkes masks, I think of, I'm trying to think of like the Occupy Wall Street era, right? I don't think of that as like a right-wing coded edgelord, right? I mean, I know that if you're talking about like 4chan since, I don't know, since like 2012 or something like that, it's definitely going to be that way. But the whole that aesthetic just makes me think like Occupy, or the, you know, when they went up against Scientology.
On those who are here to learn and actually grow. And
it was channel. Yeah. And I don't think of that as being right-wing coded. It's quite the opposite.
If you have to, you know, go through, I don't know, an Abba and preach phase before you get to me, cool. That may have seemed mean to some of y'all, and it may have been a little excessive. I may have been having a little fun there. A little trolling, as you guys like to say. Just getting some lulls. Is lull still a word?
Is lull still a word? I don't think so.
I'm actually not alone in that sentiment. As it turns out, I seem to be maybe even late to the party, because in the last year, multiple iconic figures or creators of edgelord adjacent media have also came to the same realization that they maybe just shouldn't care about what you guys think anymore. And it's been really interesting, in fact, maybe even satisfying to watch some of the worst fan bases in media get that sudden sinking feeling on how they've been wrong about something the whole time. And I want to explore that in this video. I want to look at 3 specific, very iconic in the moment, red pill, right-wing, edgelord adjacent pieces of media, and how they've given up on being overly empathetic in their discussion of male pain and edgelord ideology and other vaguely right-wing behavior, and just turned into overt declaration of edgelord's bad and we don't care.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let's roll that back. Is that first one? What's the first one? We got Attack on Titan, and specifically with the more fascist version of Eren Yeager, the older version of Eren. We got the boys, obviously, but is this first one Joker? It's Joker. It's Joker. Wait, is that not Eren Yeager? Did I get that wrong? So we got Joker, Attack on Titan, and the boys. The boys. I haven't seen the boys. I've seen Joker 1, but not Joker 2. And I got to season 3 of Attack on Titan, maybe.
And other vaguely right-wing behavior, and just turned into overt declaration of edgelord's bad and we don't care anymore. What does that mean? Why is that important? And maybe what laughs are there to be had at the expense of these people? So let's get started.
Honestly, when I first heard the term edginess, I thought I was edgy. I assumed that what it meant is that you're willing to explore topics that make people slightly uncomfortable. And I definitely identify with that. My writing, I've always tried to, kind of push that line. I was sort of surprised when I recognized what edgy and edgelord had actually come to mean, and that it really didn't have anything to do with what I thought of as being on the edge, right?
Let's define a few terms and review a little literature out the gate so that
name an edgelord. Wait,
those of you unfamiliar with the subject matter can get somewhat grounded with the rest of us. And for me to level set a bit for the forthcoming, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, part of the connotation of edgelord is that you're not that you're doing it performatively. You want attention, and you're actually sort of distorting. You're distorting your thoughts for effect, right? That's part of what I think of as edgelord, is you don't really think that, but you want others to think that you think that. You don't live like that, but you want others to think that you live like that. You don't do that, but you want others to think that you do that, right? It's like you're a wannabe Tyler Durden. You're an edgelord, right? Is that kind of edginess has become a simulacrum? There we go. We got simulacrum again of cutting edge. I haven't read Baudrillard, but I'm using the word more accurately than Destiny. True. Edgelords in the 2000s was less political and more just trolling for the sake of yeah. And the whole defining feature was you don't really think that, you're saying that.
Very civil and a completely nuanced conversation that I know will come in the comment section. Of course,
also distorting other words. It's a simulacrum of a simulacrum.
Nobody's going to leave a long
It's a facsimile of a facsimile
in the comment section before watching at least the first 15 minutes of the video, right? You're going to watch before you comment. I'm not going to have to reply that to anyone. Let's see. According to dictionary.com,
an edgelord is someone on an internet forum who deliberately talks about controversial, offensive, taboo, or nihilistic subjects in order to shock other users.
Okay.
In an effort to appear cool or edgy.
Going further,
that was my definition. Yeah.
Digital games as vehicles for extremist recruitment and mobilization. Scholars Andrew Newhouse and Rachel Cower had this to say:
expressing a hateful or heinous
simulacrum, Steve.
And in the light of pushback or criticism from others, suggesting that the things they were saying are in jest. While true intent among griefers and edgelords is hard to assess, evidence suggests that these behaviors have contributed to widespread normalization of hateful language in gaming spaces as part of the culture of games.
As this paper alludes to, the edgelord is a nebulous catch-all term for a problematic, predominantly white population, but it could also be described as the alt-right or neo-fascists, Nazis, red pill spaces, incels, that whole community of problematic white boys all in one spot. But for the sake of clarity which like there is no perfect clarity for this group because some groups can be described by like 2 or 3 of those terms, but not the other 2 or 3. And of course, they all want you to know that they're specific special snowflakes and that you shouldn't call one something that's related to the other. I'm just gonna call them edgelords and other things interchangeably throughout the video. So like, just roll with me here. Because all of these groups tend to have a high affinity for this specific edgy Sigma male archetype in their media. This paper goes on to discuss an important reason why this highly unique and online population is important to pay attention to. They go on to say,
extremist groups have the capacity to build large, sophisticated, consistently evolving networks on gaming platforms. They can also exploit the mechanics of the games themselves to build propaganda and strengthen extremist identity, often in plain sight.
All of this coalesced with what is now a large and very much growing body of research on what I think is best described as a pattern of antisocial online behavior that on occasion does spill out into real world consequences in the form of doxing and harassment campaigns. And then the most rare and extreme examples, school shootings and spree shootings at malls or grocery stores, or maybe even Black churches.
We want to move now to the dramatic moments in the courtroom as Dylan Roof's chilling and disturbing confession to killing 9 people inside a South Carolina church is played for the jury. At times, Roof was laughing during his confession, and ABC's Steve.
However, it's important to understand that the most typical negative outcome for this behavior is just young, predominantly white guys on the internet being little shits and developing more intense antisocial behavior and beliefs. And that behavior and those beliefs often contribute to further isolating them, which further deteriorates their own mental health outcomes and makes them susceptible to other negative health factors.
Joey is 23 years old. He doesn't have a job, he's not in school. On a given day, he may not get up from his chair, where he sits sometimes for 2 days straight, smoking cigarettes and running chat rooms.
Honestly, I feel more real here, sitting in front of the computer.
What is that app?
When I go outside, I almost depersonalize a little bit.
I can't tell what he's on. Is it a Omegle?
I feel like I'm playing a video game.
Spree shootings and school shootings, while awful, are very, very rare. And edgelords are annoying online, but if you cultivate your own social media and online activity effectively, you can avoid spaces if they exist when that's the case. For the most.
So this is going to tie into like a subject that we may or may not get into later in the stream, talking about the sort of manifestation of the 4B movement, which is a Korean feminist movement, I guess, in the United States, right? And the idea is that the way that it's manifesting in the U.S. is like, you shouldn't, marry, have sex with, date, bear children for, et cetera, et cetera. Like a Trump voter, right? That like will just, it's kind of almost like a sex strike, if you will.
Most part, the edgelord's greatest risk is to themselves.
4B is super French, however.
So why is this?
Yeah, even in South Carolina, wow. South Korea, thank you. Even in South Korea, from what I understand, it's not like a lot of people that are actively participating.
Significant to media. Well, for the most,
you already shouldn't do those things, says McGoggles.
The development of
I think that like applying those rules to right wingers, it seems a lot more doable than just like applying those rules in general.
Edgelord behavior is often a reaction to poor social efficacy in their environment and community. This can be due to a multitude of factors such as poor social skills, mental and behavioral health challenges, poverty, niche interests, neurodivergence, physical unattractiveness, troubled home lives, etc. Or a combination.
And that's why they wear the mask. No, that's only Dream. No, sorry, chat. I don't actually think that Dream is that bad looking. I know he got a lot of shit for removing his mask. The problems I have with Dream do not have to do with his looks. Let's just say,
which lead to antisocial behavior. It can make a variety of escapist experiences attractive to them, i.e. media, TV, video games, comics, etc. Is your day-to-day school life a struggle? Is your home life traumatic? Then imagine yourself as a protagonist in your favorite anime or power fantasy video game, or John Wick.
They know you're coming. Of course.
This is another one I've never seen.
But it won't matter.
Further, you can mark your online.
How many John Wick movies are there?
Presence with these avatars as a representation of your interests and beliefs so that others will find you.
Like for me, I guess like I can sort of relate to this in the terms that I like to express myself with, like, I don't know, tragic characters from dark stories in the past. but you know, it's never, huh? Was there an element of flirting with evil in there? Maybe like an element of the shadow, I guess, but I don't know. It's like that. Is that? Oh wait, I'm sorry. Is that Aaron? Is that the avatar that they're using? Is that like I said, I have only seen part of Attack on Titan, so I don't know. Is that supposed to be? Is that Aaron Yeager that we're seeing here? Like I can only half relate to what he's talking about here. And I'm talking, when I say relate to it, I mean like in my younger stages, in my less mature form. I feel like edgelord used to mean something else, just got mixed up with shitlord. Yeah, there's a lot of those. If I pushed enforced vasectomies for boys to prevent abortion, would that be considered edgy? A little bit.
And then suddenly you have a community of edgelords, which is a key element to his behavior that is under discussed, but I did touch on that in Incels Make the World Go Round, so I won't go over that again here. The media that attracts these types of young men is what I'm gonna call Sigma coded, i.e. coming from that Sigma male meme that got hot a couple of years ago, that actually, if you think about it, isn't really a new thing. The Sigma male meme and concept may seem like a silly online thing, but it kind of perfectly codifies a lot of the aesthetics and internal logics of this type of media. The Sigma male, for those who don't know, is this silly, but to many super serious combination of traditionally idealized masculine traits and antisocial traits, constructed, in my opinion, as a coping mechanism for the aforementioned young men with poor social efficacy to create an image of traditional masculinity that they can reasonably aspire to. A lot of people say, well, this was just a meme and a joke, but what you'll find with this population,
they're mewing,
is that
that's how you know they're Sigma.
Always trying to hide the more concerning and heinous.
What the fuck? I'm so sorry. I could never take mewing seriously.
Of those communities, and it's just jokes, it's just memes, until you see that it's most definitely not from their behavior.
Sigma males are the wild cards of the social hierarchy. Unlike alphas who might resort to aggression or betas who often back down, Sigmas operate on a different wavelength entirely. These men don't follow a predictable playbook. They're adaptable, resourceful, and often catch others off guard with their
They back down, but then they show up the next day with a gun. Is that it?
approach to problems.
Sigma males
look smack. They're chinning. Wait, that's not. Are they not mewing too? Like mewing, you press your tongue against the top of your mouth, and I thought you kind of suck your cheeks in too. Maybe I've just seen too many people doing that at the same time.
Are traditionally masculine in their outward appearance, but also internally they are stoic, cold, and disinterested in typical social activities such as intimate relationships or even friendships. They are lone wolves who run apart from the pack, and the wolf has, much to the chagrin of friend of the channel Super Eye Patch Wolf, become their spirit animal and symbolic of what the Sigma male really is. As I alluded to earlier, a lot of commentators on this topic and even some researchers look at this concept as a new phenomenon, but in my opinion, it's really just a new useful term for an image and concept as old as America itself. The individualistic nature of American culture breeds the sentiment needed for this lone wolf stoic image of masculinity to become idealized. If you look—
Wait, is Ben Franklin a Sigma?
At media going decades well before the Sigma male meme, you see the presence of the—
Wait, I'm trying to understand who's a Sigma, like Clint Eastwood, right? Would that work?
Sentiment.
Jotaro Kujo, Sigma, right? John Wayne, isn't John Wayne an alpha?
The taxi driver in
maybe I don't know that much about John Wayne.
1976 as the quintessential Sigma.
Okay, that's a Sigma.
Protagonist, but I think you can see Sigma coded characters earlier in movies like Easy Rider, Network, A Clockwork Orange, and probably tons of—
Wait, Howard Beale is a Sigma?
Westerns up to that point.
Did you bring a horse for me? Well, looks like we're—
Is Jotaro too flamboyant for these guys? I mean, you could be Sigma and flamboyant, right?
Looks like we're shy of one horse. You brought too many.
And it's even in our literature.
Oh no.
Talking about, I don't know, Don Quixote or Holden Caulfield from A Catcher in the Rye.
Oh no. Cursed, chat. Cursed.
Which, like, has a legacy within this culture.
Bought a copy of The Catcher in the Rye, signed it to Holden Caulfield from Holden Caulfield, and wrote underneath that, "This is my statement," underlining the word "this," the emphasis on the word "this."
And yes, it should be noted that these characters are almost always straight white men.
Aren't they the ones always saying JoJo's for queers? I don't know. Like, I feel like they're the ones denying the queerness of JoJo. They're like, there's nothing gay about JoJo.
As this identity has always
like edgelords, they kind of like it, right?
Most closely associated with that group, and that group's response to social ostracism, and if you want to throw in the leftist lens, alienation from self and body. That said, although it seems to be a uniquely white phenomenon, I'd argue that there are also black versions of the sad white guy movie trope, just like there's black versions of the impossible white guy movie trope. Movies like Menace to Society, Baby Boy, Antoine Fisher, Creed, books like The Invisible Man, all of them definitely have main black male characters who are still Sigma coded in different forms of fashion. Now, race changes a lot of other dynamics within those books and films and video games, but the core aspect that attracts a specific type of viewer remains the same.
This isn't about bringing them back or even exacting some street justice. It's about making that bastard feel what it's like to lose everything. Watch as I take it all away from him.
In many ways, the Sigma male is a reimagining of the outlaw or anti-hero archetype who was railing against social norms.
Yeah, Hunter S. Thompson, or Raoul Duke, if you want to go with the literary version of him.
They have noticed, or really all of us should have noticed, don't work and aren't right for a lot of people.
We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere.
Is there like some kind of femme parallel or equivalent to the Sigma? Does this exist? Is this just a strictly like male coded archetype, or?
It's going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is please, at least.
I kind of don't think there is. Right? I mean, just look at the previous election. Just look at the antisocial shit that the male nominee was allowed to get away with that would have just ended the female nominee's chances if she had done anything close to it. I kind of don't think this exists. Yeah.
Rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything.
Yeah, let me have my treats, right?
Just leave us alone. Well,
we gotta have our jalapeno poppers.
I'm gonna leave you alone. I want you to get mad.
And in this, the framing of the Sigma male edgelord coded character has a lot of positive attributes as well, as they're fighting against unjust systems. And so you see heroic Sigma coded characters like
Lilithon Top says, I feel like because women don't have the structural power, so I don't exactly think there is a similar feeling, but there is that whole femcel kind of girl. Girl interrupted. Sylvia Plath sort of thing. Started on Tumblr. I think I know what you're talking about, kind of.
Like Batman, Wolverine.
I feel like I haven't seen that in a really long time, though. But I mean, obviously, like femcells are somewhat of a thing still, right?
The aforementioned John Wick, who are at their core heroic or good.
Don't like femcells sort of like predate incels? Am I wrong about that? Female anti-heroes are usually much more criticized by their narratives, yeah.
Despite their antisocial, often
they got to get some comeuppance, right? Whereas the male equivalent is uplifted.
Anti-hero and anti-establishment.
Riot Girl, so it's more of like a Gen X thing then.
Traits.
I killed those people. That's what I can be. No, you can't. You're not.
Oh God, Monster. That's what you're talking about. I very vaguely remember. That's like a Charlize Theron movie, right?
Whatever Gotham needs me to be. Call it in.
But that's kind of the problem. Travis Bickle is not.
Yeah, incel was created by a woman. The idea.
He is not depicted as a good person in his movie, and it should be understood by anyone who watches.
Well, look, if you're watching me on Twitch right now, it's time for you to do the most Sigma thing ever, and get yourself out of the ad break, whether it's coming or not. I can't tell you how the ad breaks work anymore with the label that they slap on me. But if you don't want to find out, if you don't want to stick around and find out, you can get out of any ad break with a Twitch Prime sub or with $6, or you could be gifted one, which is more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. And, as always, even if there are no, like I need chat to tell me if they've taken off ads, if they left on ads, because if they've taken on ads, then it's even more important. If they've taken off ads, that means that's the only way that I'm getting supported at all. That's the only way that I'm getting paid on Twitch is through the support of my subs. So thank you to everybody who subs.
That this is not what you want to be.
Is the Black Swan a Sigma? I have never seen that. I kind of know. Wait. Girl Gone. Gone Girl.
However,
Pink Girl is a Sigma.
Behaves in a way that is very...
I haven't seen any of these movies.
Similar to Wolverine and Batman and John Wick. And we spend as much time understanding and empathizing with how he became who he is as we do with characters who...
Wait, is the closest thing to a Sigma like Lola from Big Mouth? Wait, is that her name? What the fuck is her then? She loves drama?
Who are obviously coded as being heroic and righteous in their acts, and that can become confusing. And if not confusing, then at least blurry to those who are struggling with the balance of these types of identities and which type of behavior is more admirable and where they might land ideologically. And considering where some of them do land and what behaviors they do exhibit, contributing to enriching this specific social identity of the Sigma male, the edgelord, the lone wolf, whatever you want to call it, not really a good thing for society as a whole. In the introduction to their thesis on Sigma males, media studies scholar Matteo Valdivia writes the following about what Martin Scorsese, the director of Taxi Driver, thought about it some almost 40 years later.
In describing Taxi Driver, 1976, he highlights main character Travis Bickle's loneliness and his dangerous...
Hold up. Whose voice is that? Who did FD Signifier get to read this? Anybody want to tell me before I scroll down? Is this who I think it is? Is that a Tyler? That's a Tyler voiceover. Yeah. I didn't even know that Tyler was in this video, other than being on the problematic white boy list. Yeah, it's Tyler. Wow.
Antisocial behavior. Scorsese makes the chilling observation that today, the psychological and emotional state embodied by Bickle is a tragic norm.
Run, Lola, run. No, this Lola.
Hello, Nick.
But I will leave the back door unlocked because, like, at the end of the day, I love drama. For a second.
She loves drama.
Oh my god, last time I was here it was fake, I swear to god.
Andrew, you sweaty turd! I'm conflicted because you broke my TV, but as I had previously mentioned, I'm all about the drama.
Yeah, is that the close? I feel like that's the closest I can come to female Sigma energy.
Every other person is like Travis Bickle now. After nearly 50 years, the alienated, misogynistic, and racist character remains relevant not only as a representation of individuals in our contemporary moment, but also as an idolized representation for emergent and evolving masculine identities online.
This realization...
Yo, that's fucking prophetic. When is that? That was Martin Scorsese. When did this, 2023? Okay. So this is an observation for more recent. I was going to say, if Martin Scorsese had made that observation now, that would, or like in 76, that would have been super prescient.
Not only as a representation of individuals.
Ooh, Samus from Metroid. Nice.
In our contemporary moment.
I don't know much about Metroid, right? That's where the Metroid and Metroidvania games comes from.
But also as an idolized representation for emergent and evolving masculine identities online.
This realization from Scorsese seems to be something that a few other creative minds are grappling with.
Yeah, visionary, right, Emily?
that despite their intentions, whether it's to critique this type of behavior or to just tell an exciting story, they are contributing to that tragic norm. The audiences that are meant to reflect upon their own beliefs and behaviors are instead galvanized by the images they see of these Sigma-coded characters. So in response, it seems that at least some creators of this
President Sunday is going to be pissed. I feel like I've already seen him milk this content. Maybe not this video, but he definitely milked Tyler posting that he made the list.
Decided just to outright do away with nuance and open-endedness as to make sure that it's clear how we should view this behavior in these characters. Media literacy is dead, right? So let's make it obvious enough so that even in a
Wait, I'm trying to understand this. Like, I'm trying to put this together. Like, they're right. He's got a problematic white boys tier list, right? He doesn't have a problematic white girls tier list, and he doesn't have a problematic, like, you know, there's no like non-white equivalent. Is this Sigma space somewhat like gatekept by white male privilege? Is that, am I assuming too much here, chat? Am I assuming too much? That, like, you know how we said that, like, you've got like dark feminine characters, but they're always given some sort of a comeuppance to show that they're not good, right? They're always given some kind of a narrative spanking, right? To be like this, you shouldn't live like this, you shouldn't behave like this. Whereas sometimes the Sigma male is like aspirational, but yeah, it does tend towards maleness and towards whiteness. That's it. Wow.
Literate person.
Laura Croft is a Sigma.
Get the picture.
Is Laura Croft like a bad? What about Nami from One Piece? Nami's kind of badass, right? Doesn't she steal this ship at one point? Wait till the 4B movement gets big in the US.
Let's start with the boys, greatly because it's...
But, I mean, I've experienced this as like a fucking content creator. I swear to God. Like, the things that I get criticized for and, like, I don't know, like, gatekept for lack of a better word, the things that I get excluded for, right, are things that would not be, it would not even register with a male creator, right? It's like I'm definitely held to a higher standard. Like, there's never any sort of like I go off on somebody and, you know, go a little too hard, right? With male creators, I've seen that where they're like, yeah, I mean, that was inappropriate, but it was cool as fuck, right? I never get that was inappropriate, but that was cool as fuck. I get like, why were you mean to him? Why were you mean to him?
Probably the most obvious of the three.
It's not fair for you to expose that this guy is ignorant of the stuff that he's talking about. It's not fair for you to expose that this dude's whole career is propped up on shit that he's legitimately bad at. That's mean. You're a bitch. Why would you do? That's what I get. That's what I fucking get. And like with a guy, that would be, you know, there'd be like a separate, there'd be like, the guy might get that criticism for being a dick, but there's going to be another side of people that are like, yeah, I mean, you're a dick, but that was actually pretty cool. You did put that NAFO fella in his place.
Properties I want to talk about today, because The Boys has never been subtle. It's always,
some of you know who I'm talking about.
It's been a criticism of capitalism and corporatism. That much was even true in the original, and mind you, far inferior comic. If you're a person that likes to read source material, my advice is stay away from the comic book. It's not like the worst thing ever, but it's kind of the worst thing ever.
Wait, that's Homelander in the comic book?
Far inferior comic. If you're a person that likes to read source material, my advice
is what Homelander looks like? Wow.
To stay away from the comic book. It's not like the worst thing ever, but it's kind of the worst thing ever. The Boys has also been a pretty naked, overt criticism.
I've never seen the comic before.
Of modern right-wing ideology, with Homelander, its main villain, being an explicit symbol of Donald Trump.
Some people. Ooh. Really? Really? I didn't know that's, I mean, I guess it makes sense. God, that's dark.
They want me to come out here and speak empty platitudes to you all. little bit of corporate talk.
So now, what's the deal with Nebula? It's uncensored because of what? Like, is this going to be like a scene that YouTube, if FD showed this, YouTube would call TOS on it? YouTube would like demonetize it, or is the issue with copyright? How much have you watched? Wait, of what? Of The Boys? I've watched none of The Boys.
I don't want to do that. I can't do that. You want to know why?
Sushi with The Boys.
Because I believe that what God wants me to do is get on over there, find the filthy bastards that masterminded this, whatever cave they're in, and introduce it to a little thing called God's judgment. That's what I think.
But even in his,
but I'm trying to understand the Nebula tie-in. Now, obviously, like Nebula is a I don't know. It's a subscription service that a lot of more successful YouTubers than myself put their content on, but I don't know if the reason that was redacted was that because of it wasn't violence, right? It wasn't redacted for violence. Is it just does Nebula like I'm like wondering, how does Nebula have a separate standard for copyright? It was just copyright then. Wow. I want to find out how. So it's just because there's a paywall on it that there's a different standard for copyright. Is that how that works? Usually it's a copyright issue. I think it's just for copyright. Okay. FD plugs Nebula at the end. I think that it's just to get around the DMCA, huh?
It's right-wing criticism.
I always wonder about that on stuff that gets, claimed if I could put it up on page. But I mean, if they can put it up on Nebula, I could put it up on Patreon, right?
Also shown some real guts and insight on its condemnation of liberal politics and how they're often just the other side of the same coin.
Okay, now while I don't consider like AOC, at least in her role as representative, I don't consider AOC to be, what I would call like a socialist. I don't think she's a good representative for a liberal either. I think she is highly atypical for a liberal politician.
The Boys is very popular, very successful, and, had a relatively wide, diverse audience in terms of politics because it was just too good to be avoided by those who are more right-wing in their ideology. However, something clearly changed in season 4.
Jewish space lasers.
For Singer.
Oh no, there's some MTG. There's an MTG in The Boys. I gotta watch this. What is The Boys on? Chat, what streaming service is this on? Yeah, okay, chat, from now on, okay, you gotta make me a promise, all right? I have Amazon, right? I have Amazon streaming service. The last thing I watched on it was literally Fallout. It's on Prime? Okay, so I should have watched this. I didn't know it was on Prime. Yeah, I actually have Prime.
Replaces us with a bunch of transgender illegals that will do everything.
Save the boogeyman shit for the idiots.
Ew, what did he get squirted with? Okay, so you got to let me know from now on whenever there's anything good on Prime, because that's the problem. I have Prime, I just don't know what's good on it. Like I don't know what to watch. It's breast milk.
After having Homelander date a Nazi in season 3 and kill an innocent man in public, something that Trump said he could do himself and get away with it.
Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
It feels like the show was like, okay, these motherfuckers really aren't getting it, so we're gonna be even less subtle and more alienating to this right-wing fan base. So they made one of the more popular characters have a same-sex relationship, including explicit man-on-man kissing and implied sex, which makes a certain type of guy cover their face like an 8-year-old seeing boobs for the first time.
It's controversial. Oh my God. Did you show gay love? Oh my God.
New Villains is an on-the-nose representation of Marjorie Taylor
I guess.
Greene and Lauren Boebert, two right-wing politicians that
but it's a combination of the two. I can
really like perfect for this type of show.
Are Jewish space lasers brainwashing you into joining their shuls?
No, God.
According to Q,
They make her even more like mask off anti-Semitic.
I'm saying according to Q, again, I don't have any proof of this, but we're talking about who is Q, so I'm going to tell you what he says. According to him, many in our government are actively worshiping Satan.
Grinder at the RNC has entered chat.
Or they call Moloch.
One of the more interesting changes was the introduction of another new villain, Sister Sage, a black woman that is really far more challenging than the show gets credit for. The lazy analysis is to see Sister Sage as a black woman aiding in literal white supremacy and think, oh, Candace Owens, you know, or the usual tap dancing sellout black women that you see with the Republican Party. But really, Sister Sage is more comparable to another black woman seeking power, serving a similar role. But we don't have time for that right now.
Why would you do this?
To see if I could.
They did season 4 in such a way that right-wingers couldn't deny it was making fun of them. That's usually the jump the shark moment. Wasn't that the jump the shark moment with Joker 2? The fact that it was blatantly kind of poking them in the eye, or at least poking the edgelords in the eye.
Thank you. This was so much.
Right-wingers have been turning on the boys because they've been more explicit about Homelander in the past couple of seasons. I think we should say the corporate centrists are the far left and they were just populists. I'm sorry, I don't know if I got that. Had a literal Nazi in the second season. Oh yeah, they showed the girlfriend of Homelander. We'll get there.
And this creates a lot of changes with the main villain of the show, Homelander. Homelander has always been a villain and overtly pretty awful.
Go ahead. Release it. Let's light this candle, huh? I mean, sure, I'll lose everything, but then I'll have nothing to lose.
But
so is it because Amazon's just so like strikey? Is that why? Because other things like he just shows, right?
There was
maybe it's like when it's on a streaming service, they go after it like more doggedly.
And a subtle element of humanity and struggle within Homelander's villainy. I get why some edgelords identify with Homelander because most of his problems and challenges are responses to his reality and his existence to which he had minimal control over. And this is a through line for edgelord Sigmund Bell ideology and behavior. When you look at The Crow and John Wick and Walter White and Rick Sanchez, etc.
Oh, I get it. So if like society or life forces you into this villain role, are you really a villain or not? If you're forced, that gets you by the like, that gets you past like the moral question of it, right? If you're forced into that role,
etc., you see that their response, while misanthropic, is at least in some specific way justified, even if it's negative. And we get that with Homelander.
So what if I took you to a house you'd never seen before, full of photos of parents you never met, toys you never played with, Hardy Boy books that you never read. And then I asked you how much all that fake fucking bullshit meant to you.
In earlier seasons, we're meant to empathize with him. We recognize his maternal ruin and abandonment issues and the fact that he was raised in the lab with no parents, no family, and how this translates to his preferences with women.
Are you thirsty?
Oh, wait, what? What? Wait. Has he got a little Xanderhal in him? Is that what FD is saying? Oh no, that's why that's breast milk? He's into MILFs? Is that what's going on? Is that the story with the Homelander? Here, let's... Sorry, I don't know how Twitch feels about scenes like that. A little Xanderhal. I'm sorry, I'm talking about a content creator who's well known for being his attraction to MILFs. It's well, okay, I don't want to say that. I'm not going that far, Coach Sam.
Human as opposed to a product.
Every year, she would bake me a birthday cake in the shape of a baseball diamond. And
my favorite was when Hassan mentioned Xanderhal and he couldn't think of his name or he just didn't want to say his name. And so he's like, I don't watch the xylitol or whatever the fuck his name is.
I gotta tell you, it was perfect. perfect. Everything, down to the...
Wait, Olay called who a freaky ass frog? Wait, Homelander or Xylitol?
Last minute details. Just like her.
Cut. Perfect. So great.
Most significantly, I think, is that up until this point, Homelander hasn't had much of a plan other than surviving and destroying his enemies. So because of all this, while I don't get how anyone can see Homelander as a good guy,
Homelander is more into milk than MILFs.
I can understand why many empathize with the position he's in until Sister Sage ironically changes a lot of that. Unlike Homelander, Sister Sage has a more explicit agenda for how much she hates humans.
He gets it from the source?
And what she sees as her vision for the future, and she pulls Homelander into that through a little bit of manipulation, a little bit of really just unearthing Homelander's actual desires and wants.
If you crush the masses, who builds your monuments? Who tongues your taint? No, the people will tear it apart themselves. Just gotta nudge them a little. And you get to swoop in, be the one saving it.
Like Caesar.
Like Caesar.
And in doing so, we see Homelander start being a much more calculated,
oh my God,
right villain and lose.
Oh my God! Of course, he's into ancient Rome.
Lose any semblance of humanity or empathy that he had in earlier seasons.
No, what's that guy doing? Do I want to know what that guy's doing?
He still has mommy issues, control issues, insecurity, etc., but it's less prominent now. It's behind his explicitly villainous goals.
Is that guy doing a Jeremy Tubin?
Of world domination, possibly even genocide.
You'll no longer be beloved celebrities. You will be wrathful gods.
He's orchestrating murder prediction for next season. And you could argue that he's less interesting of a character possibly now, but he's definitely more effective and bothersome as a villain.
Victoria, if you stray even an inch off that path, I will make sure Zoe knows nothing.
Wait, how is he able to play this much of it? I gotta be careful.
I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards.
The show figured out how to be even less subtle and openly try to alienate that portion of its fan base. And in response to its wokeness, there was a significant backlash.
He's making milk.
The show's fourth season was reviewed since for a show that was inherently political from its first episode. So if that was their goal, consequences be damned, then they were very, very successful. The response to this show on Twitter and in the public discourse is that it's now gone woke, and that's been pretty entertaining for me, but it also begs a couple of...
So people saying that something's gone woke, which was very political, very left from the beginning.
Questions that
I'm not ready to watch The Boys.
I'm going to come to at the end. Let's get on to our next show.
What do I need to watch first, Half Black Reaper?
So if you're a regular follower, then you know one of my favorite punching bags on this channel is Attack on Titan. I've talked about it multiple times, and I went on record to say...
He actually debated Sunday on this.
My most dedicated anti-fans hate me specifically for...
Especially Sunday, yo!
...of the show.
Yo!
Which is ironic because...
Sunday, you got a subtweet.
I also went on record to talk about how much I love the show and how everyone should watch it despite its issues. Like, if you're a fan of the show...
Okay, look, the thing that bothers me about Attack on Titan is actually the vor. I don't know. Like...
And I'm a fan of the show. Why?
Like, I hate how it, starts off with, the mom getting ate.
Animosity, Jack. Why so much hate when we're all just Attack on Titan fans here?
It's graphic, so if you're responding like that to these clips... Oh, no. I'm responding like that because I have internalized the platforms that I exist on, and I recognize that Twitch has a very low tolerance, and they're not clear. They're not clear about, what is, acceptable and what is not. So I try to veer on the side of being a little bit more advertiser / family friendly, although maybe that doesn't matter since they slap a political label on me regardless. There's someone on TikTok who found a right-winger list of woke games, and the reason why they don't play them is hilarious. I think I saw that, Coach Sam.
Except I think I understand it better than you, and that's okay. That should be fine. But instead, it seems like other fans of the show don't like that I have this opinion on the show's theme. Except you're a fan.
Wait, I'm sorry. I stepped on what he was trying to say. Let's hear it out.
Specifically for my criticism of the show, which is ironic because I've also went on record to talk about how much I love the show and how everyone should watch it despite its issues. Like, if you're a fan of the show and I'm a fan of the show, why the animosity, Jack? Why so much hate when we're all just Attack on Titan fans here? Except I think I understand it better than you, and that's okay. That should be fine. But instead, it seems like other fans of the show don't like that I have this opinion on the show's.
All right, chat. If I was to finish Attack on Titan, should I do one, read the manga, or two, should I watch the rest of the anime? Which of these would be, which is the definitive Attack on Titan experience? Sunday isn't the only one. FD has a lot of weirdo edgelord AOT fans that get mad at him.
Themes and flaws, and for some reason that really frustrates him. I wish I could show you all the Reddit threads I've seen. I'll leave all my old Attack on Titan takes in the description for you to judge for yourself, as well as some videos that I think did things better than I did. For instance, I gotta show a little love to a man of many cats, who I think did the most balanced and accessible assessment of the show's issues and how it handles war and fascism. His video was the first I watched that talked about the character Erwin Smith and how he's a direct reference to Erwin Rommel, a literal Nazi general, and how they match up in some uncomfortable ways that really make the whole "this is totally not a fascist show" argument not hold up as well as some of y'all think. But that's not the point of this video. Go watch it when you can. Instead, I want to return against my favorite punching bag from the show, Eren Yeager, and how the public discourse around him has evolved since the
anime is a very faithful depiction, and the author even made some tweaks with the anime. So I would say anime. Okay.
Anime.
What streaming service is this on? Is this Netflix?
The ending of the show happened earlier.
Crunchyroll.
This year. In the first 95% of the manga, and maybe
from what I've observed, forget the manga, it's also not drawn that well, huh?
99.9% of the show.
Crunchyroll.
Yeager is your typical show.
Okay, so I can watch it with ads. Okay, so I can watch it with ads on Crunchyroll. Doesn't Netflix has ads now, right?
And protagonist. He starts out as a plucky, spirited kid with an explicit goal. He has some really
explicit goal: kill all the Titans.
Heavy barriers for reaching that goal, but eventually it seems like he's going to be on his way. And then there's a major time skip, and he goes.
I actually kind of like the what are they called? Like they're it's one thing that a lot of people don't like about Attack on Titan. Their gear. Like, what is it called? The grappling hooks and the shit that they fly around on. It's on Hulu as well. I didn't really like how it turned kind of Nazi light. Oh, the anime?
Goes from being a plucky shonen protagonist to the coolest, most Sigma badass guy in the history of Sigma badassery. It's really bizarre, and it's where a lot of the fans or anti-fans of the show begin to split. And it's also when his popularity skyrockets with edgelords and with the ladies. He becomes the real dark triad Chad. And I say that not all that jokingly, as his mostly reasonable and responsible behavior in the first half of the show / manga devolves into the edgiest we live in a society behavior ever.
Omnidirectional gear. Yeah, I really like the omnidirectional gear. Like, is the video game any good?
Commits multiple atrocities, gets his friend killed, beats up another friend, inspires an overtly fascist uprising to which he does little to stop, and then ends with a literal global genocide, ending the society that caused him so much harm that results in the death of 80% of the world's population. In that regard, he's literally worse than Thanos. He literally killed more humans than Thanos did.
Yeah, Thanos did half, right?
No matter what's your opinion on Eren.
Wait, did Eren kill all of the humans or just all the humans that weren't on the island?
Or the manga's politics, this ending and the way it was handled with the character was very divisive, but for different reasons to different people. To some, the way Eren's behavior is depicted as worthy and heroic was a real head scratcher and really made people uncomfortable. And to others, there was still a lot of difficult to understand plot threads that didn't quite come together or weren't very satisfying. But to that specific crowd of edgy boys and horny girls, they hated the way that Eren went from a badass Sigma male to a crying, brain-broken, and confused.
Yeah, the Dark Triad thing was kind of a Destiny meme. I mean, that's how I experienced it. That's when I first heard about it, was Destiny found a online test where you could measure your Dark Triad levels, and it's some kind of an, it's like taken from a test that they give to evaluate whether somebody has like antisocial personality disorder or other names I think apply. Right, what is it? Machiavellianism antisocial. I'm trying to remember what all it is. Wetting the bed is part of the dark triad for real? You can only watch One Piece on Crunchy or Netflix. I can't remember what the other one is, but anyway, there's a dark triad, right? You can take a test to measure it. And so what Destiny does is like I think Melania? No, what the fuck is her name? Melina. It's Melina. Melina is in the room as he takes it, and he takes it and he scores very low. And he's like, oh, okay, no, not a sociopath. So narcissism is one of them. Okay. Right. So, and then she leaves the room and Destiny turns to the webcam and he's like, okay, boys, let's go. Let's take it for real now. And he takes it again and he scores like really fucking high on it. And it's like, you couldn't tell if he was memeing. You couldn't really Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy. Oh, that's the antisocial, yeah, one. So anyway, when that was popping, I took it too, and obviously I scored really low on all the fields, but then I found like a Google image that showed one that was like really high, and I posted it on Twitter. And I had people respond to it and like take it seriously. They're like, I always knew.
All the words they like to use for, dudes with actual issues in the course of a few panels. The original intention was to clearly...
That's what a psychopath would say, what Destiny said?
...criticize Aaron's behavior and him as a character, how he was always meant to be a false hero, not an anti-hero, but a false one. That's straight from the mouth of the story's creator, Hajime Isayama, who alludes to the fact that he sees a...
So now this is the guy that people say maybe is a fascist, like the more critical people about Attack on Titan think that like have found, I don't know, supposed like far-right connections to this guy.
A lot of himself in Aaron and struggles with the...
I don't know enough to really evaluate it myself. I've seen a lot of discourse about it though.
Confidence of his own work.
I didn't think I could become one of the big ones. The only publisher which showed any interest was Kodansha. My self-esteem was so low. When my editor said he liked it, I remember thinking, what's wrong?
Wait, that wasn't your test? You've seen it, Omega Star? Is it still up on Twitter? God damn.
This guy.
Aaron is initially depicted as this visionary driven...
I mean, I guess that's kind of an edgelord thing to post like a, fake one of those.
Irresolute in his goals. A lot of people, not just the edgy ones, were attracted to him because of that. The idea of having that much fire and fight in you and not letting anything stop you from moving forward, along with those abs, right? I get the appeal.
Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Wait, whoa, wait a minute.
That. The idea of having that much fire and fight in you and not letting anything stop you from moving forward, along with those...
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God, it's a 10-pack. It's a 10-pack. I mean, those do exist, apparently.
Abs, right? I get the appeal. But it's also clear that Aaron moving forward was bad for everyone else. And I think
the funny thing about like the higher number of pack, like what I'm talking about, like a 6-pack, like, right. Or an 8-pack. The funny thing about the number of packs that you can have is it's not dependent on your training at all. It's literally like how many segments of muscle do you grow there. And it's just like how you're born. Right. I mean, you can have ripped abs and not have a 6-pack because you just don't have 6 divisions. Some people have 7. Some people are asymmetric. Omnidirectional gear requires a lot of core strength. I need that exercise. Abs are up to the pecs. It's not too much.
His fans didn't...
Yeah, insertion versus origin points. Well, yeah, it's like... So we're talking about the muscle we're talking about is the abdominis recti, and I guess it can attach at different places. I haven't really seen a lot of that, but it's they're not separate muscles. Like each bulge is not a separate muscle. What it is that there's like muscle, there's connective tissue, there's muscle, there's connective tissue, and that's where you're seeing those ridges. It's where the muscle is versus where the connective tissue. And if your like body composition is low enough in fat and high enough in muscle, then they'll show up more through your skin.
Seem to get or care about this fact as long as they could project their fantasies onto the character. And in the end, when it's revealed that Aaron's whole moving forward shtick was an act and he was actually being compelled and controlled by other forces outside of his own, that he was really just a lost little boy, scared at what was happening to him and what he was doing, that really undoes the Sigma iconography and ruin him in his fans' eyes. And you get why, because
yeah, it depends on, well, as far as it actually, whether it shows up. Yeah, a lot of people think you can just train your way into having abs, and it's actually like somebody said, you're only even going to see that stuff if your fat level is low enough. And there can be unhealthily low fat levels, especially if you're an estrogen dominant system like myself.
That is who they really are, and that's not what they wanted from that story and that character. And so this pissed off his fanboys to the point where they were claiming that it had to be fake or saying that Isayama was forced to rewrite it and all kinds of other stuff. And they really hoped that the anime version of the story would fix this obvious mistake and they would get a more satisfying version of the character they fell in love with. But instead, it just got worse.
No. Break my heart. I don't want her to find someone else. I want to be her one and only love, even if she does get over me. I think it should take her 10 years at least.
In the anime version of the ending, they purposely downplay some of the more concerning messages, like when one of the characters thanks Eren for committing a global genocide. So they made some changes, but they didn't make the changes that this population wanted. Instead, they doubled down on showing Eren to be a confused little boy, a loser that really failed upward. He does all the same things he does in the manga, but they turned the pitiful tone of his explanations up even more. It's harder to watch than it was to read if you're coming from that specific standpoint. They even added this specific shot into it where Eren calls himself an idiot. This isn't a panel from the books. There's no shot that looks like this. This is a creative decision they made to frame Eren as the loser he truly is, much like with the boy.
Under 5% for males, under 8% for females is unhealthy.
They wanted to make sure no one was confused about what the message about this character actually was. Contrast this image of him sitting in the ocean of blood with the seashell or whatever this is to the way he was depicted some episodes back, and you get why people are pissed off. It's like they took Batman and turned him into Scrappy-Doo.
Correction!
Scrappy-Doo found dead in Miami.
The new improved Scrappy!
Is Scrappy-Doo old to you?
Is Scrappy-Doo like the final boss or something in one of those Scooby-Doo movies?
Who's really fucking old. Needless, help me. Give me some Scrappy-Doo, but like for Gen Z, right here.
Yes!
I don't know. We'll see what happens there. My personal theory is that
I miss the musical toilets, right? That was my favorite era. Like, that was what I liked about Skibbity Toilets, was the, but I guess that music gets you in trouble with copyright.
This came directly from Isayama. As I mentioned earlier, Isayama is on record saying that he identifies heavily with Eren.
I dipped out, I gotta be honest. I'm not watching Skibbity Toilet anymore after it started to be more about just like a military battle.
He's also on record saying that no one made him change the ending and that this is the ending he's always had in mind.
Like, somebody let me know when Plunger Man comes back. I'm gonna watch it when they get Plunger Man back.
Interestingly is that he often said he never felt comfortable with his success. He struggled with feeling inferior, and when he first started Attack on Titan, he thought that it'd get canceled pretty quickly. And once it became a huge phenomenon, he was shocked, confused, and in many ways horrified.
They ditched the song. I mean, it still like exists. Like, I mean, that's the toilet's language, right? It's the skibbity bop bop. So it still kind of exists there, but as far as like the groove, you know. And the other song they had was Everybody Wants to Rule the World by Tears for Fears, which they got clapped. In fact, I think if you watch the old episodes, the Tears for Fears song only exists maybe on shorts.
From his own success.
It's an altered Timbaland beat.
その 20% の生き残りになることが目標だったんで、あと絵が下手だったんで、それは難しいだろうと。 打ち切りにならないことも難しいだろうと思ってました。こんなになるとはとても思ってませんでした。ニューヨークまで来るとは思ってませんでした、本当。
Much like Aaron, a lot of people looked at him as this visionary figure making amazing works, which to be fair, he really was, but he saw himself as more of what we see Aaron as in the ending of the manga and anime. And again, for your stereotypical edgelord who fantasizes about this, who wants this image to aspire to, having the plan and the power to enact that plan, having the power to destroy or maybe even recreate a society that better fits who they are, that is what Aaron did, and they just kind of shit all over it. I have a little more empathy with these guys more than the right-wingers with the boys, because again, the boys was not subtle.
Are Jewish space lasers brainwashing you into joining their shoals?
But Attack on Titan at times was, or at least required more analysis to see what was really happening. But Attack on Titan also has the problem where they don't really commit to their themes. You can't try to present an anti-war, anti-military message while also having the epic military battles with Sakuga-filled moments of badassery. A lot of regular viewers don't get the intentions and will be angry or at best confused when you take their main protagonist who's been shown like this for several years and then suddenly show him like this.
I don't want her to find someone else.
So despite my antagonism for the community, I do feel for them because it does feel like a bait and switch. But it's not the biggest bait and switch that happened here. Let's talk about the most recent Joker.
Let's talk about the Joker, the one that I haven't seen.
Let's get to the reason why this video was made. Let's talk about the Joker, or Joker 2. Fuck it. I should have looked up how to pronounce that before I started filming, but I don't care. The movie doesn't deserve it. There's a ton to say about the entirety of the Joker character apart from the two most recent solo movies. As a nerd who grew up in the 80s and 90s, it's interesting seeing how this character has become bigger and bigger and bigger over the last 20 years in pop culture and gone from this campy and over the top.
Yo, that's the OG Joker?
Top low-key queer-coded character that was,
I mean, wait, if the Joker's not queer-coded, then it's not the Joker.
Loved, but not iconic and idolized as he is now, the legend that is the Joker. Some of that low-key probably has to do with late capitalism, but mostly I think it's from the undeniable high point, which was Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight movie, which gave us the most popular rendition of the character, possibly of all time, in Heath Ledger's Joker.
I believe whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger.
And the legend of this performance was only made even more prominent when Ledger suddenly died not long after playing the role.
The actor Heath Ledger was found dead today in an apartment here in New York City. He was just 28 years old.
Which I think he won a Grammy for.
Yeah, how did the Joker end up surfing?
Editor correct me and showed a picture of him.
What kind of plot is that where the Joker is surfing? You got the villain surfing? Right, because it's got to be. It can't just be that he happens to be surfing. He was taking a day off, and we're gonna Batman wouldn't follow him on his day off, right? The show is gonna show the action, and so if he's surfing, that means that Batman and Robin are on a surfboard together, and they are surfing behind him. They're trying to catch him, potentially. That's got to be right. It's got to be that. It's got to be that surfing is part of the action. He ends up surfing as part of the plot of the back and forth with Batman and Robin and the Joker, which is wild to me. I mean, honestly, right? I would much sooner see a Joker on his day off, or I don't know, Arkham Prison has a field trip or something. It's just really? He surfed away from Batman? What kind of situation were they in? Some kind of nautical situation? Did the Joker and Batman end up in a nautical situation? I just don't understand how this happens. This sounds like you want to do some kind of different movie and you're just shoehorning it into her. Joker and Freddy Krueger have always had the same vibe to me. Oh my god. Yeah, the 60s.
A Grammy or show.
So it's psychedelic? It's weird on purpose?
Be looking dumb, whichever one is correct. But this is not to say that the character's chaotic.
Was it literally psychedelic?
Elements were not popular before then because we have something like The Killing Joke, which has always been one of the most iconic Joker stories, even if it actually...
Batman, did you eat all this acid? That's right, Robin. Put that tape on. I want you to throw the radio into the tub when the rabbit bites its own head off. Can you do that, Robin? Can you do that for me? I'm sorry, I can't do the Batman voice for you, but
isn't that good. And at least to me, the biggest reason why
Fear and Loathing in Gotham City. You got it. You got it. That's Fear and Loathing in Gotham City.
the Joker is popular comes from him being a focal point of arguably the best piece of Western animation ever in the Batman animated series that started in the early 90s.
Say, don't I know you?
Oh wait, this is a good Joker. This is the Mark Hamill Joker, right?
Sure, Bruce Wayne. Ah, so this is how your family made all those billions.
Wait, what, by gambling? I don't understand. 60s TV would often take strips that failed from failed pilots and reuse them as episodes for an established show. Oh, wow.
What is to say the Joker?
I almost want to. Oh yeah, I thought about this, chat. I was thinking about this today. Okay, so like whenever I raid into a Twitch streamer, and I'm not going to say who because I'm not trying to dry snitch here, but a lot of them happen to be watching, you know, some sort of a, you know, Kitchen Nightmares or, you know, some, you know, it's obviously like television. See, if I was going to do that, I would cosplay like a like Southern version of myself, and I would basically watch Hee Haw with y'all, and I would go full hog for you, right? That's how I would have to be in character and find something like truly weird to watch. That's what I don't understand about Twitch streamers, right? I mean, I get that if you can get away with watching, you know, some television show and it works for you. I don't know how that I don't know how you're getting away with that, right? But like, you know, that it can be pretty fun. That's great. A streamer reacting to like a show. Awesome. Awesome. But if you're gonna react to a show, can you make it a little weirder? Is that just me that wants it to be weirder? I need it to be weirder. I need it to be a character watching the show, and the show be a Nashville version of Saturday Night Live. Does it make sense? Hee haw. But that would have to be a whole nother channel, right? That would not fit like in my channel. But I have a vision. I have a vision. I just don't know if it's realistic. Maybe they just know the specific shows they can watch or something, or there's some. I don't know. I don't know how it works. But I always see that shit on Twitch, and I'm always like, huh. I forgot which streamer it was, but one of them watched Appalachian slapping contest. Wait, are Appalachian slapping? I know about the slapping contests, right? That sounds rough. Just be a VTuber at that point? But well, that's not going to save me from copyright. Copyright is copyright. And it's usually, don't be like Maury Calliope? Wait, how is that like, oh, if I was a VTuber, I wouldn't want to be like Maury Calliope. No, I don't have any tweets with the, with the N-word, unlike Maury Calliope, who has like a wall of them, apparently. It wasn't enough for her to just tweet that once or twice. Damn.
Is an amazing character.
Does Maury Calliope just like disappoint everyone as soon as you find out? Is that just how like the whole arc is like, you're like, huh? And then you're like, oh, and then you listen to her first album and you're like, oh, and then you watch Brad Tasted Music and you're like, oh, did not know that this was what I was dealing with here.
Character and a versatile one who, if I'm honest, is low-key made worse by the weird fan base he developed after the Dark Knight movie.
I'm disturbed.
Because he stopped being this versatile character and started being just the edgelord version of himself.
Think it's
Cotillion debutante chick.
time for you to take
Oh god, Onision again.
See, Batman.
I will die on.
Like, I'm totally cool with the cartoon Joker, but the real life dudes dressing up like the Joker, it's just a little bit disconcerting. It's a little bit disconcerting.
The hill that the Joker the world needed the most that we didn't get was Jared Leto's Joker. I think Jared Leto's Joker.
This is a bad Joker?
Would have been like the perfect version of what the Joker really needed to be to bring a lot of.
Wait, this is good?
Toxic edgelord.
I've heard people say bad shit about this movie.
Shit back down to the ground. I think he was seeing that.
It has that one song though.
So unpopular, partly because he was kind of a slap in the face of that toxic edgelord nonsense. Instead of giving us what the Joker really would be in real life. If like, look at Dax, okay? The people that are still acting like that Joker right now. Anyway, no shade, Dax. I'm sorry. That was a little shady. I don't know if Dax deserves that. Ooh, let alone Dax, Diddy. Like Diddy's Joker cosplay a couple.
No, I have not seen this. I've never seen, I didn't know that Diddy did a Joker cosplay. This is a very bad Joker. Yeah, this is a cursed Joker. God, Jokers are just like Pepes, aren't there? There's like a gazillion of them. Some more rare than others. Simulacrum Joker, nice. My cousin was a VTuber. Hopefully she never returns to Twitch. Was it bad? Over the top, Southern waitress stereotype chick. It's the diddler, or the, I can't make it go with Joker.
Years ago.
Hey, don't touch me. You're a clown!
Wait. Did he get into some serious shit dressed as the Joker? Did he just dress as the Joker? Or they looked like somebody was getting arrested there. That costume was infamous even at that time.
You don't like me, you motherfucking front. Get to it, bitch.
So he has some minions there too.
He was Joker he picked. I'm just saying, Jared Leto's not looking so bad right now. What do you do when a side character...
Wait, which one? His was the Heath Ledger, right?
Like Diddy's Joker.
Yeah. That's
compelling than the hero he shares a story with. Well,
oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Batman's kind of boring, right?
You're Warner Brothers and you're fucking stupid.
And sort of unlikable too. Yeah, that.
Give him his own movie, of course. And that gave us a Joker film in maybe 2019, 2018, which was very divisive, but unequivocally a success in the box office. And critically, I think it was nominated for plenty of awards. Some simply appreciated a good and interesting film with some homages, some would say outright burglaries of other better films from director Martin Scorsese, such as The King of Comedy and the aforementioned Taxi Driver. And it had at least...
It really does remind me of Taxi Driver.
In spirit and overall good message, as it attempted to critique and analyze the Joker's appeal to that specific type of young man who feels put upon and betrayed by society and finds a sense of liberation and inspiration with the chaotic sociopathy of the Joker. The first Joker movie understood that it had an audience locked in to see what it had to say, to see what it was going to say directly to them. And it wanted that audience to feel seen and heard within the film, even as it attempted to criticize and preach to that audience. Joker was supposed to be empathetic, but fundamentally a negative depiction and broken and hurt.
All I have are negative thoughts, but you don't listen anyway. I said, for
Wait, Diddy did Batman too?
My whole life, I didn't know if I even really existed.
And yes, we should empathize with that experience and that disposition and seek ways to address those problems at a societal level. But overall, we need to show that that response is wrong. Arthur Fleck.
Wait till you learn of the three Jokers?
Was dealt a horrible hand in life, and it's hard to see him struggle through it with so little help to keep him moving forward and keep him from breaking down. And when he does break down and give in to his delusions and anger, you understand why, and you empathize with the horrible things he does, but you're not supposed to admire and idolize those things. And that, as I'm explaining this entire video, does not work with that core audience.
You think men like Thomas Wayne ever think what it's like to be someone like me? To be somebody but themselves? They don't.
I remembered watching the movie in theaters and being frustrated because, unlike some others, which, you know, to each their own, I admit The film was very enjoyable. It was well done on a lot of levels, even if it was stealing some of its best parts from other better movies. I wanted to like it, but I knew enough because of my experience and research that the population the film was aimed at would not get the message at all and would become what they became in the preceding years. The Joker is a perfect example of how the angry, sad white man story doesn't work. It makes the mistake of trying to criticize something while making it look either completely justified. All these movies purport to say, hey, this is bad, but also, hey, this is badass. And while you here watching me surely are smart enough or, aligned enough with certain political ideology to balance these two elements, many others, especially those who probably need to hear this message the most, don't have that balance and don't see this part of the equation. Arthur Fleck as the Joker in this movie gets to enact brutal and in the eyes of the film, somewhat righteous violence against his bullies and tormentors and society as a whole. And his one in our society for the senseless violence that he enacts, literally.
Oh, why is everybody so upset about these guys? If it was me dying on the sidewalk, you'd walk right over me. I pass you every day and you don't notice me. But these guys, what, because Thomas Wayne went and cried about them on TV? Everybody just yells and screams at each other. Nobody's civil anymore. Nobody thinks what it's like to be the other guy.
And then after this, he gets multiple iconic scenes where he's framed as a hero. Now, maybe these are delusions, maybe they're not. We don't quite know as the movie doesn't decide to tell us this. With the most egregious one to me, where he dances on top of a cab surrounded by other people who are like-minded, idolizing him. And yes, after this, he does finally get caught and sent to jail, but he does it with a smile, feeling like he's accomplished something significant. And I know I said that, spree shootings and senseless violence that comes from this specific nebulous group of—
Does he go to jail or does he go to Arkham? Isn't that the thing about the Batman villains? Oh, I didn't ever think about that. Batman's really drawing a strong association between criminality and mental illness. Like the idea that it's all like every single supervillain out there.
Of people.
Is that how, am I misreading it? I guess I don't know that much about Batman, so I could be wrong.
Is rare, but the people that commit those acts of violence.
Ew. Wait, that's makeup, right? Or is it? I don't know.
It is. And again, I want to be clear, this is not an issue of media literacy. I know what the message is supposed to be. I get it. You get it. But if you look at the tweets for people looking at Joker 2, those people clearly didn't get it. And there's an argument to say that this isn't their fault, but the fault of the creators. They don't want to be as challenging to this right-wing ideology and iconography as they say they do. Otherwise, the population—
This is a criticism. I have not heard of it yet.
That likes those stories that are supposed to be criticized within them wouldn't love them uncritically and probably wouldn't watch. Media analysis and comprehension isn't just understanding what a piece of media is saying, it's also understanding what that piece of media is doing. And what a piece of media is saying, I'm sure the directors and writers that made Crash, the 2004 Academy Award-winning movie, they probably thought they were making the anti-racism opus that white audiences lauded it for. But when I watched it and I saw a black woman that had to hug and rely on the racist, crooked cop that sexually assaulted her in front of her black husband who did nothing, I didn't get anti-racism from that movie, and most black people didn't. So intention doesn't always match or change.
I've never seen this.
Impact. So when it came to Joker, the first one, with edgelords,
99% of Batman's villains were truly hurt by society.
Red Pillars and Sigmas and all the other, that nebulous group, they did not get the criticism of that worldview from that movie. They got a reinforcement of that worldview. And it seems to me that Todd Phillips took that personally. The very idea that this movie had a sequel had to be somewhat galling to Phillips, who before now was best known for the Hangover trilogy, which, while the first one was good, the final two seasons—
Oh, wait, what? They gave it to a director who was like, really? You want a sequel to this movie?
Into this weird, mean anti-humor.
I made love to a man with movies.
I don't know a lot about Phillips, but what I get from him is that he wants to be seen as a real director and not just the guy who created the Mr. Chow character.
funny fat guy falls on face.
I can't call it on how that should work for him, considering the spottiness of his film catalog. Either way, it's clear that he had a score to settle in his head when directing The Joker 2. I've personally floated the idea that the movie is bad on purpose. I don't know if I'll hold on to that take that much going forward, considering that the movie is $200 million, and it's like, who would allow that to happen? But again, we are talking about Warner Brothers, and they are one of the most...
But for the record, chat, like, it did not do well, right? That's the one thing I know about this film. It was expected to make way more.
Ran movie studio.
Wait, did it do worse than Morbius? Wait, Morbius?
In existence right now. Don't forget that they vaulted a fully finished movie.
Yeah, Morbius. Did it do better than... Did it do, like, less good than Morbius?
People seem to like, just to write it off their taxes, among other things. But then you do have reports that Phillips wanted nothing to do with the DC production universe and didn't really report at all to James Gunn during the filming. It was also not screened in a lot of ways before its initial release. So whether or not you think it was bad on purpose, it definitely purposely wanted to alienate its core audience in the way it was done. At a minimum, regardless of what you think about this movie, you have to understand that aside from a couple of really tacked on feeling elements, it does not want to be seen as a comic book adjacent superhero world movie.
It was bad on purpose.
It does not play into that world much throughout the film.
That it was sort of an anti-comic book movie, so to speak. That it was a character study, a deep dive, and really a movie, you know, that explored mental illness, that explored compassion, that explored all these sort of things we wanted to do under the guise of a comic book film.
In fact, I'd argue it does a lot of things to purposely...
Well, wait, there's kind of a lot of that, right? Because there's so many comic book films, there's a lot of... I mean, I've heard stories, at least, of people writing something and then adapting it to fit like a comic book film, like, script, right? That it's just like, because that's what's getting made. People who would otherwise be writing other stuff, they're just writing that, but they're trying to put their ideas into...
alienate itself from anything related to those types of movies. First and foremost...
Wait, the Hangover movies? Like, which ones were the Hangover? Was that Sarah Marshall and Get 'Em to the Greek? Is that like the trilogy?
For no apparent reason, Joker 2 is a musical. And not even just like...
I mean, it looks like it would be fire, but I haven't seen it.
A musical, like, with all the good parts about a musical. Like, it's not like Chicago or Hairspray or Little Shop of Horrors where there's these big, upbeat, fun musical numbers with large sets or dances or anything like that. The music is all the croony, Frank Sinatra, Tony Bennett type stuff that I guess Lady Gaga also is into. The vocal performances from Gaga and Joaquin Phoenix aren't great. Joaquin Phoenix is not a great singer, and nobody else sings. So not only do you know part of the audience is...
I want Commissioner Gordon to sing.
Gonna be like,
damn
oh my God, it's a musical that's so soy, and they're not gonna like that part of it.
I hate musicals. I do not like anything with interpretive dance. I find it very cringy.
The Joker? Oh, come on. The Joker interpretively dances, though. It's
anybody that might like
part of his character.
Musical is still not going to be entertained because it's just not a fun musical or even a dramatic musical like Les Miserables. I don't know what the music is for other than to just be different and artsy, which it still doesn't do well. And again, it makes me think that there's
when I heard there was a musical, I thought it was like an extension of like him singing Send in the Clowns, that they were like trying to just magnify that element.
The purpose to how alienating that would be, because there's this really like...
But yeah, like I said, I haven't seen it, so...
meta moment toward the end of the movie where Joker is trying to talk to Harley Quinn.
Lady Gaga must have had a really good agent to have them add musical elements into the movie.
And she starts singing and he's like, hey, look, can you stop singing for a second? I really need to talk to you like a normal person. Could you just stop singing? And I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh, but I did. But even beyond that overtly weird choice, the movie also chooses to basically say the first movie isn't real. Like the Joker from that movie, the way that movie ended, goes nowhere in the first film. And the film kind of revolves around this idea that Arthur Fleck is one person and the Joker is this alternate like identity that he doesn't have control over. And that's part of his legal defense. And like a psychiatrist trying to say that, but then the Joker refused it at the end. And I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to think other than to look at the events of the first movie as if they don't count. As such, in this movie, he's barely the Joker or even in the remnant of the Joker. In the rare moments that he is the Joker after Lady Gaga, who I guess is Harley Quinn, but really not at all, again, outside of name, which is sad.
Yeah, if you don't say Mr. J, then you're not really Harley Quinn.
She convinces him to try to be the Joker again, and he does it, and it sucks.
They should have done this with Peterson.
Cringe. He's being his own lawyer.
Also, don't do this to yourself. It isn't you. It isn't me. So you don't think this is me? Well, maybe. You don't know who I really was.
He talks in this goofy Southern accent, and I don't know.
Wait, that's a Southern accent? I thought it was a British accent.
If we're supposed to think this is cool or see it for what it really is, which is weird and cringe. And he tries to do like Joker antics, but they're not well written. Are they not well written on purpose? Because we're supposed to recognize that Arthur Fleck is a loser, which I think that's kind of how it's supposed to be. Or is it not well written because the movie isn't well written? Either way, the experience is the same. It sucks. The film climaxes in this moment where you think you're about to get another big "we live in a society" speech at the end of this trial. Yeah, the whole movie is basically them putting the Joker from the first movie or the first movie itself on trial. And yeah, that's a choice. So he sits down like he's about to make this speech, and then he just doesn't. He says, "I'm not really the Joker. I'm just a broken man with a lot of mental health issues. I don't want to be this guy. I just wish I could start over. I'm very sorry." And like, I wish every shitty anime avatar guy I've ever seen in my comment section or on Twitter would act like that, but it doesn't make for a good film. Like, as a final nail in the coffin to make sure that nobody is confused as to what the message of this movie is and how Todd Phillips feels about the fan base that came to love the first one. Chaos ensues at the end of the trial, and Joker has a chance to escape with two fans that idolize him for his antisocial behavior.
Oh my God, that's the best. That's the best. You're going to escape with parasocials.
So they're literally stand-ins for the fans of the original movie. They get him in the car and they're escaping with him. And
what the fuck?
Jail, and maybe he's gonna go be the Joker. But I think the Joker
That's wild.
Here is Todd Phillips, and he hears the two acolytes talk about how they're gonna tear things up and destroying society and all that stuff. And Joker has this look on his face like, man,
Andrew Tate Talk's like a creepy pirate.
Fuck, y'all are weird. I don't want to be here. And he jumps out the car. He escapes from his own fans, from the fans of the original movie.
Makes sense.
Look at some of the tweets about the Joker, about people walking out on the film. Like, I don't know if bad on purpose is fair, but it definitely was a fuck you to that fan base. And I shouldn't laugh.
This is like if somebody made a documentary on Asmongold, like targeted at his fans, but it was just showing him in a really bad light.
But what else are you gonna do? And I wish I could keep laughing. I wish I could just take this moment to gloat about being right here, right? But then I tried to actually make a video out of this victory lap. So how's this for a plot twist? I'm wrong. This video started out as a B-sides where I would, do a victory lap on those previous takes on the topic after seeing the response in real life people. Like I don't think Todd Phillips or anybody that wrote The Boys saw my old Edgelord video, but I definitely feel like they felt there was a need to be more explicit and direct with their messaging so that they wouldn't be criticized the way that I tend to criticize this type of media. But as I wrote it, more ideas developed, and then I thought about the Attack on Titan thing, and I did a victory lap about that already. And this went from being a small filler video that I would do, waiting on the Diddy video to happen, and ended up being something that I couldn't finish. I found myself stuck in a way that I'm not used to when I write a video. Something about being correct here in my original criticisms of this media didn't feel like it should. Yes, I was right. Or at a minimum, the way I was looking at things seemed to be indicative of the way some of these creators were starting to look at things too. But that feels meaningless now that I'm thinking harder about what is actually happening here. Yeah, it's nice to dunk on right-wingers who don't understand media.
I left with the feeling that I had lost 2 hours of my life that were gone forever, says Omega Star. Me after every Transformer movie, says Coach Sam Chang.
And are so bad at it, in fact, that the creators themselves had to spell it out blatantly so that even an idiot could see it. And yes, this doesn't change their mind, but it's at least fun to read, their angry tweets. But then something else hit me that almost made me kill this whole video. And to explain that, I want to talk about 2 more movies that are in this nebulous, sad white guy genre. These 2 movies are Nightcrawler starring Jake
Oh wait, I don't know this one at all.
Gyllenhaal and Drive
Should I know this?
starring Ryan Gosling. I may have actually gotten these dudes
Oh
mixed
my god, I don't know either of these.
up, to be honest with you. They're darn near interchangeable. The movies are different, but even their posters
Oh wait, no, I know about Drive. I've never seen it though.
damn near the same. And both films follow morally dubious, Sigma male coded, lonely, sad
Oh,
white guy.
it's got a good soundtrack though, right? That's all I know about Drive is the soundtrack. Please don't talk about Doctor Who, FD.
That fight to survive and make sense of
Whoa.
Gyllenhaal's Lewis Bloom character is presented to us in a way to explicitly remove his Hollywood good looks. His skin and hair are both oily and poorly kept, and his mannerisms and behavior present to us an over-the-top, low-key, autistically coded character who doesn't seem to have the ability to interact appropriately in social settings.
How about an internship then? A lot of young people are taking unpaid positions to get a foot in the door. That's something I'd be willing to do.
I'm not hiring a fucking thief.
His performance is unnerving in every way. We're still intrigued by the story and the character, and it's a good film. I want to be clear that both of these movies I really enjoyed, but at
Night Call.
no time are you watching Nightcrawler looking at Lewis Bloom and saying, yeah, he just like me for real, even if he low-key is.
I didn't say that.
On the flip side, Gosling's character in Drive is arguably just as autistically coded, just in a less overt manner that's easier to digest. Instead, his detached behavior and similarly underdeveloped socializing abilities come off as cool. He's so cool, he doesn't even have a name in the movie. He's just the driver the whole time. He wears a cool scorpion jacket, has cool driving gloves and cool driving skills and a really cool hammer that he uses to help, communicate to people his real feelings about how cool he is.
Oh my god, no.
While if you're paying attention,
That's not what I meant to do.
With good media literacy, you might be thinking maybe this guy isn't so cool. The movie still doesn't want you to think too hard about that. Even as you watch his very sad,
oh my god,
identity, but one is clearly more enamored and empathetic to this image than the other. One leaves no room, much like The Boy.
Okay, I guess I shouldn't watch this movie. It's got a good soundtrack, though. Why? Why do I like the soundtrack so much?
And Joker 2.
I didn't know what it was about other than like a car. Like, chat, you know what I know about this? Like, this is the only, reference I have for Drive. This is it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a bop.
How the audience is meant to feel. Both are good, but only one is likely to develop a certain type of fan base. The thing
I gotta listen to Time Cop 1983 then?
Is while people with views similar to mine may be less critical of the way that Nightcrawler engages with this archetype, it doesn't matter either way.
I think somehow astrophysics will let us borrow their copyright. Would you please, astrophysics? I'm a big fan. I've even done a mashup of one of your songs.
These right-wing edgelord type people in question, it won't stop them from ignoring the message of Nightcrawler altogether or ignoring subtext in Drive. It won't change their mind. It won't stop them from being assholes online. It won't stop them from
Okay, so the fact that Hatsune Miku is in the car with Ryan Gosling is actually a really bad thing. I just assumed, I don't know, chat.
recruiting and getting people to fall deeper into reactionary.
Do I want you to compose a no comment opening for me? Do you have an idea?
Online spaces. From the angle that I present up until this point, this movie does things the right way, but what difference does that actually make? A few weeks ago, I saw a video for one of my new favorite
There we go.
boy streamer type guys.
That's where Tyler goes in the... Wow. You're in a video essay, Tyler.
List of low-key
How does it feel?
Creators that I watch, but I won't talk about too much because I don't know when they're gonna do some fuck shit. And so Tyler's kind of, he's a newcomer. He's getting up to that.
Wait, he's got Bad and Fadada on there too. Yo, I don't know when they're gonna do some fuck shit. Like, how about any time? How about like probably doing it right now? Like, what? Yeah, I mean, I can feel the problematicity.
Upper mid-tier area. So shout out to Tyler for now. We'll see how long this lasts. But West Side Tyler, aka SA Side Tyler, did a behemoth 3.5-hour video.
Wait, is FD milking Tyler's content? Chat, is it time?
Called Starship Troopers and the Death of Satire. And in it,
is it time?
A very strong argument that Starship Troopers, the 1996 Paul Verhoeven film based on the intensely right-wing, if not outright fascist book of the same name by Robert Heinlein, he compellingly presents that movie isn't the subversive satire of fascism that a lot of us media critics on the left like to say it is. Instead,
is it that time again?
That Starship Troopers, the film, is arguably more...
Is that what we're doing?
...pro-fascist media than the book it's based on.
Starship Troopers is propaganda, not a satire of propaganda. Not even really satire. It is propaganda, you might say. In fact,
this is so wrong.
Aren't we so much more clever than them? They don't care. Verhoeven
I'm sorry.
Starship Troopers has a runtime of approximately 2 hours and 9 minutes, of which the FedNet scenes, where essentially all of the overtly satirical moments take place, comprise a total of 6 minutes and 13 seconds. That leaves us with 2 hours of a film that is non-stop action with a clear-cut message of us versus them, the good guys versus the bugs, done in the style of the most influential propagandist of the literal Nazi regime.
He then goes on to criticize the very nature of this type of endeavor, both in media and in media criticism. Just how many times will we point and laugh at the chuds? I mean, don't get me wrong.
2025 is going to be a satire of fascism. It's a satire of humanity, isn't it? I think I figured out what Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is a satire of humanity created by the literal fucking devil. That's what he is. He just brings out the absolute worst in people. Whether that be cowardice, or whether that be complicity, or whether that be hate. That's who he is.
It's fun and cathartic, but it's also a limited use tool. And after watching his video, I realized why I was struggling to finish this one. Again, repeating myself, we know by now that when the edgelords and chuds and Nazis and red pillars and whomever else watch Fight Club or Falling Down or play Spec Ops The Line or Helldivers, they just attach to the thing they like that reinforces...
Wait, do edgelords play Helldivers? I thought Helldivers was kind of like political in a good way. I was kind of worried about the Helldivers game, what type of fan base it would acquire. It's a good fan base, right? I don't know that much about it, but I know people who play it. Donald Trump is actually a Maoist who is making the mockery of the very concept of America. Satire of fascism is an optimistic take. Like Tarantino's view of Clark Kent. Wait, I don't know. He's a caricature of an American?
The ideology that they're connected to. And we either shout at them the parts that they miss, or we laugh amongst ourselves about how they're too dumb to get it. And that's fun, but it's important to engage with the fact that I don't think we're getting it either. My core argument up until this point has been that if the media allows itself to be misinterpreted, then we need to be critical of said media, regardless of what its intentions might have been, because said media is still reflecting a certain ideology, even if it's saying that it wants to criticize it. And I still feel like that's true to an extent, but I need to amend that because ironically, having been proven right in this light forced me to see the limitations of that being the strategy to take on. Because here's an important point that I need to drive home that I've dabbled in, but not really solidified. The Boys season 4 is the worst season of the show.
Jesus.
Oh my God, why is there pee coming out of the...
More critical about right-wing
Do I even want to know what that is?
ideology,
This show freaks me out. I don't think I can watch it.
but to the detriment of it as a piece of media. It gets lazy and predictable and pointless at times.
The troll farms are already digging up fringe anti-Starlight content and injecting it into the mainstream. So far, Starlight's progressive jihad and hashtag arrogant white feminism are showing promise. We need the algorithm to find the most receptive users, then blast the articles to the top of their social feeds until 100 million people are outraged by Starlight for reasons they can't even explain.
And I'll still argue that Attack on Titan is good, right? But the changes they made to the end of the anime version don't fix the ending at all. It just makes it more galling and glaring how the character of Eren Yeager was written. And Joker, A Foy de la Lou, whatever, is the worst movie I've seen in theaters in years. It is genuinely really, really bad and boring and meandering.
I'm sorry, De La Lou. That just got me.
And pointless, even as it makes points.
That just got me.
And the first one made points I hated. At their core, all of these examples I presented still fail to do anything about addressing their flaws, if not just for the fact that they're weak pieces of media. Further, Fight Club is good. Taxi Driver is good. Breaking Bad is good. Rick and Morty, and yes,
Taxi Driver is sweaty.
Did or what Attack on Titan did. If these media really wanted to address the...
I mean, maybe Taxi Driver is good. It's just a little too sweaty for me. You know what I mean? It's like actually sweaty. I don't want to get that on me. You know what I'm saying?
That misunderstood them, they should have first been good. And therein lies the question, can you make something good that still accomplishes the intended goal? And I answered that by talking about those other two movies, Drive
and this shit looks sweaty as fuck too.
Nightcrawler. No, they still wouldn't get it. So if there's really,
I don't know,
no fixing that problem through the media, I'd rather watch something well made and entertaining with bad politics than watch something poorly made and boring with good politics, especially if all I'd end up getting out of it is the smug satisfaction of being right. Because I gotta tell you here on the left, that smug satisfaction of being right is getting us killed. So what is an actual solution here? What is my updated and amended take on all this stuff? Should no breadtuber ever again make the X media is bad and here's why video? No, in fact, we probably still need more but better versions of that with maybe just some tweaks. In the conversation on the Signified Podcast channel, I talked to one of my mentors, Diallo Kenyatta. He makes this point that sharing knowledge and educating really isn't enough considering the state of affairs for our world right now.
Have an odd relationship with art?
So our problem is not lack of education. Our problem is we don't have counter indoctrination and counter propaganda. This is not simply about teaching a student. It's about waging intellectual and psychic warfare. If it was simply a matter of miseducation and I could just sit everybody around and simply tell them false facts versus fiction and present them with the evidence, that would be a very easy task. We have to be propagandists. We have to employ counter indoctrination. It's not a fair fight, and we should not fight fair.
Yeah, we definitely need to continue to deconstruct these stories and pull out their meanings and put them on display for everyone watching to see and understand better than maybe they would have without our help. But as Diallo speaks to here, We need counter indoctrination. We need counter propaganda. We need less stories about sad white men that save today with inherently right-wing antisocial behavior where we say, see, look how bad that is and look how good we are for noticing it. Instead, we actually need stuff where we imagine the world we're fighting to see coming into fruition and imagine battles we actually have to win that world. We need more stuff like Star Trek. Shout out to Jesse Gender. We need a world where they've already fixed so many of the problems that we suffer under now, and they're just adding new shit.
They just got new problems like the Borg.
Because they're traveling into space. We need more stuff like Sorry to Bother You and I'm a Virgo from Boots Riley, where revolutionary action is imagined, even if it's in absurd and bizarre ways. That's what we should be talking more about. The stuff that's actually good, not good actually. You get it? But that also requires a bit of reframing about the way us as creators and consumers think about media and media critics. One thing I had to understand while making this is that media reflects culture and society. It's a product of social attitudes, not a producer. The stories that we tell that include bad politics don't cause bad politics. They're the effect of bad politics. And we forget that.
What about bad aesthetics?
When we do our analysis and explain why thing bad is bad. And that lends itself to an overinflated sense of the value of what we do and just being able to recognize the harmful messages in the media. We think because I or insert your favorite video essayist here says thing bad and here's why, that we have somehow solved the problem of the thing being bad. But that's not the reality. The reality.
Wait, what if the thing is me?
Is that we live in a society. And that society does produce media that is right-wing and edgy, or maybe even quasi-fascistic, even when they're trying to critique those things. And we won't be rid of that flaw problem in our media until we are rid of that flaw and problem in our society. And that's a far bigger task than liking the right type of media or having the right take on a piece of media or watching your favorite video essayist break it down. But it is something you can do. And fixing that problem in real life requires real life action, organizing, civic engagement, mentoring low key. Like if you're really worried about the type of boys that are drawn into a Joker or Attack on Titan or whatever, talking to them directly when they're preteens and younger is the best way possible to make sure they're never following Andrew Tate.
This stock footage.
And insert whoever else is here when they become teenagers. That's how that's actually accomplished, not sending them one of my videos. But we're getting off topic. So all you neck, bearded, dry dick, incel, nickcel, curry cells, yada, 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 who actually made it this far in the video, first off, thank you. Secondly, I'm sorry. I got a little carried away. It's still fuck you guys, of course, but let's focus on some commonality. Put your favorite sad white man movie in the comment section. Extra points if you explain it in the edgiest, most Sigma way possible. We'll have a big old...
Oh no, that's going to be a cursed comment section.
Edge off. We'll have a big old edge off in the comment section going forward. And maybe put your favorite deconstruction of one of those movies that you like for instance.
And your favorite episode of Hee Haw.
I really love Aronnax' queer reading of the...
And how Conway Twitty was the special guest.
Matrix films that completely opened my eyes to a way different way of viewing those films. I went looking for a good Fight Club video essay on its queer themes, and I didn't see one. Like the only one that I remember is like 10 years old from Rantasmo. Like, that's an OG video. And I feel like a lot of you haven't seen that one. It only has 40,000 views. And that shows you that we still need more stuff like that. The fact that Fight Club does not have an hour-long...
Wait, what? What sounds like close to Freak Off?
Fight Club is gay actually, and here's why video. Like, I feel cheated. I feel cheated about that one. With that in mind, there's a great new video on a classic work of subversive media, the 20s.
Is it on Nebula?
Video game Spec Ops The Line, done by fellow Nebula member Jake.
Yes, I called it. We got to do the Nebula. Wait, oh wow, that's interesting. So what do you get? Do Nebula creators get paid to like promote like other stuff, or is this just legit FD giving his recommendation?
Geller is one of those top tier video essayists that if you like this type of content, I'm sure you'd appreciate. And if you really like Geller, you'll probably like the half or dozen or so videos he has on Nebula that aren't on his main channel just in the last 6 months. Yeah, Jacob Geller puts a lot of smaller niche videos on Nebula that aren't here on his YouTube page. Same thing for Maggie Mae Fish, T1J. In a perfect world, we put all our stuff on YouTube and not worry about
it. Okay, chat, ethical reaction. We're going to watch this through.
But unfortunately, things don't work like that. Instead, we have to pick and choose carefully what goes on YouTube because of YouTube's rules about copyright and monetization, or just because some videos, such as my video about the queer coding of Tupac throughout his career, just won't find the right audience here. And for years, Nebula was the place for that content to be, uncensored, without like buttons or ad segments or algorithms to decide if you watch it or not. That is the original glory of what Nebula was. But I also want to mention that that's not what Nebula is now, or at least not just what it is. All that stuff is still true, but Nebula is changing. It's going from a place for all your favorite YouTubers to post their content ad-free, but now it's evolving into an outright independent film studio. In the last year or so, Nebula has made some tweaks to focus on giving its roster of over 200 talented creators the opportunity to think beyond YouTube videos. And in that time, we produced docuseries like Brody Deschanel's series on sex in film, or real-life lore series on military conflicts in the Middle East. We also have travel content and reality shows like The Getaway, or independent films like Jesse Gender's Identitize or Patrick Williams' Night of
Identities.
The Coconut. And that's just our first wave as we get the ball rolling on really becoming like the YouTube version of A24. But that ball is in your court. You can help us continue to be the most exciting space for independent content creators and get access.
Wait, is A24 the one that's making the Backrooms? I don't think that's ever going to come out, chat. I got to be honest with you. If you're waiting like I was for the Kane Pixels Backrooms movie, I can't imagine. Can you imagine them releasing that now? The whole thing about the Backrooms was the hype, and the hype lasted for a fucking long time. But it stopped when Kane Pixels stopped making new movies. New movies? Why do I call them movies? They're videos, but they feel like movies. But yeah, and now Kane's back to making new Backrooms videos, and that, I think, must mean that the movie's not going to come out. I think it was A24, or was it A1? A1 is the artsy horror studio. I mean, I guess it would make sense for the Backrooms, but like, I can't imagine them trying to could they resurrect the hype?
All that exclusive content ad-free.
Or maybe they told Kane Pixel, go ahead and make more movies because like we need the hype to be a little bit higher before we, like, that would have been the kind of thing that if you could make a movie like in the next, in 3 months after Kane Pixels finished the series, then that would have been
by signing up using my promo code FD Signifier, or by clicking the link in the description. We rely on you as the consumer to keep this ball rolling, as we are completely independent. We're not owned by YouTube or Google or any other big tech company. It's just us as creators and you guys as the viewers. So help us keep things moving by joining us today. Thank you so much to Nebula for sponsoring this video. Thank you all for watching this. Don't forget to check out my Patreon as well as my other channels and my socials. That's pretty much it, y'all. Peace.
There you go, ethical react. Ethical react. Most ethical of all reacts. Yeah, that was a good video. One of the best videos I've watched in a long time. Okay, I gotta remember to do things. Like thank my Patreon. So yeah, I'd like to go ahead and thank my Patreons. They get exclusive content as well as a shout out at the $5 or greater level. And speaking of which, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shaxpa, shouts out to Moe No Ape, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Good for Gavi, and Fancy shouts out to Xerax, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Let's see. We are, oh, look at this. Look at this. So I'm looking at the poll for the first time because I got immersed in FD Signifier's video, which says to me that it was a damn good video. It was a very good video essay, right? This is a video essaying. And I feel like it's a rare thing these days. There's a lot of video essays that do not video essay, despite being video essays made by video essayists. But if it doesn't video essay, are they even video essaying? Is the video essayist? really a video essayist if the video essay isn't video essaying? If it doesn't take you to that place? ContraPoints and FD are the best of a video essay. I feel like I saw somebody recently who was trying to like affect kind of a ContraPoints vibe. Anyway, yeah, there's 98 votes so far in the bonus content poll. 39% of you are wanting to see the children's art get banned by the Israeli official. 35% of you want to see Destiny call Asmongold a slur. 15% of you want to see Tyler Oliveira talk about totally not Nazis, the German far right, and 12% of you want to see Metaphor Refantasio or Fallout New Vegas gameplay. Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the comments, in the chat. That's the best place, actually. I won't see it in the comments. Do it in the chat. Let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next as your bonus content after I get done with the Cenk Uygur segment today. You can still vote for that. The vote is on YouTube, so if you want to jump over from Twitch just to vote on it and then come back, that would be awesome. I also appreciate it if you leave a like while you're there, because that helps me out a lot. And yeah, whether it's a super sticker, super chat, whether you're getting yourself a membership, gifting other people a membership, if you're signing up for Patreon. Speaking of which, is Shaxby not in chat? Okay, I'm gonna wait until she's in chat until I count her Patreon sign up, because that's only fair. That's only fair. You can let me know, yeah, and I'll go ahead and put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and thus maybe helping it win. It looks like we're at 30% of the dono goal. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, then we'll watch an extra segment, and it could be any of these things, depending on how you vote and depending on what people tell me when they donate. Enjoy a good folding ideas video essay. Yeah, those are really good. All right, Cenk Uygur it is. Oh no, I think we've got Cenk Uygur before the Cenk Uygur.
Anya, do you want to see Cenk talking to me on his election night coverage?
Chad, are you ready for this? This just popped up. All right, I was gonna go ahead and watch the video, the TYT video of Cenk arguing with two TYT hosts about whether to blame the left and/or trans people for Kamala's failure.
He's too Cenk pilled. He loves, for the record, for those who don't know, he loves Cenk. He does. That's not even a joke. And I think that has like contributed to his political commentary. He's no longer getting caught pushing what's his face, like Michael Bloomberg and shit. Charlamagne's gotten quite libbed up. Bro, D apparently does too, which is insane. What do you mean? Cenk pilled? Destiny's Cenk pilled? Oh god, that spells trouble for whatever the Cenk has been saying lately. I didn't even realize. What is this? The Cenk writer that D likes? What?
You could be a leftist doing your little cute stream and go, oh, dude.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is so good. How is this so good?
Oh my god, is he talking shit about me? What the fuck?
Well,
that is fucking awesome.
Easily. Why did George Gascon lose? Why did all
the debate over why
everyone is crime pill, dog? What do you mean? Wait,
I'm sorry. We gotta watch that again.
Stream and go, oh, dude.
No, this is so good. This is so good. This is the best content ever.
Dude, I know, man. And there's no crime. It's, but, you know, yeah, I know everything.
Oh my god. How does this exist? How in this cursed epoch are we blessed with such amazing content?
Oh my God, is he talking shit about me? What the fuck?
Well, yeah, then why did Prop 36 win easily? Why did George Gascon lose? Why did all the...
Yeah, because everyone is crime pilled, dog. What do you mean? Wait, there's no way he's saying that like crime rates getting lower and lower in places like California is fake, right? Is that what he's saying? We're so cooked. Society.
It's bad when you're getting this from libs. You're getting this from libs, right? I mean, that's he's illustrating Hassan's point, right? When you're getting this, that's just fucking no. Like, I don't care what the statistics are. Those cops are too woke. There's really bad crime, and we need to come down hard. We need to eliminate cash bail. We need to be tough on crime. Broken windows policing, right? That's what we need, right, Cenk? That's what we need.
As a whole, throw it in the fucking trash, dude. That's crazy. He's calling you out. Yeah,
that's a liberal.
Thanksgiving, dude.
That is a liberal.
Ready, oiled up, greased up, ready to go. Thanksgiving is gonna pop off this year. Nah, we're probably gonna agree on a lot, as always.
Progressives, so-called progressives in Portland lose, in Seattle lose, San Francisco lose, New York lose. Why did you lose every goddamn election?
It's so funny. Like, what happened? So Larry Krasner is just fake now. He doesn't exist. Like, there are no progressive DAs around the country. Also, like, once again, are we just so devoid of doing a fact-based analysis on this stuff? Like, is that who's he talking about?
Cenk doesn't want to eliminate cash bail. Are you sure about that, my goggles? Was that just Anna?
For real? No, he's talking about me when he said, "Oh, on your Twitch stream, you act like crime doesn't exist." Whoa, dude. I didn't know he had this level of smoke for me. Goddamn, Unc, that's messed up. I still love you, but I gotta bring Murad in here. Hold on, he has to see this. 1 second, he's gonna love this shit. One moment. Murad, Hey, come here. Who do you think this? What do you think of this video? Hold on. Oh, you want?
Oh my God, this is the best. Wait, it's not good enough that we're just seeing Hassan react to his uncle post cringe.
You want the mic? Okay, I'll turn on the mic for you.
For that, you have to think about the voters. You could be a leftist doing your little cute stream and go, "Oh, dude, I know, man, and there's no crime. It's but yeah, I know everything." Well, yeah, then why did Prop 36 win easily? Why did George Gascon lose? Why did all the progressives, so-called progressives in Portland lose, in Seattle lose, San Francisco lose?
What is their background? What the fuck is Cenk's background? Is this like the election night? It's election night. I mean, I guess that makes sense. So what, do they have a White House that's like on fire or something as the background? Did they change it once like Trump was ahead?
Lose, New York lose. Why did you lose?
Why does TYT look so much like right side broadcasting? The one with the Viagra commercials on the side? Or no, not Viagra, but it's like ivermectin. Chad, I just mixed up Viagra and ivermectin.
Election, if you know so much. No, because you know what? Because I'm such a genius. I have this revolutionary idea that apparently the online leftist clown asses I've never thought of. People don't like to be attacked.
I'm so confused.
Who do you think he's talking about when he's doing this?
Like, you have to think about the voters. You could
think about the voters.
Leftist doing your little cute stream and go, "Oh, dude, I know, man, and there's no crime. It's but yeah, I know everything." Well, and then why did Prop?
I'm so confused. Is he?
Wait, you mixed up ContraPoints and Philosophy Tube?
Saying that the Democrat policy was anti-crime?
No,
I know. I understand. He's the stuff about the streamers, but like,
no, he's saying that like people don't like crime and they are noticing a lot of crime happening around them, and that leftist streamers are stupid for saying that like crime rates are down and this is a purely media created panic. And he's saying like, "Oh, I know everything. I know all the facts." Well, what happened to your facts? People are stupid and they're voting against the reality with overwhelming amounts of propaganda, including but not limited to the Young Turks, it seems, on this issue.
Yeah, I'm staying out of this.
Are we going to see him later?
Oh, you're coming?
Now I kind of want to see him.
All right.
Report this to Anne. No, Anne's in between. Okay.
Anna's in her own world.
She's in her own world. She's not a part of this.
Now, if the crime had happened in the 17th century, she'd be all about it.
He's also beefing with a Vanguard right now. It might not be you specifically.
Vanguard?
Oh, no.
Another leftist outlet.
Like the private equity group?
It's a left.
No. Vanguard is like a leftist
Okay.
podcast or something.
That is the weirdest shout out that anyone could possibly get. But yeah, they just got shouted out on Hassan.
You should review his debate with Jordan Yule on TYT if wokeness cost the election. Wait, he is not saying that wokeness cost the election. Please tell me he's not. Is Jank saying wokeness cost the election? The Vanguard is a pair of streamers from MO. He called them Silly and Billy.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be like Beavis and Butthead.
He's got so much swag.
Let him cook.
Yeah. All right. Well, I just wanted you to see that. I wanted you to watch that. Can we get a video of the conversation later? No. I will not be taping my family outing with Unk. Okay? Unk farting on you. What the he was making fun of your long hair.
Wait, what's the farting on you part?
Quick, grow it back. Oh, wait, maybe he is talking about someone else then. Maybe he's not talking about me. I mean, it does fit the bill. Guys, Janksgiving is very soon. It's coming up soon. Like, it's gonna happen. Oh God, I'm so excited. I love Janksgiving. I love Thanksgiving in general, but
Yo, you know what he should do? He should invite the Vanguard to Janksgiving. They should be, yeah, like he could have them there, and when Jank gets, and they could be like, "Hey, Jank, it's Silly and Billy from the Vanguard."
Thanksgiving is
The
like
Bozo Guard.
one of my favorite parts. r/I'm the main character. Dog, this is my uncle. Talking about streamers. Like, it's not that crazy. What is going on?
I feel like they have more smoke for Anna than they do for Jank.
What are we doing?
But Jank was pretty pissed. Like,
Anymore, man. I don't know. This is what he's on about. Cenk Uygur fires back at Vanguard and live TYT meltdown. Silly and Billy.
oh my God. He's literally covering the drama.
One of the Vanguard has long hair confirmed. Okay, that makes sense. That's maybe he was talking about the Vanguard. No, don't confront him off camera. No, I still yeah, okay. I'm not gonna talk to my uncle off camera because content. He's my uncle. I love him. What the wear a wire. Oh Jesus. I used to always talk about how like I don't have an immediate family member who is like radicalized by the things that he has seen in the media into having like reactionary positions. And it's kind of cool that now I do have one. You know what I mean? Like, not across the board, but definitely on an increasingly concerning number of different issues. She's disappointed in you for an novice. Oh. Anne, do you want to see Jank talking shit to me on his election night coverage? I'll show it to you later. I'll play it.
He's gonna play it for everyone.
She said, I'm sure he has a lot more videos to show of you. As in, that's a remark stating that I make too many jokes at the expense of her brother. That's what she said. That's what her retort was. I feel like I defend Jank quite sufficiently.
Yeah, he's slightly less objectionable.
That's my uncle. All right. You deploy a tactical, the uncle-nephew bond is unbreakable the same way someone deploys a not to be disrespectful, but a precursor to scathing critique every time. Yeah, except it's true, though. The uncle-nephew bond is unbreakable, and I do love my uncle. So,
you gotta love him with scathing critique. Yeah, makes sense.
That's it for tonight. I gotta go. I'm gonna go spend some time with family. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow.
All right, so we got one little piece of politics that I want to take a look at. And that is Bernie Sanders going the fuck off. Going the fuck off on the Democratic Party. All right, this is something I have not pre-watched, so.
Well, okay, I think there were
Here we go. Here we go. This is Bernie Sanders, right? Have I got the right dude? He's got a ball cap. He's old, glasses. That's Bernie Sanders, right? Did I bring you the right Bernie? Do I know who Bernie Sanders is? Maybe not. Silly and Billy. That is like the best fucking name. Was he trying to make it like a Beavis and Butthead? That's wild. I did not expect to see that. I mean, I know that Cenk had been. Does he actually say the Vanguard? Does Cenk actually say the Vanguard, or is it just like really clear that that's who he's talking about? I can't even remember. Right, this is the right old white dude, right? This is Bernie Sanders. He's got some critique for the Democrats.
A couple big mistakes and something overreaching. First of all, correct. If by Biden staying in so late.
Wait, is there something wrong with Bernie's voice?
We didn't have any process. We had all of this unused cardwood sitting on the sideline. Okay, and I mean really good.
Good card.
Really good unused. You know that if we'd have had some kind of an open process, and it would have. It would have been much better. It might, like I said, it could have been.
I mean, this is an intimate, like this is like you're right in the face of.
Have been a lot better, and the big.
No wait, this is Bernie Sanders, BKK.
You're correct that she didn't separate herself.
He's just talking weird for some reason.
From Biden, but what killed the Democrats and what killed Biden was a sense of disorder. And part of the sense of disorder was the unfortunate events of what I would refer to as the woke era.
The woke era, Bernie. Wait, is Bernie going anti-woke?
But it never. The image stuck in people's minds that the Democrats wanted to defund the police, that they wanted to empty prisons. The immigration stuff, obviously, again, a big mistake. But more importantly, it created to the perception of disorder. The Afghanistan withdrawal, while I think Biden was 100% right in getting out, it was disorderly. Inflation was a sign of people's disorder, that there wasn't anyone in charge. And, if we learn anything from this, is change is what wins elections, particularly, people are pointing out, it's a 65% wrong track country. And in a 65% wrong track country, we were offering people the same track.
I mean, so far, I agree with.
And you can say it's easy in hindsight.
We were, I mean, but so far, he's just saying that the candidacy sort of doubled down on the Biden candidacy. Everything it did was signaling more of the same. And while there are some parts of the Biden administration that you'd like to see stay in place, like Lena Khan, when there's no answer. I mean, maybe it was all on The View. Do you think it? I mean, Chad, am I exaggerating that? Maybe it was all about what happened on The View. Maybe it's all that question. Like, can you think of anything that you would have done different? And it's just like, not ready to say that about Biden. Maybe she had some thoughts, but just couldn't say them for the awkward position that she's in as the sitting vice president and trying to save what remains of Joe Biden's dignity.
But the basic fundamentals of politics were not being paid attention to. And you're right, the campaign didn't, except for that one answer, which was the money question, by the way. That
Well, he thinks it was the money question.
just say that.
Yeah, no, he's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit, and I'm guessing his prescription for what to do about this is not going to be the same as Bernie's prescription.
Question, but that one question became the whole definition of the campaign. And you know, if you answer 99 questions really well, but you get the big one wrong, the outcome is going to be wrong. And you know, it's easy to say in retrospect, but the reason it's easy to say is because truisms in American politics showed themselves to be, well, what they are, truisms. And
Get to your point, Carville. We're here to see Bernie.
Becomes, where do the Democrats go from here? And we're going to have an answer. Okay, I have an idea. Let's go back to something we use, because we need a leader. There's nobody. I mean, Schumer's not been, you know, really hurt by this because they have a majority anymore. And enough Hakeem has majority. There's no Nancy Pelosi that we had in the first term. All right, there's not a identifiable opposition leader. What I suggest we do is something we used to do that we've abandoned for probably good reason, and that is we have a
No, don't say racism. Don't say racism. Please don't say racism.
midterm mini convention. Let's get some of this talent out front.
Get a mini convention? I'm sorry, is he talking about what should have been done?
Let people see it.
What? What is he talking about? He wants to have a convention after the election to cultivate new talent?
Give people something.
I don't think anybody would watch that. Right? What is he talking about?
Give people something to organize around, because right now the entire party, and when I say the entire party, I mean the not just the leadership, but the rank and file, is dazed, confused. They don't know which way to turn.
They don't know that at the top of every hour there's a 3-minute ad break. It's an ad break that you can skip for free or for $6 with a Twitch Prime, or with $6, or that you could possibly be gifted a sub to get out of, but it's more likely that that would happen if you were active in the chat. They don't know that.
No heir apparent. There's no, I mean, there's nothing. There's just a giant vacuum. And the only way that you can fill
Yeah, that's the top of the hour ad, the giant vacuum. Exactly. It sucks you right out of the stream.
Start somewhere.
It's a bad,
And, you know, people say, well, how are you going to
it's a bad seed.
it? It is going to be the whole, everything that Democrats always do. They're going to say, well, you figure out how to select it and, you know, invite 5 people to address the mini convention and get people together and talk, you know.
Come on, we're going to do a mini convention. Get in, losers. Get in, losers. Amy Klobuchar. Pete Buttigieg. Get in. Get in. We're doing a mini convention. No, you don't have a choice. No, you don't have a choice. Don't make Nancy Pelosi come over here and drag you by the ear. Get in. We're doing a convention.
How we reorganize, how we redo. But I don't think we're at 4 years. I think we got to do this all in preparation for the midterms. And
translate from the Southern for us. This is not my Southern.
Take the lessons.
This is Louisiana Southern.
We didn't learn any new lessons, but boy, did we relearn some old lessons. Wow. But they got to get some assignment, something pushing forward to give us a rallying point for the opposition here. One of the logical places to go there, but there's, you know, all right, don't start laughing when I say this. All right, everybody just calm down. And
you're going to go viral.
If ideally the DNC would come together, elect a chairperson who could articulate the party's vision, who could organize some of this stuff, who could do this and that. We just don't have very much of a history of having a strong Democratic National Committee. But I think what you're saying is a really wise point. Maybe one of the things it could do is somebody could of some prestige could call a group of 25 leaders, mostly financiers, but
And is it just me or is this fucking weird? Like, it's not a good idea, and it's like
influential people, and
it's random. It's
organizations come make their pitch to them about why they'd be more effective in doing this. But that certainly needs to be a party leader of some sense that there's a process to get one, and we don't have time to just.
Do we need to do a reality show? Is that your solution? That the Democrats should do a reality show just like the Republicans did with Donald Trump. Only this will be the contestants are the potential next Obama, the new O'Bungler.
Let everything develop organically. Some of these issues have to be forced.
What is wrong with this video? How is it so cursed?
I go back and just say, ideally, it's certainly no evidence that it would have any role now, but in the ideal world, that would be the best place. I maybe some of the existing organizations.
Did they give him like medical Mary J?
Because I'm associated with American Bridge, but you have Future Forward. You got a lot of different advocacy groups around.
Is this they start the cameras when the edible hit?
But but we have to shake it off, and there's no person to come up with a plan. There's no voice. The party has no voice right now. That's the big problem we have. And the sooner that we can start addressing that, the better we're going to be. And that's why I think a midterm convention would.
A midterm convention. Well, is he talking about one like right now or one before what, 2022?
At least give us some focus. But we're going to have to think differently here. There's no doubt about it. No, I don't. I mean, it's going to be a difficult time here, and they're going to start appointing people, and they're going to be moving the machinery of the levers of power pretty quickly here in a very adversarial way. And they're all criminals. I mean, look at Rudy Giuliani, who's ordered to turn all that over, showing up in it.
Yeah, and how many of these assholes are going to get pardoned?
Mercedes that doesn't even belong to him.
Yeah, 2026.
All these people are going to be pardoned. These criminals are going to be out on the street. They're going to be glorified. The courts are, I can't tell you how crooked. Do you think that Alito and Thomas and all of them?
The Dems' problem is they don't select candidates through Battle Royale.
Just ramp up every gift.
They should play Fortnite, yeah.
Ramp up every corporate interest you can get. Here it comes. And by the way, they have an authority of an election behind them. And we said this.
So the argument, I don't know what argument he thinks he's making, but to me, this is like, get the fuck out of this country while you can. Find some place you can afford to live and continue your stream from there. That's what I'm hearing. Oh my God, US elections. No. Fucking jump scare.
Before Trump told you what he was going to do. So don't be surprised when he takes off doing it. Don't be surprised. I thought, look, the Iowa poll, I mean.
I thought the Iowa poll was going to save us.
None of it panned out. And, we're going to have to unearth all this. But while it's being unearthed, we got to try to get moving in a better. We got to be an opposition party. That's all there is to it. And we're an opposition party with no power. Well, you know that they're going to slash the shit out of social insurance. You can see that Musk and all these guys, Peter Thiel, they didn't grab the levers of government to keep entitlements in place and to keep taxes on incomes over $500,000. I mean, we're going to have they're going to propose a bunch of unpopular things, Yeah, we'd had the mail issue was an issue. And, we got to figure out there, we didn't do that. No, we didn't. We did not replicate our 2020 coalition. I never thought that we were.
Jabzo, you also have a Waluigi plushie?
Going to do that. But we didn't expand either. And, we got to figure out a way that we deal with this male problem that we have that is really significant, and it's really significant among non-white males and lower income males.
There's like racism in his voice somehow.
I don't really get the entire ramifications of it.
That's not Bernie Sanders. Okay, I tricked you. This is Bernie Sanders.
Senator Bernie Sanders issued a scathing statement after the vice president's loss in what he called a disastrous.
All right, sorry for tricking you.
It should come as no great surprise.
But I only tricked you a little bit. This is Bernie Sanders.
Democratic Party,
That was James Carville.
has abandoned working class people.
They're kind of like the opposite of each other.
Find that the working class has abandoned them. And Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont joins me now. Senator Sanders, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here on this Sunday after Election Day. Let's start right there. Your criticism incredibly direct. You say you think the Democratic Party has, quote, abandoned the working class. How exactly do you think Democrats have abandoned the working class, Senator?
Look, the working people of this country are extremely angry. They have a right to be angry. In the richest country in
Do I remember Bernie's speech in 2003 in front of a bunch of high school kids? No.
the history of the world, today the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and millions of families worry that their kids are actually going to have a lower standard of living than they do. You got the top 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 90%. We're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all of our people. 25% of our seniors are trying to live on $15,000 a year or less. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. And the gap between the people on top and everybody else is getting wider and wider. And then, Kristen, on top of all of that, we got a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires to buy elections. So if you're an average worker out there, you're saying...
So yeah, if you're looking for what might have had a better chance against Donald Trump, there's an example. Like talking about that.
I'm working longer and longer hours, going nowhere in a hurry, worried about my kids, and yet the people on top have never had it so good. Where is the Democratic Party? Are they prepared to stand up to these powerful corporate interests, raise the minimum wage, fight for health care for all people, make sure that all of our kids get the quality education that they need, expand Social Security? Are they prepared to do those things? That's the issue that we have to address.
Well, as you know, your statement was met with some sharp reaction as well. This is
some sharp reaction? I wouldn't call this sharp reaction. I would say this is as sharp as oatmeal.
Pelosi had to say. Take a look. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
Bernie Sanders has not won. Let me, with all due respect, and I have a great deal of respect for him, for what he stands for, but I don't respect him saying that the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families.
Senator, how do you respond to Nancy Pelosi?
Sharp like cheddar.
Well, Nancy's a friend of mine, and we've worked together on many issues. But here is the reality. I have to say...
It's just like Hassan and Cenk's uncle-nephew bond thing.
Nancy. In the Senate in the last 2 years, we have not even brought forth legislation to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, despite the fact that some 20 million people in this country are working for less than $15 an hour. In America today, we have not brought, in the Senate, we have not brought to the floor the PRO Act to make it easier for workers to join unions. We're not talking about defined benefit pension plans so that our elderly can retire with security. We're not talking about lifting the cap on Social Security so that we can extend the solvency of Social Security and raise benefits. Bottom line, if you're an average working person out there, do you really think that the Democratic Party is going to the...
You know what's wild is after an entire campaign of neither candidate really confronting the major economic issues this head on. Like, it's like, oh, wait, this is what politics is about. This is what politics is about, and it's about to get really bad. All this shit what should go forward is about to be pushed way back. And all because this didn't get the attention that it deserved. And instead, you know, the idea of a united front with the Cheneys and the Bushes and the neocons was substituted in its place.
Taking on powerful special interest and fighting for you, I think the overwhelming answer is no. And that is what has got to change.
Senator, let me zoom out and just ask you about these results. You've heard some of the reaction throughout the Democratic Party. How much do you personally blame President Biden for this loss?
President Biden, when he came into office, said that he would be the most progressive president since FDR. And I think on domestic issues, not foreign policy, on domestic issues, he has kept his word, and the agenda that he has pushed through has been an extraordinarily strong one. But that agenda has got to be placed within the overall context of American society today. And that American society today is one in which tens of millions of working families and elderly people are struggling, while the people on top have never had it so good.
But, Senator, should he have gotten out of the race more quickly, as some are arguing?
I'm not going to. I supported him because I think his agenda was a strong agenda, a working class agenda. I'm not going to look backwards. Kamala ran a strong campaign. She did everything that she could. She decisively won the...
Yeah, he's staying out of that one.
So to me, it's not just about the campaign. It's about what does the Democratic Party stand for? Do ordinary people say, yeah, that is a party that is fighting for my interest and prepared to take on the big money interest who control the economic and political life of the country? That's to me what the issue is.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about the economics. You've talked about how the Democratic Party is out of touch when it comes to economic issues. Some Democrats are saying it's not just economic issues, it's cultural issues as well. Here's what Democratic strategist James Carville had to say. Take a look.
Oh, here we go.
What killed the Democrats and what killed Biden was a sense of disorder. And part of the sense of disorder was the unfortunate events of what I would refer to as the woke era.
Has the Democratic...
What killed the Democratic Party? Wokeness. That's what he's saying.
Party's focus on identity politics gone too far, Senator?
So, in other words, the loser liberals that have controlled this party since the 1980s have decided to use this loss by their side as grounds, as a pretext to purge the party of everyone to the left of them. And answer the question again, no, the problem was not that we weren't different enough from the Republican Party. The problem is that we weren't similar enough to the Republican Party. Maybe, hey, maybe we can even be further to the right than the Republican Party in some ways, right? And I'm sure that Steve Bannon totally won't use that to flank you and turn Donald Trump into the peace candidate when Kamala Harris swears that we will have the most lethal army in all of the world under her administration. Literally got Captain Gineued, I hope chat understands the reference, by Steve fucking Bannon. That is wild.
Let me answer it this way. I think if the Democratic Party must continue to stand up against all forms of bigotry. And Democrats should hold their head high in saying, we led the fight for women's rights and to protect the woman's constitutional right for abortion. We led the fight for civil rights, for gay rights. That is something we should be proud of. But it's not either or, Chris, and this is the problem. You can do both. You can say that I'm for raising the minimum wage to a living wage, guarantee health care for all people, expanding Social Security. And by the way, I also support a woman's right to control her own body, etc. It's not either or. It's going forward in both directions.
You know, I've been speaking to some Democrats who are concerned because now President-elect Trump has beaten 2 women candidates, and their concern is that it will make it more difficult to nominate a woman candidate in the future. Do you share that concern, Senator?
No, I don't. I think it's not a question. Look, I'm not going to deny that there is sexism in this country, that there's racism, there's homophobia. It's there. But on the other hand, I think what the American people want to support, whether it's a woman, a man, a black or a white or Latino, whatever, is they want to support someone.
Of all the ways to say that, Bernie, oh my God, it's usually not so obvious that you're 87 or whatever.
Standing up, Kristen, and fighting for them. People are in pain. People are hurting. They can't afford to go to a doctor. They can't afford to send their kids to childcare or to college. They're worried about future generations.
But that being said, he's as fresh as a daisy compared to Biden and Trump. Right? His mental acuity is acute.
Kind of standard of living they will have. Here is the bottom line.
And he's older than either of them.
And it has to be dealt with. You got an economy today doing phenomenally well for the people on top. It is not working for the working class. All right? How do we address those issues? And in the richest country on the history of the world, create an economy that works for all. That is the issue. And by the way, what Trump did in his election is to say, I know that you're hurting. And the reason is they got millions of people coming across the border illegal.
They're taking your shit. They're eating your cat.
They're eating your dogs. They're eating
your cats.
He gave an explanation. Happened to be a pretty crazy
Oh my God.
Yes, we got to strengthen the borders. But
older, but somehow younger, right?
It's not going to raise wages for working people or provide health care to all people. The Democrats need an explanation, and that explanation is corporate greed and the power of the billionaire class. I know that's
and they were too afraid to play that card. There's stories about this. There's stories about what happened when Kamala started off talking about price gouging, and she was actually approached by her brother-in-law, an executive at Uber, saying, you got to stay away from that, Kamala. That is a third rail. They will come for you. We will come for you. You cannot do that.
Comfortable for people in the Democratic Party, some people. But that is the issue we have to address.
Senator, quickly before I let you go, I do want to ask you about the Supreme Court. Some Democrats behind the scenes quietly talking about the possibility, should Justice Sotomayor step down, to allow President Biden to appoint someone who's younger. She's only 70 years old. Is that something that you would support? Do you think she should step down?
No, I don't.
Have you heard any talk of this?
A little bit, yes.
But yeah, I mean, like some of the worst advice that she ended up getting came from the Biden administration, members of the Biden campaign team that were supposed to she was given like a campaign out of the box, right? Like open up and unbox your campaign because it's already we're just repackaging Biden's campaign as your campaign, and that's how it's going to work.
I don't think it's a sensible approach.
And you better not do anything to make things awkward because they're already awkward enough.
And you don't think it's a sensible approach?
Correct.
All right. Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you very much for your time this morning and your perspective. We really appreciate it.
Wait, who's only 70? All right, so he was on State of the Union too?
Democratic Party grapples with their repudiation at the ballot box. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders issued a particularly blistering statement this week, accusing Democrats of abandoning the working class. And Senator Bernie Sanders is here with me now. Hello, Senator. Congratulations on your reelection. Nice to have you here. I want to start with the scathing response that you gave after the Democrats.
Bernie, were you scathing? Oh, Sotomayor is only 70. Yeah, so chat's talking about the discourse about whether Justice Sotomayor should step down and be replaced in the Senate before Trump gets in.
Democrats lost. Kamala Harris lost pretty big. You said the Democrats abandoned the working class. The chairman of the DNC called it straight up BS and said Joe Biden is the most pro-worker president of my lifetime. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she disagreed with you. She added, quote, Bernie Sanders has not won. Do you stand by what you said?
Oh, absolutely. Look, Joe Biden is a friend of mine. I've been proud to work with him on an agenda which has been very strongly in favor of the working class. Biden promised to be the most progressive president since FDR in many ways on domestic issues.
So yeah, this is the irony of the Biden administration. First of all, yeah, I mean, he was sadly the most progressive president, in a while, if not since the New Deal, in terms of his economic policy, but his foreign policy left a lot to be desired, even compared to the foreign policy of Obama. Obama, while, the United States was very much on the side of Israel, would hold back some of the, worst behavior of Israel in terms of settlements. And Joe Biden just didn't have it in him to do any of that.
Issues, I think he kept his word. But here is the reality. The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry. We are living in an economy today, Donna, where the people on top...
Oh, you just got to that part then. Wow. Sounds like you're watching behind the part where he's like, and the thing that we need to do is, and then I'm like, don't say racism. Don't say racism. You're like, oh, he didn't say go more fash.
Are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. 25% of elderly people are trying to get by on $15,000 a year or less. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, and parents all over this country worry that their kids may have a lower standard of living than they do. That is the economic reality. And what Donald Trump did is provided an explanation. He went around, he said, I know you're angry, and the reason is that zillions of illegal immigrants are coming over, and they're eating your cats and dogs and everything else. That's
oh no.
Well, obviously that.
I mean, this is a little bit of a stump speech, or this is Bernie's hot five. It doesn't you see him once and you realize it's the same. It's his set. He's doing his set. That's what it is.
It's not the reason. The reason is, in my view, that we have an unprecedented level of corporate greed today, more income and wealth inequality, and people on top want it all. And we need an agenda that says to the working class, we're going to take on these powerful special interests and create an economy and a government that works for you. And by the way, that can't happen unless you get big money out of politics. We got to get rid of the Citizens United Supreme Court decision so billionaires do not continue to buy elections.
And I know that you heard President Biden and Vice President Harris tout over and over the record of supporting workers, helping the middle class, some of the things that you were instrumental in helping pass, like lowering the cost of insulin. You saw the president walking a picket line. They forgave student loan debt as much as they could. You said yourself in July that he had a strong record, which you just repeated here.
But again, as strong as they could is questionable, right? Biden went the more acceptable route towards forgiving student loan, which might have been the less successful route.
So it sounds like it's not maybe as much about policies and more about messaging and communication?
It's not messaging, Donna. It's a fundamental understanding of saying, look, the Biden administration has done a lot of good things, period. We should all be proud of that. But it has to be put in the broad context of the reality of the American economy today. And that is when you have three people on top owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. When you have...
And one of them has just risen to a place of great influence within the executive branch of the government.
Millions and millions of
One has just bought himself a president.
people working for starvation wages. You got to speak to that reality. So you could say, look, we're proud of what we have accomplished, but we have so much more to do to create the kind of government and nations that work for all of us and not just the few. That's my critique. It's not that the Biden administration did not do a lot of good things, but it has to be put into an overall context where in the last 50 years, if you can believe it, real inflation accounted for weekly wages are lower today than they were 50 years ago. A massive transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. That's not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Trump's fault. That's what's going on.
Does it really surprise you, POV, for me to say that Trump is bought and paid for? Are you really surprised about that? The guy is in hock. The guy has got like legal cases coming out of his ass, right? And he gets bailed out by not just Elon Musk, but I mean, look at the amount of stuff that he's selling. What other presidential candidate have you ever seen selling gold watches? Selling $70 Bibles, selling NFTs after everybody knows that NFTs is a scam. What's going on there? There's people putting money in his pocket. What do you think's up with that? What do you think is up with that? No, he's just doing business. He's just selling. It's just, commerce, right? The president's allowed to have merch, right? No, there's nothing going on here. Those watches aren't fucking overpriced. Come on. How silly are you? How silly are you to not see Donald Trump for the swamp creature that he is and has always been? How silly are you?
Gone on for 50 years. Recognize it. Deal with it. Tell the working class that you understand what is going on in their lives. You're going to fight for them.
The top aide, former aide to...
Am I mad about business? I'm mad about bribery.
And Harry Reid.
I'm mad about corruption, especially a guy who went into the office pretending that he was going to fight corruption.
Jenelson told the Washington Post that Democrats are preoccupied with the narrow interest of college-educated elite activists more than everyday working people.
There are freaking
Do you agree with that?
invading radicals.
Normal vertical integration, says Anno Domini. Yeah.
60% of our people live in paycheck to paycheck. How do we not talk and fight for raising the minimum wage to a living wage? Dana, on Tuesday in the election, in the state of Missouri, a conservative state, they became one of the many states that voted, I think, 58% to raise the minimum wage. Now, how is it that in Congress and the Senate, we haven't even brought a damn minimum wage bill?
Invading radicals.
Sorry about all the stream alerts, chat. My stream is just popping off here. I guess a lot of you are subscribing, so thank you.
But now there are freaking
Thank you. Thank you for your support. Once again, I'm thanking you for your support.
On to the floor. We are the only...
And if you want to follow that up with a $27 super chat, that's fine as well. But no, I'm
major country on earth not to guarantee health care.
Wow.
But now there are freaking
I'm popular today. Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel this is what it feels like to... What do they call that when they ask you to like take another bow, or like you play a song and people really like an encore? Yeah, like anyway.
The Affordable Care Act is a stopgap measure. It is not addressing the real health care crisis in America. Why aren't we saying, yes, health care is a human right. We're going to take on the insurance companies and the drug companies. We're going to pass the PRO Act to make it easy.
Mom POV, why would I have a debate when I can easily dunk on you from chat? And more enjoyably, too. I don't have to listen to your boring ass try to debate me.
Easier for workers to join unions. We're going to expand Social Security by lifting that. We're going to demand...
We're doing content here, not platforming nobodies. What do you think?
Their fair share of taxes. Dana, all of these issues that I'm talking about, these are not Bernie Sanders' ideas. These are, without exception, popular ideas that Democrats, Republicans, and independents support. Now, the people who don't support it is the billionaire class, and they got a lot of power. But we've got to be prepared to take them on.
But what the voters supported is a man who would never do any of what you just said. I mean, not even close.
Right. But what that man named Donald Trump did do is he said, I feel your pain. I know that you're hurting, and I have an explanation. Well, his explanation.
Well, okay, so here it is. And I don't know if Bernie's going to get to this, right? But something's going wrong and someone is at fault. And we could either try to blame the people that are actually at fault for the reason that Americans are miserable, capitalists, or we could pretend that that's not the issue at all. And we could blame the most vulnerable people in society, the people who literally feed us every day, the people without whom our economy doesn't fucking work. We could demonize them. We could demagogue against them. We could throw them under the bus as some kind of sacrificial rite that does fucking nothing. And then when it doesn't work and it doesn't improve anything, we can find another group to demonize. Rinse and repeat. There's a name for that, isn't there? Isn't there? Isn't that something that we've seen before historically? That sounds really similar to another time period that I can't quite remember right now and would probably get me demonetized to say.
Was bogus. You know, you see millions of people coming across the borders illegal. We have to strengthen the borders. That goes without saying, but that is not the cause.
That's not the problem, Bernie.
The cause of the problem right now is to have a...
And also, caving into Trump does not help anything. If people want to vote for Trump, they will vote for Trump. If people are like blaming immigrants for all of our problems, then they're going to vote for Trump. There's no fucking point in caving in on this issue. And it's pathetic. And it breaks the trust with any other group in your coalition. Oh, yeah, you know, when it's convenient, you're going to be thrown under the bus. You're going to be thrown on the fuck under the bus.
A whole number of people on top who have enormous economic and political power. How, for example, can the Democrats not say, look, we got to get rid of the Citizens United? In this campaign, in the Republican Party, Democratic Party, billionaires exerted their power.
Democrats need to find a way to giga Chad. They never do that shit. It's the opposite.
Americans know that's wrong. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so we've talked about the economic issues, which, of course, that's number one. Then there's the social and cultural divide that seems to be happening between a lot of people in America who used to support the Democrats and what is now the Democratic Party, or what's perceived to be the Democratic Party. White voters largely propelled Trump to victory in the race, but there was a major shift. The exit polls showed that Latino voters, especially Latino men, shifted more towards Donald Trump. Biden won them by 23 points in 2020. This year, Trump won them by 12. I want you to listen to what a Latino voter told my colleague Ed Lavandera this week.
We believe in, teaching our kids about God, our Christian values, family values. And the Democratic Party is embracing all the woke, left-leaning ideas that it doesn't go with our values.
Do you think it's the Democrats pushing Latinos to Trump, or is it Trump bringing in Latinos?
I think more Democrats are pushing Latinos to Trump.
What do you think of that?
Well,
Yeah, just break up the coalition. Like, pick the winners and the losers, throw somebody under the bus, and then rinse and repeat, because that's what you're going to do.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
First, they came for the communist invading radicals, but I didn't care, because I wasn't a communist invading radical. But it didn't stop with that. It continued, and eventually they came for me as well. But that's okay, I can fuck around and find that out later, right?
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Because being a fucking coward has worked great for the electoral left so far. That's worked out really fucking great ever since the 1980s. What a successful technique.
That Trump has done a good job in claiming that Democrats do nothing more than the woke agenda. In my view, what Democrats have got to focus on and tell that gentleman Do you want a minimum wage that's a living wage? Do you think health care is a human right? Do you think we should build the affordable housing that we need? Do you think we should take care of...
Did you notice, though, it looked like they went to a business owner, which is not a typical... It is not a typical profession. That is not a typical occupation. That is not... Like, right, they go and find a business owner. They go and find a capitalist to say that. Yeah, I mean, I guess it may, you know, depending on his scale of things, it maybe makes sense for him. Like maybe a minimum wage. He's not the guy to sell on something like a minimum wage.
Seniors by expanding Social Security. So I think the emphasis has got to be, of course, on wiping out all forms of bigotry. And the Democrats should be proud of standing up for women's rights and abortion rights and gay rights and civil rights. But the emphasis got to be is to make it clear that we are prepared to stand with the vast majority of the people, many of whom are falling further and further behind, while the people on top do phenomenally well. That's a message that, in my view, will resonate with the Latino community and the entire working class community.
Let me give one example, perhaps, of this kind of dynamic that we're hearing about. Joe Rogan, very popular podcaster, he endorsed...
Wait, is she going to play the Theo Von clip?
Donald Trump in the final days of the election. 4 years ago, you went on his podcast.
Can you imagine if she plays the Theo Von clip and she's like, so answer, you know, why do? If you don't know, Theo Von had a... had a question for Joe Rogan about the Jews. That's...
You got a lot of blowback for doing that and for touting that he endorsed you. So is this the kind
Wait, is she going to show a Joe Rogan clip?
Of example of Democrats?
Or is she just mentioning that Joe Rogan endorsed him back in the day?
Perhaps shunning or vilifying people who don't totally agree with them?
Yeah, I think that's...
Yes, I think cancel culture is very real. The woke scolds, woke scolds must be dealt with.
Fair enough. Look, you can have an argument with Rogan, agree with him.
They come around and they tell me Vosh bad. But I think they have Vosh derangement syndrome, frankly. I think that they are a bunch of woke scolds. They do not know that those clips that they have been sharing are actually clips made by Nazis. And they are taken out of context as well.
Disagree with them.
I'm sorry, chat. I give you the most cursed thing I could. You didn't deserve that. You didn't deserve that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You didn't need Voshite. You didn't need VGG Bernie, did you?
Going on those shows.
You could have done without that.
It's hard for me to understand that. So I think we've got to get, and clearly you have an alternative media out there, a lot of podcasts that have millions and millions of viewers. Get on the show. Disagree with you here.
How did Joe Rogan become so famous? I mean, I'm going to say MMA.
Agree with you there. I don't see.
Like, I think that Joe Rogan's like ascent to influence, you know, kind of tracks with MMA.
A problem in doing that. And you're right. I got vilified by some of the Democratic establishment because I went on.
Because the cancel culture. Donna, the cancel culture.
Now a lot of other people are doing just that.
Before I let you go, you were a steadfast supporter of Joe Biden. You were saying that he should not drop out. There's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on, and a lot of it is that...
Yeah, I don't think he's going to bite. He didn't bite last time.
He should have dropped out earlier or perhaps never run for a second term.
I don't want to get involved in that. You know, we got to look forward and not in the back. Kamala did her very best. She came in, she won the debate with Trump. She worked her as hard as she possibly could. Let's look to the future and not go backwards.
Senator Bernie Sanders.
That never sounds like that's never a good answer. Whether it's from J.D. Vance, Kamala Harris, or Bernie Sanders. Like, let's look forward and never look back. That always sounds like such bullshit. That always sounds like such bullshit. Anyways, chat, sorry for Voshifying it all.
Anyway, brutal words for her fellow liberals from Democratic strategist Julie Rajinsky. Let's hear what this is about.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to speak some hard truths to my friends in the Democratic Party. This is not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Kamala Harris's fault.
I mean, it is. It is on both accounts.
It's not Barack Obama's fault. It is the fault of the Democratic
Party
in not knowing how to communicate effectively to voters.
Did Rogan ever fight? Not in the UFC, but he trained. He trained Taekwondo and Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai, I think.
Are not the party of common sense, which is what the message that voters sent to us, for a number of reasons.
And the other thing about Joe Rogan is, like, even though he was never really like he was never a contender or really like in the UFC, he does this one kick that, like, better than anyone else. It's like a turning side kick is what it's called. I think it's a Taekwondo technique. And he supposedly he taught it to George St. Pierre.
Let me guess. Is it? Wait, hold on. Is she gonna say it's because we're not common sense party because we're too pro-trans? That's what it is, right?
For a number of reasons, we don't know how to speak to voters. When we address Latino and language, listen, language has meaning. When we address Latino voters as Latinx.
No, who's doing that? Like, are they doing that? I don't even know who's doing this. I've never done it. Okay, I don't know who they are talking about. Why are they literally going, you know what? It's just the Democrats are too f***ing woke. Do these guys only watch the Ben Shapiro show? Are they the only people who watch Daily Wire? They all watch Bill Maher and the Daily Wire, and they're just like getting all their talking points from these charlatans. I think there was one time where Kamala Harris said pronouns she, her, hers. You know, that's it. And they lasered in on it. A video from, like, I don't know, 6-7 years ago. What the who gives a shit, man? Who cares? First of all, I'm just imagining Joe Biden saying Latinx, and that's pretty funny. To all the Latinx out there, Jack, I'm sending your back over the border too. We have the most right-wing border bill. And all you Latinx folk, you're gonna learn today. Wake the fuck up. This is what the narrative war would look like. These are not honest comments. These are neoliberals crafting the...
Oh yeah, they're looking for somebody to blame, because if the other option is to blame neoliberals, the other option is to call it as dead of an ideology as neoconservatism is. The way that neoconservatives like Liz Cheney had no juice, no aura in this last election, got Kamala Harris no votes because they have no constituency. I want to see neoliberalism wrecked on those same shores and torn apart by this, wait, what are they called in Odysseus? The sirens. Yeah. That's what I want to see.
They cannot acknowledge this is a lack of class focus, universal policy goals. No, I am awake. What do you mean? I'm very much seeing that. That's why I'm spending a decent amount of time explaining exactly why the fuck it's happening, saying exactly what you just said, and telling you that, like, this is idiotic. This is a cynical right-wing framing instead of accurately addressing the real problems that the Democratic Party has. They're just going, it's because we were too woke. It's because we were too woke. No, it's not.
Because that's the politically correct thing to do. It makes them think that we don't even live on the same planet as they do. When we are too afraid to say that, hey, college...
I mean, this is why you cannot trust this, like, corporate...
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
This appropriation, this corporate appropriation...
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Of like signs and signals of
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Of progress, right? This is why you cannot trust that shit. They throw it up on their you know, on their pride sales in order to appeal to an audience that they're not getting. And then when it blows up in their face, they throw those same people under the fucking bus. It's not real. The Democrats' like support for marginalized groups is not real. Like, in some ways, although they're a less harmful alternative to the Republican Party, a less draconian version of that, there is nothing really good about them that is going to stick.
Kids, if you're trashing a campus at Columbia University because you're unhappy about...
There we go. We got to be more repressive against free speech. That's what we should have done. We should have joined... But the Democrats did. The Democrats absolutely did. This was like a bipartisan effort to shut college kids up from expressing any kind of moral conscience, because we can't have that. We can't have any sort of empathy expressed towards Palestinians. That is fucking dangerous.
Some sort of policy, and you're taking over a university.
It's because the college campus students were too woke? Dude, I'm done. Dude, you need to be exiled, okay? You need to be humiliated every day for the rest of your life. You need to be...
Sounds like a call to action.
...tarred and feathered if you legitimately think that this is why the Democrats...
Somebody call Dan Clancy.
It's the opposite.
Hassan's doing it again.
Idiot. They just kept sidestepping the Palestine question every single time. What are you talking
about? Get me Dan Saltman.
We're talking about a country.
Get me Asmongold. Oh God, we're supposed to watch it. Did we watch that?
Where 80% of the Democratic Party's base of support wants a ceasefire and knows that stopping weapons transfers is the only way to stop Benjamin Netanyahu from doing a genocide. 54% of
that's in the
agree with
that's in the sub goal.
70% of independents. And this dipshit is like, we just weren't sufficiently pro-Israel. That's what the issue is. We should have killed those students. That's how we would have won the election. It's like, yeah, you're so evil. You're evil. You're an evil person, okay? You are an evil charlatan. You're not only incompetent, but you're malicious. And this is the only thing your parents are watching. Just remember that. The only thing your parents are watching is this kind of dumb, nonsensical bullshit that deflects the actual responsibility away and just looks at the problem and says, you know what it is? We just didn't do more of the thing that actually made people annoyed with us. This is terrifying. I really did not assume that.
It's just wild that they think that, like, so if you don't know, the Democratic Party has been on a 40-year trajectory towards making themselves more and more like the Republican Party. And every time they get further right, the Republican Party moves further right as well. This opens that space in the Overton window and closes it on the other side. In other words, it's digital McCarthyism on steroids. And it leaves us with no good options. And honestly, like, if your choice is between the Republican Party and the Republican Party light, you're going to tend to choose the real thing.
They would be so quick to immediately go, no. What you don't understand is we weren't right-wing enough.
And you're trashing it and preventing other students from learning that is unacceptable. But we're so worried about alienating one or another cohort in our coalition that we don't know what to say when normal.
Yeah, we were worried about alienating the Palestinians. Oh my God! We were so worried about alienating the pro-Palestinian movement. These people are speaking to zero constituencies. There is no
That's what I'm saying.
Constituency for this kind of sentiment. And they're actively trying to create one within the Democratic Party. The real constituency for this kind of sentiment is in the Republican Party. And what they're doing is going on CNN to actively get your parents to agree with this reactionary attitude. Okay.
Normal people look at that and say, wait a second, I send my kids to college so they can learn, not so that they can burn buildings and trash lawns, right? And so on and so forth. When we put pronouns after names and say she, her, as opposed to saying, you know what, if I call you by the wrong pronoun, call me out. I'm sorry. I won't do.
I'm sorry.
Communist invading radicals.
The Democratic Party's not doing that. What are you talking about?
Do it again, but stop with the virtue signaling and just speak to people like they're normal. There's nothing I'm going to say to Michael that I'm not going to say to you, that I'm not going to say to somebody else. I speak the same language to everybody.
Stop with the virtue signaling. Stop with the woke.
The vice signaling.
Mind virus. That's awesome. These guys are deeply unserious, dude. There's never a moment where you are supposed to talk about this. There's no reason to talk about this. It's not a real issue. Republicans desperately try to turn this into a...
She's literally sharpening the weapons in the Republicans' arsenal.
Real issue. And when you actually respond to it, you are a f***ing idiot, okay? And responding to it, even to defend it, is stupid. Just so you understand. I need you to understand it. Responding to it, even to defend it, is stupid. You're losing the argument. Responding to it and agreeing with it is not only stupid, but also cruel. And I know that this person is deliberately doing this because this is the exit ramp for these careerist pieces of shit in the Democratic Party. It's not our fault.
It's just the Anna Kasparian effect.
Activists. We hired the activists. We listened to the activists too much. You're a asshole. You're a goddamn charlatan, and you lost the fascists again, and you're going to lose to them again and again and again. And in every single defeat, you are going to marginally creep towards their direction every single time, year over year. Shut the fuck up about this woke nonsense, okay? You dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. This is not a real issue at all. People want more money in their pockets. People want health care. People want housing that is affordable and readily available. And you're over here being like, it's because the college campus students were protesting too hard. You lost Michigan, dumbass. Think about why. It's so stupid. It is so goddamn infuriating to see these demons every single day, just without a shred of doubt, without even just no self-reflection whatsoever. Just go on television, put on your fucking suit, and just go, you know, real centrism hasn't been tried. The problem is we're not close enough to the Republican Party. When Kamala Harris literally was like, I am Nikki Haley, okay? I am Nikki Slaley. Please vote for me. I am Nikki Haley. I love Liz Cheney. Please vote for me. And then the voters looked at that and were like, no, I'm not actually. I'm just going to sit at home. Fuck you. This is insane. Every single one of these dipshits need to be fired immediately.
Yeah, they're learning the exact wrong lesson. The people that they're embracing are the people that they should be trying to distance themselves for or even, you know, strategically punch right at, right? Liz and Dick Cheney are examples of the people that both parties have agreed fucking suck. And yet that's who they go for.
Every single one. Oh my God.
But that's not.
What's next? Mitt Romney? We're going to get Mitt Romney?
Democrats do.
Get Mitt Romney to endorse the Democratic candidate.
Constantly try to parse out different ways of speaking to different cohorts.
I've talked to Vice President Harris, and I have determined that she is on board with my obviously true statement that corporations are people, my friend. And so, as such, I have no problem endorsing her for president of the United States.
It's because our focus groups or our polling shows that so-and-so appeals to such and such. That's not how normal people think. It's not common sense. And we need to start.
Like, these people have gotten cooked, and they are dry political husks with no aura and no juice and no motion. And there's no reason that the Harris campaign should have been taking on fucking dead weight like that.
Being the party of common,
like masquerading right-wing sentiment as common sense, also another like very obvious strategy of the right, for the record.
Sense again. Joe Biden is not responsible for that. Neither is Kamala Harris. It is a problem that Democrats have had for years. I've been banging the drum on this for, I don't know how, probably 10 years, if not longer on this. We need to get back to being the party of common sense, that people look at us and say, we understand you. We appreciate what you say because you speak our language. And until we do that, we should stop blaming other people for our own mistakes.
This is from the Newsbusters, by the way. The managing editor of Newsbusters posted this. I wonder why. Yeah, if you look at the if you look at people that are replying and agreeing with it.
Yeah, I mean, I voted for Harris because I am a. Wait, sorry, I'm trying to read chat here. Saw a meme somewhere, they had the 2028 Democratic ticket would be Romney and Cheney, yeah. Or like Bloomberg. Remember when Bloomberg ran? I voted Harris because I'm a loyal as hell Democratic voter. You don't have to be loyal. I mean, it's like less bad, right? The Democrats winning is less bad than the Republicans winning. However, they aren't able to do it. They have the wrong instincts to win, and they have the wrong instincts to govern.
It's because Newsbusters is a right-wing outlet. What are you talking about? It's like this is a hatchet job. She was a Fox contributor on The Five. Democratic strategist, dude. Nice. I mean, these guys are, why are they in the
Wait, what? Democratic strategist and she was working for Fox News? Nice.
Democratic Party? Like,
nice.
What the fuck is going on? They're not Democrats. They're not even remotely woke. They're not liberal at all. They don't give a shit. How the did the Trump era excise all the country club Republicans, and the Democrats were like, oh my God, this is amazing. Please come to my party, please. We will hire all of you. I despise these demons, dude. I despise them. Yeah, here.
Yeah, they learned the wrong lesson from Bernie, and they learned the wrong lesson from Trump.
Here's the outcome, by the way, of consistently tailoring your message around how Arab voters and Muslim voters and their family members need to be killed. Harris lost Michigan by 82,000 votes. 100,000 Michiganders voted uncommitted in the primary. I saw another take, okay? I need you to hear how insane this is.
And I think there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves. Yeah. A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just saying, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And I think that resonates with people.
And then to your point, the ad that came out that was beating...
did I witness the House under the rule of the Repubs? What do you mean? You mean like under Mike Johnson? Or did something happen today?
Fear about Israel not being protected. There was never a response from the campaign on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money running her own ad.
Yeah, dude, shut the fuck up. You're such a bought and sold charlatan, Van Jones.
I thought he was going to say you're such a bot. I mean, that kind of works too.
My dick, whatever her name is from Zioness, you went to that special interest group's party because you want to do this. This is why he's doing this, okay? His entire goal on this panel is to just like try and spear dick this obviously completely ridiculous narrative to be like, actually Kamala Harris wasn't sufficiently pro-Israel. It's so really damaging for the campaign. And then the absolute idiots that watch this that work at the top of the Democratic Party are like, I guess that's true. Like, who are you fooling, dude? What are you doing? This is, for the record, part of the reason why people don't want to watch the news anymore. They don't want to watch your because when you are sitting and watching a CNN panel, and I love CNN. I watch CNN all the goddamn time. Okay, you know this. I have friends that work at CNN. I think CNN is fine overall. But like when I hear this I'm like, come on. Who is this for, brother? What are you saying? Kamala Harris wasn't sufficiently pro-Israel? What are you saying? Oh, I'm sorry. She didn't say am Israel high on at the DNC platform. I guess that's why she wasn't sufficiently pro-Israel. Like who is this for, brother? Who is this for? I know who is for. I know what you're doing. Let me tell you who this is not for. American Jews who voted overwhelmingly for the Democratic Party. 80% overwhelmingly. Okay. Because guess what? Turns out the Haaretz poll, or I think it was the Times of Israel poll that came out a couple months prior, was correct. Israel is not their top priority. Okay. You know why? Because they're American Jews, okay? They're not Jews in Israel. They are Jews in America. They're American citizens. I hate this woke dual loyalty narrative coming from these dumb. They don't live there. If they cared about Israel that much, they'd be living in Israel, okay? Crazy to me that they were just like, they let Trump claim that he was anti-war. Like I cannot begin to tell you how psychotic that is. One day, Democrats will understand. Hope
they let Trump successfully signal to Arab and Muslim communities that he was somehow going to stop what's going on in Gaza and to pro-Israel communities, which, like, again, when we're talking about Zionism, we're not mainly talking about Jewish people in the United States. The majority of American Zionists are evangelical Christians. Again, a cohort that's already with Donald Trump. But I mean, this is the failure on both sides that that happened in this election, right? Both sides end up angry at you when you try to ride this mythical fence
that lesser,
which given that that's what Biden's already been saying, just signals to everyone that you're not going to do shit about what's happening in Gaza. And all Trump has to do is go into Michigan and say something fucking vague. And he's got people thinking, hey, obviously Biden and Harris aren't helping. Maybe Trump will.
Evil voting and
messed up
narratives do not get off seats. And if they don't learn this, they're going to constantly they're going to just do fascist light. Simone Sanders asked Donnie Deutsch what he means by the Democrats have to move to the center, which is good. I'm glad that Simone Sanders is asking this question, because this is a question that should be asked of every single person that goes, no, you don't understand. We got to abandon some of these causes. They keep saying it, but what do they mean by that? Does that mean you have to be more racist? Does that mean you have to be transphobic? Because it's not like they were openly and outwardly pro-trans. They didn't prominently display pro-trans sentiment all over their campaign. That didn't happen. So what do they mean by that?
We're also fed up with very super progressive attitudes. I think the Democrats, Joe, going back to your initial question, and you may disagree with this, I think they need to move to the center. I think the
What does that mean, though? When you say they need to move to the center, what do they need? Are you saying that they should not support trans people? Like, let's just be specific, because that's what the ads are doing.
That's on MSNBC, by the way. That's on MSNBC. He's saying we got to move to the center on MSNBC. It's supposed to be the Fox News of the left. It's wild to openly be able to say this without like any consideration to what just took place. Kamala Harris did this already, and she got destroyed. And you got charlatans on the main stage going, no. The problem is real liberalism hasn't been tried yet. Real tacking to the center, real moderation hasn't been tried yet. Kamala Harris's campaign in 2024 was objectively to the right of Joe Biden's successful campaign in 2020. The way she communicated about immigrants versus the way he communicated about immigrants. Real centrism has not been tried. We will get there. Now, I want you to understand something. I want the Democrats to be a counterweight towards accelerating fascism. Okay? I want there to be a competent fighting Democratic Party, because if they are not, if they keep losing, they're going to keep letting the Republican charlatans run the goddamn show. That's what I want. I don't care about ideological purity. I don't care about not agreeing with most of the Democratic Party's platform. I don't care. I just want them to actually fight. When I say harm reduction as a strategy is unsuccessful in motivating people to go out and vote for you, I'm not just saying that because I'm cynically proposing this because I'm like some secret leftist and I want the Democrats to be Marxist, Leninist. I'm saying that because I know that it has been a demonstrable failure time and time again. And I want the Democrats to not lose to the Republicans every time. I want them to fight, okay? At the very least, fight. And yet, instead of running an
now we're gonna get into some Cenk Uygur in just a second. Like he's been on one of these. He's had a similar arc to what we're seeing from these Democratic Party and media figures, right? He's been on a similar arc in terms of punching left. So we're gonna check that out in a second, but
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Are the Dems just controlled opposition?
Controlled opposition is one way of saying it. The way that Cenk Uygur used to say it is that the Democrats were the Washington Generals. Now that might not make a lot of sense. It doesn't sound like, is that even a real sports team? It is. It's the team that the Harlem Globetrotters used to play against. And if you're not familiar with the reference, I think it's kind of like if you imagine if WWE existed for basketball. It's sports entertainment. It's not real sports. It's somewhat, rehearsed. It's somewhat scripted, right? So the Harlem Globetrotters were the heroes, and the Washington Generals were the team that they'd play against. So somehow, like every single time, they would find a way to lose to them. They would be pathetic. And that's the Democratic Party to a T. That was one good take at one time that Cenk actually did have.
autopsy on what took place, these guys are immediately rushing to every mainstream outlet they can go to deliver this false narrative that like they just didn't do the right kind of centrism.
Are the Harlem Globetrotters still around? I have no idea.
They didn't go far enough with the centrism. They were
it's just a Cenk Uygur reference as far as I
woke. That's what the issue was. Look how red the country is. And it's like, no, dumb. The country is not shifting to the right on priorities or the way that they're voting. There's plenty of people who you are just leaving aside, that you have written out of the calculation because you are making a false choice. You think you can win with the suburbs. You think you can win with just like the rich white people. And you can't. Historically, that has not been the Democratic Party's bread and butter. I said this over and over again. I said that this move, this Liz Cheney hug and kiss the Republican strategy, is going to hemorrhage the base of support. The bottom is going to fall out. You're not going to have high urban turnout. You're not going to have black turnout. You're not going to have black and brown turnout, youth turnout. You're not going to have white people that normally would go out and vote for you go out and vote for you.
And you're also not going to have the part of the base that usually does the majority of the canvassing and the ground game and all that stuff that's important and all that stuff that was shown to be successful in swing states. Because if we look at the margins of loss or the lost votes from Kamala Harris in the swing states, they're less pronounced than the margin of error elsewhere in the country. In other words, where there was a ground game, the Democrats got more votes. The people that do that ground game for you are the activists, are the ones who are going to give a fuck about issues like Gaza. So there's a bit of a multiplier effect in how bad Biden's foreign policy was and how little Kamala Harris was able to signal any sort of differentiation with it.
Because you're not saying something to them directly. You're not addressing the issues that they're experiencing. You're just talking about civility. You're just making vague gestures towards how the system is actually fine. We just got to fix it. The economy's rebounding. The economy's rebounding. If people are feeling the pain, then it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how many times you say the economy is rebounding. Yeah, if someone is making $100,000 a year, they're probably in a better position overall than many of the people that don't feel that way. And for them, institutions must be defended, sure. But for many others, it's pretty obvious. Wages have remained stagnant for far too long. And now
Kamala put forward a real agenda. Look, I'm not like a Kamala Harris basher, all right? I've heard people say that they don't think that she's a good candidate, that they don't think that she is well spoken, that they don't think that she has the political instincts. I disagree. I disagree that she's not charismatic. I think she is. I think she's extremely charismatic. However, the campaign that was run, which was not the campaign that she seemed to want to run. Remember early Brat Summer, Kamala Harris? Remember how different that person was? Do you know what changed? Two things. Biden's campaign staff got to her, told her she was doing it wrong, and she believed them. So she pivoted. And the second thing is that corporate execs approached her, donors approached her, right? People approached her saying, we don't like this message that you're going to go after corporations. We don't like this message that you're going to go after price gouging. Please tone it down because you don't want us to be enemies, right? And she brings in Mark freaking Cuban to show how not enemies they are. You know, Mark freaking Cuban, the guy that wants to get Lena Khan fired, right? The best parts of the Biden administration, the fact that Biden is the most progressive Democrat since he claims since FDR. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could argue LBJ, FDR, but just like LBJ, Biden's foreign policy was terrible, and I believe was the Achilles heel of the Biden and then Harris campaign. There was a difference. So yeah, just understand this is not me bashing Kamala Harris, although I've got my, I'm sure I have my differences with her. I think it was more of her letting the wrong people get in her ear. The people that have been losing, the loser liberals that have been running the Democratic Party ever since the 80s. Got to her and gave her the wrong answers, and she took it. And now you make Liz Cheney your vice president. Good job. At the end of the day, the buck does kind of stop with her. Like, she ostensibly has control over it, but I do not envy the position that she's placed in. Being the sitting vice president, having a very awkward situation of the sitting president being pushed out of the nomination process, despite the fact that he thinks he's got it. He's fine. He's going to win this he's going to win this election. I don't exactly envy her position, but
now there are freaking communists.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that campaign was cursed. Was it as bad as Trump's campaign? No, and that's something to talk about.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
Trump's campaign was all gaffes, and somehow, maybe through the underlying sense of like economic uncertainty created by the fact that inflation raised prices, and then the corporations took a little extra. They gouged. And even now, when prices are coming down, when inflation is coming down, the prices are not actually coming down, right? People feel that, along with the fact that they haven't, in aggregate, United States workers have not gotten a raise since the 70s in terms of real money. The amount of money that an average worker is taking home has not gone up, partially because there's no rise in the minimum wage. It hasn't been one forever. The economy has gone up. The production of workers has gone up. They just haven't gotten cut in for that. And that's a difference between the Democratic Party in the post-New Deal era and the Democratic Party in the post-Reagan era.
Inflation has outpaced the wage growth.
That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong. The Democratic Party has moved to the fucking right. And nobody wants diet MAGA. That doesn't sound good. No, thank you. If they want MAGA, they'll go get MAGA. MAGA's available. They do not need to, there's no constituency for diet MAGA.
That people have,
and unfortunately, that is what we were offered.
People have seen.
And yeah, is diet MAGA less harmful? Does it have less calories than actual MAGA? Sure, but it's not. You can't sell it. Nobody wants to buy it. It's bad. It's a bad product.
Before the election, I've been arguing with my dad about how the Dems should tack left instead of right to win more votes. He would not budge. After Tuesday's results, he agreed with me that the Dems need to go more left to win in 2028. I think the liberals on the ground are starting to see this while the pundits and analysts don't. Yeah, the liberals on the ground are shaking from this experience.
Dog Mitzwin, it was all gaffes. It was the motherfucker compared his January 6th event favorably. In other words, saying that he had more people in attendance than Martin Luther King in the I Have a Dream speech. That should have ended him. But he's running against incompetent opposition, apparently. They can't figure out one or two things that just stand out like that and illustrate who the fuck Donald Trump as a person is and drill in on that. That's how you beat Donald Trump. They ran a campaign that was a lot more like the Hillary Clinton campaign than it was like the Joe Biden campaign. And they got numbers that were a lot closer to Hillary Clinton's numbers. Maybe even worse. Is it worse than Hillary?
This defeat. But
I'm not sure.
Understand something. They're still primed. They're still tuned into MSNBC. So,
but NCC then explained to me how I can get austerity measures and favoring corporations over people, but still feel self-righteous about myself.
All it's going to take is like 8 weeks of MSNBC coverage talking about how Liz Cheney and Kamala Harris did a fantastic job, and it was America that was far too racist to vote for her. And there is some truth to that that narrative, but you have to outcompete that. There's nothing you can do. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and advocate that like a black person can never run for the highest office. It's insane, right? But if you do, you have to overcome that hurdle with charisma. You have to overcome that hurdle
Cliff
with
super chatted $9.99. Yeah, but diet MAGA will give a brain tumor if you have it too much.
It'll give a big, beautiful brain tumor. We want you to drink the diet MAGA and get the... No. They need a diet Trump if they're really going to do diet MAGA. No, I shouldn't give them the idea.
Good policies. You have to overcome that hurdle by actively communicating to every single person that you see them, you hear them, you know exactly what their pain is, and you are going to do something to solve that problem.
Okay,
experiencing.
Look, funny enough, that's something that Bill Clinton was good at. Bill Clinton, by the way, total scumbag. Probably Epstein could have said shit about him, right? Most likely, just like about Trump. Epstein could have said shit about Trump if he hadn't been Epsteined. He could have had a lot to say about both Clinton and Trump. So yeah, Clinton's a piece of shit, but he was good at, his famous tagline was, "I feel your pain." No, and did he feel your pain? Probably not. Probably not.
Answers for the housing crisis that people are living under right now.
But people believed he did. People thought that he did.
600,000 people are sleeping outside.
Obama had the risk too.
Every goddamn night. If you have no answers for that, if you have no answers for any of the issues that people are...
Oh my God. What the saddest thing is that you do see, look at that. So there's a reduction since 2000 into 2010, into 2015 and 16. Trump gets into office. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Will you look at that? That's the Trump administration where it turns. But unfortunately, that's the Biden administration. That's the Biden administration right there. At the very end of the graph, right? This is a bad look for both Trump and Biden.
Experiencing, then yeah, they're gonna punish you. They're just not gonna. They're not gonna.
And is it?
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Is it Biden's fault that he dealt with unprecedented inflation, global inflation? No, it's not.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
But as a Democratic president, you should be ready to deal with suffering imposed on the people. That's the one promise the Democratic Party did. What the New Deal was it was the Democratic Party to control the misery inflicted on working people during downturns in the economy. And in this case, we're talking about inflation and the combination of stagnant wages, right? That feels like a recession to everyday people. But instead the Biden administration tried to gaslight people that they weren't feeling any pain. Look at that. The unemployment rate is good and inflation is coming down. And, never mind that the greedflation is still hitting us. Never mind that people can't afford shit. Let's just brag about the economy, Jack.
They're not going to vote at all. You cannot always rely on the Republican Party increasingly making the situation worse and worse and worse and worse year after year to then win an election. Okay,
BKK says Trump created a bigger deficit. Yeah, Republicans always do. You can look at this. You can look at the deficit during any administration, and almost without exception, you're going to see a lower deficit or even a surplus under Democratic administrations, and you're going to see a higher deficit under Republican administration, and that includes Trump. That most definitely includes Trump. That includes Reagan.
And then
these are a couple of the worst offenders.
Tack to the center, where the ratchet effect happens every cycle. Republicans fuck shit up. Democrats fix some of it, but barely. People are still hurting. Republicans win again. Fuck shit up further. Countries move to the right in the process over and over and over again.
So if the analysis and the immediate aftermath is they have to move to the center, I mean, what is the center? Because I disagree that is it, but I want to hear what is the center? Because you're not the only person, to be clear, I've heard say that. Yeah. I've heard, the Democrats been in my phone this morning.
The center are of the people I described before. I'm not even talking about an issue. We can talk about issues. The people I described before who bounce back and forth, who play between the 45-yard lines, that tends to win elections. If you look historically where it is. So that's my feeling. And we can agree to disagree.
All right. So we also have with us U.S. Special Correspondent for BBC.
Yeah, he had no answer. He had no answer for it. It's so dumb. It's just like such a stupid argument. It is one where you are slated for defeat regardless. If you say like you care about trans people, then everyone's gonna be like, oh, I guess you want everyone to be trans. It's like, dude, I'm not gonna argue with your hallucinations, okay? That's not how this works. It's the same as like gay people, okay? Shut the fuck up. There's a finite amount of people who are trans. There's a finite amount of people who are gay. And yes, when society inevitably progresses and we're more open-minded and we update the way we understand gender and yeah, the finite amount of trans people are going to be comfortable coming out and being trans. As a trans provider, I wish more guys like you were more secure in their masculinity, protect trans kids and peoples. You are legit on it. Yeah, it's just so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb to like hyper focus on the You're a weird loser, okay? You're either a weird loser who has been primed by other weird losers that are deliberately.
Okay, so, you know, like, I don't always agree with Hassan's take on these issues, but I do agree with this take that he has is actually really good when applied to a lot of things, right? When we're talking about trans people participating in sports, when we're talking about trans medical care, those are issues that should never be politicized. That is not a political issue. That is an issue between, you know, the sports scientists and the governing bodies of different sports and the athletes playing those sports. That is an issue between the, you know, healthcare provider and the patient. And the moment that
But now there are freaking communists invading.
the moment that right wingers are allowed to put their greasy fingerprints
But now there are freaking communists invading.
all over a doctor-patient relationship or all over the governance of a sporting league, right? They're gonna fuck it up. They're gonna fuck it up. And it's not a political issue to begin with. It's a technocratic, or in this case, medical / sports science issue. And it should be left to that.
You to hyper focus on this and be extremely invested.
Like, what's next? We're gonna reply to, like, no, we're gonna make a bill banning all litter boxes in children's schools. No more litter boxes, haha. No more litter boxes. No more furry cosplay. We're gonna ban it all. Anything that you think is going on. We'll ban satanic pedophiles from eating pizza. How about that? Yeah, we'll just like literally play to the fringes of the right-wing conspiracy theorists, to the sweatiest hogs out there. And you empower them. All right, speaking about empowering sweaty hogs, we got some Cenk Uygur content to take a look at here. TYT debates. Who is this? Who is this? This is Cenk Uygur, Jules and Jordan. So I don't know these other two co-hosts. I guess I'm not keeping up with TYT as well as I should. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted. Getting us to 66%. That is 2/3 of the way towards the sub goal for tonight. So yeah, we've got this debate here. This might be what you came for. I don't know. It depends on if you clicked on the thumbnail or not. Let's change the title here. Cenk Uygur, TYT, in parentheses, TYT, yeah. TYT, punches left, or blames radical leftists for Kamala's loss. There's kind of a theme, if you haven't noticed, right? There's kind of a theme going on, and Cenk's gonna complete the pattern for us. So hold on here. Let me take a look. What's up, Natalie Marie? Let me take a look at where we're at right now. It looks like 41% of you are voting for the Israel officials ban children's art as the bonus content. 30% of you want to see Destiny call Asmongold a slur, and 15% of you want to see the new Tyler Oliveira content about the German far right. Some would call them something that rhymes with Yahtzee, but some would say that's really bad and you shouldn't do that. How dare you call them that? That's really mean. And gaming, Metaphor, ReFantazio, or Fallout New Vegas, that's in 4th place, right? So remember to get your vote in if you haven't already. It's on the main stream, the full-scale stream, the full-size stream, that you can vote. And so if you need to come over from Twitch or from YouTube Shorts, feel free to do that. Just, if you could, leave me a like while you're there because it helps me out a lot. That helps us decide what bonus content to watch. The other thing that helps us decide is when you donate, whether it's through a super chat, super sticker, through a membership, through gifting memberships, through signing up for Patreon, through donating to my Throne account, or through getting yourself a Prime on Twitch. Yes, we're streaming on multiple platforms here. Anything at all counts as a donation and drives our dono goal forward, helping us to get bonus content after the stream would be over otherwise. And also, you're able to tell me in the comments which of these topics is tickling your fancy, and I'll be sure to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice as like a buff. You know, if it's getting 40% and you donate a $6 super chat, it'll be 46%. That's how it works. So anyway, let's get on with this TYT tent and see what's up. See what's up with Uncle Cenk. Uncle Cenk Uygur.
Kamala Harris lost, and who gets the blame continues to rage, and we're even going to have a debate amongst ourselves here in a bit. But first, somebody who worked on the campaigns of Al Gore, Hillary Clinton, and Kamala Harris has something to say. Take a look.
Is it James Carville? No.
I'm not concerned right now what the right thinks about the Democratic Party. I'm concerned about what I think about the Democratic Party. I don't like to echo the congressmen, all three of them. I don't like the fact that a small portion of our party is pretty much dictating where we are.
It's so wild that you would say that in a party that is ruled by its centrists, by its most right-wing elements. It's so wild that you would say it's those damn activists out there that are controlling the whole party.
That they are pretty much.
If we can punch left more, maybe we can dishearten our base even more and get less votes. You want to go for like 20 million less than Biden? You want to become a third party? What do you want? What do you want?
We are being branded as a.
I mean, look, they're going to get what they ask for if that's what they're going to do, right? This is the kind of time that there could be a radical shift, a realignment, or any sort of thing, and this could, leave one or more of the current political parties in the dust heap of history, along with the Whig Party. If the Democrats don't do their job of securing some kind of social contract between workers and capital, which is, when they were most successful in the post-New Deal days, right? When it was a consensus, even among Republicans, even Eisenhower had a ridiculously high, but probably effective, highest marginal tax rate. They are not keeping their part of the bargain. They are not justifying their fucking existence. Instead, they're trying to be Diet Reagan. Instead, they're trying to be Diet Trump. Instead, they're trying to be Diet MAGA. And nobody wants that flavor. Nobody needs that flavor. That is a political establishment without a constituency. And that will go the way of the neocons very quickly.
Most extreme of us. It is not only politically problematic, as we just saw, because none of this stuff helped the other day. Without a doubt, it's a problem. But we need to take stock of why we are being held hostage to the far left. No one should be and wants to be kowtowing to the extremes of their own parties.
That was Felipe Reines, longtime Democratic consultant who has lost 3 different presidential campaigns.
Congratulations.
So how has the Democrat...
That's your perfect loser liberal right there.
Democratic Party been held hostage by the left?
Like I said, they're the team. They're not the Harlem Globetrotters. They're the team that plays the Harlem Globetrotters. The Republican Party, unfortunately, since the 1980s, has been the Harlem Globetrotters. They are just there to fucking lose.
Take a look.
And if they don't lose in the election, they end up losing in the policy. They end up losing by compromising. They end up losing by showing no fucking spine. This is the problem with the Democratic Party. Not that they're not close enough, not that they're not similar enough to the Republican Party, but they are too damn fucking similar. People cannot tell the difference. You saw Donald Trump flank Kamala Harris on issues like Gaza in this election.
The majority of Democrats don't agree with the things that we are being tagged with. Now, how that
Take through a couple of those things.
I think Democrats believe in common sense stuff more than you realize. I mean, It's not like any of us sit at home and don't talk to anyone. Most Democrats I know think there's a huge problem at the border. Most Democrats I know think, frankly, that males at birth shouldn't play in women's sports.
Look, there's a lot of Democrats who think that since Kamala Harris and Joe Biden endorsed the Republican bill, you know, endorsed by Trump before he found out that Joe Biden was actually willing to sign it. Most Democrats think that that is the correct position, and they don't really understand. Like, what are they supposed to think? What are they supposed to think when the other side of the political equation fucking caves?
And vice versa. Now, you can have a healthy conversation with them.
And what is the rest of the coalition that makes up the Democratic Party supposed to think when they see the Democrats throw people under the bus like this? What are they supposed to fucking think?
Party, and you have
is that going to encourage greater cohesion?
In room within a party for all this. But at the end of the day, if you have some of these issues that are 80-20 across the country, you really got to figure out why they're being so tagged with one. And on one hand, it's easy because it's politically sexy. There's a reason why $40 million in ads on this topic were thrown at the vice president.
But that's not all. He went on to add Medicare for all as an issue that's holding the Democratic.
That's the problem. The bill that the Democratic Party has refused to hold a vote for, right? The issue that they've never brought to Congress.
Democrats hostage and took a swipe at Bernie Sanders. Take a look.
It's like Medicare for all is not something that the bulk of the Democratic Party believes in, but yet we spend tons of time on it. Now, on immigration, there are people who do believe.
What is he talking about? Now the Republican Party did do like anti-trans ads. They were very specific, right? They were accusing Kamala Harris of having a policy whereby imprisoned undocumented immigrants were given gender confirming care. But that's a policy that existed under Trump. That's a policy that already existed.
And I think I buy into it, that part of the problem we've had as Democrats.
And again, that's actually an issue between a patient and a doctor, not an issue, to be politicized. But they're able to do this because you remember the ad's not just, fuck Kamala Harris because she wants to give undocumented immigrants, gender confirming surgery, right? It wasn't just that. It was like she's spending the money that she should be spending on you, on they, them. That was the ad. That's an ad that you can only run when there's a perception that the Democratic Party, the party again that's supposed to enforce some kind of social contract. This is what they've done since the New Deal, some kind of social contract that links the productivity of the working class to the pay rate of the working class, and that offers a safety net for the working class when the economy or conditions such as COVID, which created, inflation, make the situation unlivable. They have failed to fulfill that part of the contract. And that's why they leave this opening. There's no there with they, them without they're not here for you. And that becomes the Achilles heel, the thing that the Democrats have tried to do to tack right, to make themselves more like a Reagan-esque party, while the Republicans go off the fucking deep end to the right. That's why the American people do not trust the Democratic Party. And that's why they're open to finding another to blame, somebody you do not understand, somebody you cannot relate to, and somebody they can tell you, oh yeah, they're getting all the goodies. They're getting all the goodies. They're getting all the freaking goodies.
Is that we have gotten pulled to the left.
You want to know where your jalapeno poppers went? Some trans illegal immigrant took them. All the trans illegal immigrants. That's where all the money went. That's why you can't have jalapeno poppers at Applebee's.
So far that we can't make common sense decisions. And look at I worked for Hillary and she had to contend with Bernie. Bernie, went after Biden. I shouldn't say went after. He entered the primary. There's no evidence.
Bernie went after Biden? Excuse me? Okay, thank you for correcting yourself, I guess. Can we watch some Harlem Shake compilations? Politics hurts my head. Well, we do have a chance to watch some bonus content, right? Check out the poll in the chat. And if you haven't voted already, you can vote. That goes whether you're in Shorts chat or Twitch chat and you want to come over and vote in the No Comment Check on YouTube, the full-scale stream. You can vote for any one of these topics. We have Israeli official bans children's art. That's in first place. Destiny calls Asmongold a slur. Yup. That's in second place. Gaming, Metaphor Refantasio or Fallout is now in third place. And Tyler Oliveira, Nobody Wants Your Ass. You were in fourth place. But that's the score right now. Remember also, when you donate, you can let me know in the comments, or if you've already donated, you can let me know in the comments which of these topics appeals to you, and I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to buff the topic of your choice and add points to its overall score, thus helping it win. Is Applebee's still doing those cheap, watered-down Long Island iced teas? I haven't either. Nobody's invited me to Applebee's in a while.
That the Bernie Sanders wing of the Democratic Party has met with any success or represents this party. Yet, we're going to go ahead and we're going to continue every time someone on the hard left says that you can't do that. We're all going to paralyze.
So what do Democratic voters actually think? We pulled the data. On immigration, 59% of Democrats and 64% of independents support the bipartisan immigration bill that passed in the Senate before Trump schemed with House Republicans to kill it. You can see that data.
The thing is, that's not a good bill. And the thing is, giving in to Republicans does not help on this issue.
There. Okay, so what about the next topic? How about trans rights? 80% of Democrats and 46% of independents would support
Democrats need to realize that half of their problem is an overall perception of weakness. When the Republicans get criticized for their policies, they double down, with very few exceptions. When the Democrats get criticized for their policies, they cave in.
Candidate who supports trans.
That is not a way to inspire any kind of confidence in your political party.
Rights. The support does decline when you ask voters about trans women in women's sports. Just 26% of US adults think trans athletes should play on teams that match their identity. What about Medicare for all? 72% of Democrats and 46% of independents support a universal government-run system. You can see that data there. So the question is, the
more the Democrats play into the trans stuff, the more they try to distance themselves from any kind of, from not disenfranchising people from sports because they're trans, the more they make something that's not a political issue into an issue. That's, like I said, an issue for the sports leagues to decide. Leave it up to sports scientists, all right? That's not for Congress to decide. That's not for Matt Walsh to decide. That's not for some fucking yokel shitbag to decide, right? This by itself is a niche issue that the Republicans are, obsessed with trans women. I wonder what's on their hard drives. I wonder what's on their phones. I mean, really, this is, tale as old as time. They're weird obsessions. And when they do this shit, and when they turn this into like a main, political issue, they look like weirdos.
Of these issues affect how voters behave.
But when you have, a Cenk Uygur out there that's going to be like, oh no, absolutely not. That's a non-starter. It's common sense.
In the ballot box. According to a Gallup poll in late September, the top issue for voters was, unsurprisingly, the economy. Only 10% of voters said it was either somewhat or not important, with Everyone else saying it was either extremely important or very important. Immigration on this list of priorities ranked 5th, with 72% of voters saying it was either extremely or very important. Healthcare ranked 7th at 37% extremely important and 42% very important. And all the way at the very bottom, ranked 22nd of the 22 issues surveyed, transgender rights, with just 25% saying it was somewhat important and 36% said it was not important. So I guess Cenk and Jules, we're gonna have a little bit of a debate here. There are a lot of people, a lot of pundits, a lot of...
Yeah, tell me, one in chat, if you would be, would you be...
But now there are freaking communists invading.
Would you feel awkward debating your boss? That's what they're about to do here.
Democratic officials saying, this is why she lost. That's why she lost. They should have done this differently. They should have done that differently. Okay, everyone.
How new are these two to TYT? Maybe I just haven't watched TYT in a long time, and they're like all over the network. But
everyone's going to have a different opinion, of course. But for what Felipe Reigns is saying here,
what's up, winners and losers?
That the Democrats are held hostage by the left and on issues of immigration and trans rights. That's why she lost, and there's nothing that they can do about it unless they kind of purge these people from the base. Do you agree with him? Am I misinterpreting it? I'm curious what you both think.
Yeah, so I've got a definitive yes and no.
He's been there for a few years.
So first, I do think the leftists that he's talking about are hurting the Democratic Party. That's what we're gonna...
We got 3 very different sets of facial hair here, you know?
At a minimum debate, because I know Jordan disagrees. But the first thing that we have to do is clarify the parts where we all agree he's wrong, okay? So there are, in my opinion, 3 wings of the Democratic Party at this point. There's what I call the 2016 Bernie wing, which is economic populist, Medicare for all, paid family leave, $15 minimum wage, etc.
And screw the woke. Remember? Bernie does not believe in cancel culture.
I think all 3 of us are in that camp, okay? Then there is the 2020 Kamala, where you take Bernie's economic populism, and what she did was, because she was floating in the wind and she saw the leftists that were ascending.
Okay, I just want to point out that whatever he's about to say about Kamala Harris's 2020 campaign went for Bernie's 2020 campaign as well.
He thought at the time, so going defund the police, trans people getting...
Was Kamala Harris to the left of Bernie in 2020? I don't think so.
Surgery.
What is Cenk smoking?
They're undocumented immigrants, all of those...
Yeah, that was on the platform. Everybody gets surgery. Everybody's gonna get surgery.
Positions that I view to be extreme.
Whether you like it or not.
Okay, and I think clearly the voters view to be extreme. So Kamala 2020 hurts the party, in my opinion.
We're gonna abolish gender under my administration.
There's the third wing of the party, which is
gender abolition will proceed.
Major wing, unfortunately, that we all disagree with here on this panel.
Everyone will be required to come up with their own neo-pronouns.
Which is Hillary 2016 and in a lot of ways Kamala 2024, where they come back to the corporate positions and they go, not only do I not agree with you on some of these trans issues, but screw Medicare for all, screw helping the average American, I'm going back to my corporate donors. And that's a disaster. And can we all stipulate that that is the #1 reason that they lost? Because they served their donors and not their voters?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, Jules. Do you
to
agree
an extent, yeah.
I mean, there's an article about this, I think, in Rolling Stone.
I mean, I agree to an extent. I think the issue might be on my end a lot simpler, which is, when I hear Reigns talk like this, and he's this front-running member of the DNC, he's reflecting this fact that Democrats have emphatically proven that they cannot be the solution to the problems that we have, because their primary goal is shutting down socialist or progressive movements, not taxing billionaires, not providing health care, not helping children. You see this time and time again, how much more time they spend blaming the left for their failures, because they're not addressing the key problems that we're running into. And I think that's the biggest reason Kamala lost. I think, sweeping, getting popular vote, like electoral college, House, Senate, I think sweeping proves that this is the death of neoliberalism, not like, oh, the left is going too far again. Like I call this a Christo-fascist era, where things are not going back to the way that they were, and this is their fault. So listening to this honestly pisses me off that like, oh, cool, we're getting blamed for the problems that they caused.
Yeah, again, I think we totally agree on that. So, and the reason that they blame the left instead of actually delivering for the voters is because the left actually challenges their power. They could lose their party within the party, and then they got nothing, right? If they lose primaries, they're toast. So whereas if they lose a general election, who cares? They just come back and do it again, raise more money, keep more of it, etc. So,
why can't I find this article?
Jules, what you're saying is something very similar to what
I thought it was Rolling Stone.
The number one issue is that they're serving their corporate donors and never delivering for the voters. And they want to distract you from that. So every time they lose, and no leftist lost, every time they lose, they blame the left. So we all agree on that. So let's get to the part we disagree on.
Here we go.
So in my opinion, the GOP does this every single time. I've literally covered it for for a quarter of a century. I feel bad saying that, but I have for straight. And what they do is they go.
It's a good time as any to take a look at this article. Dim insiders begged Team Harris not to campaign with Liz Cheney. People don't want to be in a coalition with the devil, said a Democratic source who was appalled at Harris's embrace of Dick Cheney. Yeah, they were asking George W. Bush, can we roll Red Rover, let W come over. They don't seem to understand certain political figures that the left and the right have rejected. So I guess this is like one of those, I only get to read one for free and I already read the wrong one. Kamala Harris's 2024 campaign started out fun, frat summer. It opened with the politics of joy, a hearty dose of mockery. I'm tempted to read this in the Bernie Sanders voice, aimed at Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance. The campaign quickly adopted a different tack, attempting to project strength and leadership and the most deadly military, most lethal military, which everybody wants, right? Can we have a more lethal military, please? I would like to kill more people. While courting support from Republicans concerned about the threats posed by Trump. Republicans with zero aura.
Further and further and further until they find the most extreme positions that the left is willing to defend. And then they go, aha, that's what the whole left is. And every time they do that, they'll find some leftists who'll go, I'll fall right into that trap. And I feel like
leftist. Does he know what a leftist is?
It's a trap.
Ooh.
So one of the things.
Ooh. Does he know? Is he doing what I think he's doing? Has Cenk been? Did Cenk lurk on 4chan like 10 years ago or something? I don't know. Saying we need a more lethal military is given the shit that is going on right now is the most unbelievable.
Is so indicative. What have I been telling you guys? We fight for trans rights. They have complete equality. They get, whether it's, healthcare, employment, constitutional rights, you name it. And the American people are on our side, and the Democratic.
Oh wait, chat, I opened it up in Firefox. Here, let me read it to you. I just can't show it to you. Kamala Harris is 20. Okay, so attempting to project strength and leadership while courting support from Republicans concerned about the threat posed by Trump. That approach culminated in Harris campaigning with former Republican Representative Liz Cheney and touting an endorsement from her father, Vice President and Iraq War architect Dick Cheney. The pitch bombed with Republicans as Democrats' share of moderates and independents fell overall, and Democratic support crumbled too. Now, several Democratic operatives and insiders are telling Rolling Stone they tried to convince Harris's campaign and her allies that palling around with the Cheneys was a bad idea, with little upside, and could harm Harris's support amongst disaffected Democratic voters. The source requested anonymity to discuss sensitive intra-party matters. One source close to Harris's campaign tells Rolling Stone they reached out to several staffers in and around the campaign to voice concern about the candidates' embrace of Dick and Liz Cheney. People don't want to coalition with the devil, says one source, speaking about Dick Cheney. They say that a Harris staffer responded that it was not staff's role to challenge the campaign's decision. A Democratic strategist says they warned key Harris surrogates and top-level officials at the Democratic National Committee that campaigning with Liz Cheney and making the campaign's closing argument about how many Republicans were supporting Harris was unlikely to motivate any new swing voters and risked dissuading already despondent infrequent Democratic voters who had supported Biden in 2020. The strategists say they also attempted to have big donors and battleground state party chairs convey the same argument to Harris's campaign. Another Democratic operative close to Harris World, says they sent memos and data to the Harris campaign staffers underscoring how, amongst other things, Republican voters, believe it or not, vote Republican, you don't say. And that the data over the past year screamed that Democrats instead needed to reassure and energize the liberal base and dim-leaning working class in battleground states. We were told basically, get lost, no thank you, says the operative. A Harris spokesperson did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Following the Harris's campaign crushing loss to Trump, there's an argument made by that Democrats never really stood a chance this election cycle given Joe Biden's unpopularity and Americans' unhappiness with the brutal economy. But Harris exerted far more effort attempting to appeal to Republicans, moderates, and independents than the Democratic base, which has been demoralized in part by Biden's continued support for Israel's brutal war in Gaza. Exit polls suggest Democrats had major turnout issues. The portion of the 2024 electorate that identified as Democratic declined significantly compared with past presidential elections. Former White House press secretary and MSNBC host Jen Psaki said on Friday on Morning Joe that Democrats had spent too much time listening to and lifting up Republicans who left Trump and the Never Trump movement. People who left the Democratic Party are the people who are going to win the future, she said. The people who left Trump, the Never Trumpers who have important voices, that is not a winning coalition. Interestingly, Bill Kristol, a top Never Trump Republican, this is a right-wing guy, not anti-Trump, but that's about it, right? Publicly urged Harris in the final weeks of the campaign to pitch a progressive, populist, economic message against Trump and his army of billionaire supporters. In late October, he wrote on X, feels like maybe Kamala Harris should embrace Elizabeth Warren's ultra-millionaire tax and barnstorm on that for the next few days. Wow.
Parties on our side, and Jordan just showed that to you. 80% of Democrats agree with that, 52% of all Americans agree with that, even despite all of this overwhelming propaganda against the trans community. But the minute you get the trans people playing in, trans women playing in women's sports, it falls off a cliff, and all of a sudden you're down to 26%, let alone undocumented trans immigrants getting taxpayer-funded surgery.
Unless you can name how many people that applies to, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Like, her biggest failure was an inability to clap back against those criticisms. You want to talk about the need to move on? Then Kamala Harris needs to move on from Joe Biden. And she can make that argument. Because the problems experienced under the Biden administration were handed to him by the Trump administration. The issue of prices started because of Trump's failed response to the pandemic. If she could have spent more time talking about that and less time talking about how Trump is a danger to democracy, a message which had already failed with Biden, she might have had a better chance. But we'll never know, will we?
My guess is that polls around 2%. So, and it's not.
And on this shit, she can, and she did. She started to say, I've heard her response to this, that policy offering gender confirming surgery to undocumented prisoners was the same as under Trump. That's a continuation of Trump's policy, right? Because again, that policy is a question between doctor and patient. That's not a question between that should be litigated in the political arena. And that's all you need to say. And she had the right instincts on that, just not the wherewithal to actually put together an effective ad to counterbalance that. The other thing that would have counterbalanced that message, because remember, the message is not just she supports they, them, right? It's she doesn't support you. Well, fucking support people. Do something for people. Push the Biden administration to create a more resilient social safety net in a way that's universal, in a way that's for everyone. Instead of, reducing the stimulus payment by $600, they should have been looking for different ways to put more money in everyone's pocket, not just a child tax credit, not just something that's directed at parents, something that helps everyone. That is the role that Democrats have fulfilled. And I am saying this as somebody who does not, who is to the left of liberalism, who is to the left of the Democratic Party. But even I can tell them that they're not living up to their bargain, to their New Deal with workers.
An accident that the Trump team, once they started running that ad, saw in great polling out of that ad and ran it again and again and again. And by then it was their #1 ad and they'd run it for $40 million worth. So are you guys saying that that ad didn't hurt and that we should keep going in that direction?
I'm not going to repeat myself.
I don't know. It's going to be hard to quantify what effect it had, but based on not just that one Gallup poll, but exit polls, other public opinion polls of what people's priorities were, we saw for months in the run-up and in the immediate aftermath, voters were largely motivated by the economy, economic policy, and their material conditions. So I think it might have changed the perception, but I don't think it was what motivated people to either stay home or vote against Harris or vote for Trump. You look at where it ranked on that list. I mean, there was 22 different topics on there, and it was dead last.
Again, the demagoguery that the Republicans want to do, whether it's against immigrants or trans people, or in this case, the 2 or 3 trans immigrants that might have received gender confirming care, right? This shit doesn't work. This shit doesn't matter when you're not failing the job of making sure that American workers can afford to pay for the things that they need. And that's done through raising the minimum wage once in a while, at the very least. And that's also done through instituting social safety net programs when they are needed, instituting them universally. Because the whole thing with capitalism is that it's got recession, depression, inflation, and all the other kinds of economic misery baked into the cake. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, right? So the whole New Deal, the whole compromise between workers and capital that the Democrats negotiated back in the 30s and 40s was to maintain a buy-in for workers
up here, but now there are freaking communists invading
into the economy, into the profits, into the productivity. They no longer have that. Their wages are flat. Their prices go up. What do you think they're going to feel? And when you tell them there is no recession, which is true, that what we had wasn't a recession, and they're fucking miserable, they're going to say that you're blowing smoke up their ass. You've got to do something. And I hate to be putting the political consultant hat on for the Democrats, chat, because like I said, I'm not a Democrat. I think America needs something a little stronger medicine than anything liberalism is willing to offer. I see the liberal and the conservative parties, the Democrat and the Republican parties, as two sides of capitalism incorporated. And I think that that is a mode of production we need to move past. But we're lacking the class consciousness to do that. People don't even realize when you think that you've got more separate from each other than you have in common. When you think that a undocumented worker is not going through the same kind of trials and tribulations as you are, maybe to a greater extent. It's not when you don't realize that that person is putting food on your table, and that without that person, your food would be even more expensive, right? And whether we're talking about, agricultural, whether we're talking about, harvesting or whether we're talking about meat packing and slaughtering. That work is done by these people that Trump is demonizing. And if he does succeed in deporting everyone from the country, we will all be worse for it. This is an argument that was never fucking made. This is an argument that you never heard because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris caved into Trump's policy in the springtime.
So
loser liberals.
They run it the most, Jordan. Why did it work the best?
I don't even think that it worked the best because I was just in Arizona and Nevada multiple times over the past couple months, and I saw the ad of her on The View saying there was nothing different that she would do than what Biden did. I saw that way more.
Yeah, this is huge.
Than the trans ad. And then within that, they just conflated the Biden administration, the 4 years of Biden, with Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and that's the argument that she needed to be at least fighting back on.
And they said, we can't afford.
And there is a route for fighting back on it. But you gotta have some teeth, you gotta have a spine, and you gotta take on the fucking corporations.
4 more years.
You gotta have less Hillary Clinton and more Bernie Sanders. If that's the kind of campaign that you wanna run, and that should be the campaign that you wanna run if you don't want to become as irrelevant as the Whig Party.
But that was not their number one ad. Their number one ad was the trans ad. And because it was just polling through the roof.
It's also a messaging thing. And here's the thing. The Harris campaign did not have their hands tied. They had 3 times the money. They had $1 billion. They had an ad budget of $700 million. They spent $40 million on that ad. Get out and spend 80, spend 120 on
defending your most unpopular position?
No, you need a simple message on that, and you shouldn't throw trans people under the bus. You don't you don't just abandon something because it's inconvenient.
But that's not throwing trans people under the bus.
Yes, it is.
Wait, an undocumented immigrant comes into the country and says, I demand knee surgery.
That's not her policy.
But brother, you just got here. What are you demanding surgery from me for?
That is such an outlier.
Do you understand also that you're opening the door to denying all kinds of medical care to all people? If they can successfully agitate, to take the healthcare away from the 2 to 3 individuals that this might actually apply to, right? Then next they're gonna well, why should we be paying for prisoners' medical care at all? Oh, okay. Why should we? I mean, these are the people that say they want to take down Obamacare. They're going to pay for a lot less people's medical care in general, and you have just opened the door to that. You have set the precedence of weakness and of a lack of fighting back. And you have told all of your constituencies that when the time comes, you too will be thrown under the bus. That does not make a strong party. That makes a weak party. And the Democrats are a historically and profoundly weak party, and they have been such ever since the Reagan era.
It's not even her policy. It wasn't in her platform. It was
Except it was her policy in
4 years ago, she mentioned it at an event. It wasn't a part of her platform.
All right, so let's go to Jules.
Well, Cenk, I think what you're doing, and I love you, but I think you're falling for a massive trap that Republicans never fall for, which is, like you said, they set up this domino of this tiny issue that rounds down to 0 and say this is the biggest issue of the election. And Democrats, not like leftists, but Democrats will jump in and say well, actually, here's the stats about this. So actually, we don't agree with let's say trans women in sports. But that's not what when Republicans do heinous stuff. The Republicans just say, yeah, who cares? We're not even going to talk about it. Democrats insist on having the conversation about stuff that essentially doesn't happen or happens in such a small way as to be useless or ineffective to the larger story. And Democrats will jump onto it in an effort to demonize leftists and secure their own position. And that's really frustrating. It's crazy to me that trans women in sports is a massive issue when, again, the percentage of people that this effect literally rounds down to 0, where stuff that actually matters and stuff that Republicans are doing.
The right answer to that question is you don't care about this issue. The Republicans are wasting your time talking about a non-existent problem. You care about money in your pocket, and our administration is going to put money in your pocket. Our administration is going to give you that piece of the pie that you've been cut out of by your fucking employer. Our administration is going to be responsible to the effects of inflation on your budget. And we're going to do the bare fucking minimum for a party that wants to call itself on the left and make sure that the working people can live like a halfway decent lifestyle. That's what shuts these bigots and assholes up and stops them from doing their demagoguing, which is an attempt to divide and conquer. And when you throw parts of your constituency under the bus, you enable that dividing and conquering. You do that work for them.
Is hand waved away with nothing, and it doesn't become part of the conversation. Nobody says, hey, we should talk about that.
Wake up. If you're going to be a liberal, don't be a fucking loser liberal. We've tried that in this country, right? That's been tried. That was not effective.
You guys are not addressing what I'm saying. So when I go on right-wing shows, I tell them, look, I'm for 100% equality and justice. That's the most American thing you could be. Trans people should have all the rights that anybody else has. And guys, this affects about 7 people in the country. You're trying to pretend that this is the most important issue. This is the least important issue, the smallest issue there is. And you know you're doing it to drive a wedge between us. And in fact, Dan Holloway, bless his heart on Drinking Bros, a right-winger, was like, you're right. That's why they call it a wedge issue, because it's supposed to drive a wedge between us. That's the right way to handle it. And so I think we all agree on that. But then you guys are saying, no, dig in.
And the other thing is, when you are the best administration, or when, Biden is, has been the best administration for labor, for unions, fight for that. Don't be afraid of that. Don't get pushed around by these donors. Don't get pushed around by these corpos into downplaying that, right? That's one thing that Biden did right.
They find the most unpopular position.
If she really wants to talk to The View and she gets asked a question of like, what did, Biden do that you don't agree with, have an answer for that. But if you want to save Biden's fucking dignity, because it's awkward since you're his vice president, then give him credit for the NLRB
position and defend it until you lose. Why? Why would you defend a position that is...
Unfortunately, his record on that isn't perfect. The rail workers strike, he didn't do the right thing on that, but for the most part, Biden's been head and shoulders better than the post-Reagan Democrats.
Deeply, deeply unpopular.
No one's saying dig in, but don't abandon members of your community. It's the right thing to do to stand up.
But who's abandoning?
Yeah, bring people together. Don't push people apart. We've got more in common than we have separate. We've got more in common no matter who you are. No matter whether you're trans, cis, gay, straight, whatever. No matter whether you're like a, born in America, American citizen, or no matter whether your papers are not in order and you're undocumented. You got more in common with the person harvesting your breakfast, packing your breakfast, making it so you can afford to eat, than you do with these fucking corpos like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk trying to demonize them to make you miserable, to steal your social security. Fuck those assholes. Fuck those corpos.
Them.
Harris did.
How?
The last couple weeks of the campaign, she distanced herself from trans issues, from trans rights. Because
not just the last few weeks, right? There was no acknowledgement of anything involving like trans people at the DNC.
What trans rights, Jordan? Which trans rights? They do not have the right to demand free surgery when they come here as undocumented immigrants.
Who was doing that?
That was literally Kamala Harris's position in 2020.
It was a hypothetical. It was a hypothetical.
But no,
it was the law, and it was the law under Trump as well, right? That if you go to your doctor and you seek a certain kind of care, even if you're a prisoner, you will get it, right? That is a question between doctor and fucking patient.
Who is doing it? Is it happening at scale?
It's not even hypothetical.
How much money are we actually spending on that?
He is so full of shit. And again, how many people do you think this fucking applies to? You should know when somebody says you got to watch out. Literally, the Republicans' ad was like, you got to watch out for those trans immigrants, those trans undocumented immigrants, right? That should click somewhere. What? Is that really a thing? Is that really a line item in anybody's budget? Or is that you making up a group to demonize, to distract me from the fact that you are stealing my social security, Elon Musk.
Actually, policy under Trump too. It's not a hypothetical. It was policy, and Trump even—
There you go. That's how you run with it. That's how you run with it.
Continued it. You could have fought back that way, but guys,
I don't know how Cenk was expecting to do it. To like, what is Cenk's policy? You come up with a bill of like the no trans healthcare for immigrants policy, right? You write a very weirdly specific bill. Do you know what happens when you write that bill? You take a phenomenon that is an edge case that is not really happening, and you give it life. You give it reality. You present it, well, there's a bill about it. This must be a problem. There must be a problem if they had to write a bill about it.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking—
Yeah, look, all I can say, Cenk needs to listen to his nephew more and his co-host less.
And even if Kamala Harris did or did not defend it, you guys are defending it. It's the leftists who are saying, this is the hill we're gonna die on. Well, that's really ridiculous.
No, we're saying it didn't.
It's you that's saying weakness is fucking strength, you coward. You fucking coward.
It's like we're being dragged onto that hill.
He is saying that
when
cost
they
her the
ask,
election.
look, guys, here's how the progression goes. So they go, okay, we hate gay people. Oh, that didn't work. Back in 2004, they go, okay, well, we hate gay marriage. Oh, that did work. Okay. Now at the time, I go, wait, are we talking about constitutional?
There were people that threw, gay marriage under the bus, right? That wanted to distance, and it was a mainstream position for certainly a presidential candidate to not say that they endorse gay marriage, or to even give some kind of Clinton-esque answer about it.
Rights? Are we talking about fundamental human rights? Okay, I know it's not a winning issue for us, but I'm gonna fight on that, and I believe in gay marriage, but I could make an effective case for it. I could convince people of it, and we did. We fought and fought and fought, and we convinced people, right? So then they go, nowadays, they come back and they go, okay, well, attacking gay people is not working anymore, so let's attack trans people. It's so transparent what they're doing. And by the way, I would love for a Democratic politician to say what I'm saying now. Do you see how they're trying to drive hate towards trans people? Okay, so they attack the core of their rights, it doesn't work. Then if you remember in the beginning, Trump said they shouldn't be in the military, and that didn't work. And we're defending, because that is core rights, right? Willing to die for our country? Are you kidding me? Of course we defend. They're weirdos that attack people in bathrooms. No, that's mainly straight guys, let's be honest, okay? So we defend and it doesn't work. Then they get to, they should be able to play in the WNBA and Olympics, etc. And I go, well, I think that's up to the WNBA and that's up to the Olympics, and I'm not.
But they'd already made their decision, Cenk, and they made the right decision because they're sports science and they know scientists and they know what the fuck they're talking about, and they came up with reasonable policies that demanded a certain amount of HRT and certain like blood levels of hormones. Or I mean, it's different in every sports league, right? But the sports leagues were doing fine with it. They're actually not the ones that sold us out, Cenk. You are. You are. You fucking coward.
Sure that I agree.
You bloviating bag of wind.
And let alone the fact that I know that's a
you useless has-been.
Super unpopular position, and it is not a core right to play in the WNBA. It just isn't. But every other leftist goes, nope, nope. Cenk, you're a fascist, and you're agreeing with the right wing. We love this issue.
Would you allow any other woman to be disenfranchised from sports then, if it's not a key right? Should J.D. Vance be able to abolish women's sports? It's not a key right. Why are we fighting for it? It doesn't really, it's sports. It's sports. What does it matter? Let the Republicans have their way.
And of course they should. We're gonna defend this 200%. And then we got smeared. So you guys made a giant mistake.
No.
I think most leftists want to talk about the economy. I think most leftists want to talk about workers' rights and free healthcare and affordable housing. But there are these fringe issues.
Yeah, Cenk knows anatomy and physiology better than sports scientists. I forgot, Omega Star.
Brought to the forefront by Democrats.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Joe actually flanked Obama on gay marriage when he supported it during an interview.
Ooh, I didn't know that, Davy Cliff. Wow, that's pathetic.
Democrats who want to say what you're saying in order to distract from those issues, because they can't defend those issues. They can take this like little wedge issue and say like, well, we don't agree with trans women in sports. We don't agree with, and if you defend it, then you're being crazy. But not to do an impression of you, Cenk. But there is this lack of conversation about the things that Democrats are not doing. And I genuinely think that even having these conversations to this degree, instead of hand waving them away as being like, you know what, these are fringe issues, we can deal with them as fringe issues and not as the main issue of the campaign.
But Jules,
I think that is something that. Go ahead.
So Jules, let me agree with.
Wait, wedge issue makes me think of wedge salad. Is that what the thing with the cabbage is? You get like a wedge of cabbage, and I don't even know how it works. Is that what a wedge salad is?
But then challenge you.
I feel like I was talking about this earlier in stream chat. I'm getting hungry again.
I'm agreeing with you on is when Philip Rain says, "Oh, trans undocumented, again, not just trans rights, but trans undocumented immigrants asking for taxpayer-funded surgery," and then he goes, "Same thing as Medicare for all." No, not the same thing. Medicare for all polls at 72%, and yes, these corporate Democrats are trying to distract you from that. We all agree to that. But the Democrats didn't bring up that issue. The Republicans, the right wing, brought up that issue. So, but when I say, hey, guys, let's get past this issue, this is not a winning issue, and I don't even agree, then all of the leftists online said, no, we love this issue. We're gonna fight on this issue.
Have the mic.
What?
You are assuming that giving into the Republicans on this issue will quiet the beast. You are making the worst mistake that you could with a demagogue of like, yeah, well, they're coming for, trans athletes. I'm not a trans athlete. What do I care? Hand them over to the Republicans. They're coming for illegal immigrant prisoners. Hand over their medical rights too. Yeah. And where does that fucking end? Where does that end?
Democrats have the mic. Democrats are the ones who respond to these issues. Like DNC Democrats are the ones who. Leftists don't have a mic. Leftists.
No, you're
can
wrong.
Only
they have a giant mic on
heard.
social media. Giant. I mean, in that segment alone, they didn't say that for no reason, and I know I lived it. They said a couple of times, they're like, I'm afraid to say this because of what's going to happen on Twitter. I'm afraid to say this because are you saying that leftists don't attack others on Twitter for the slightest disagreement?
Oh, absolutely. But the point is that we're talking about being online.
I mean, you're going to get attacked by Silly and Billy regardless, and they're going to take your audience from you because you don't deserve your audience. Like I said, you're a has-been, Cenk.
Exactly.
And the left can do without you.
We're talking about normie voters, people who aren't chronically online like we are, and so. These topics make their way to the mainstream because Democrats will do exactly that. They'll say,
I mean, come on. TYT is yesterday's garbage.
Being attacked for
their views are in the toilet.
Defending this issue when
their reputation is in the toilet.
You don't have to defend the issue at all. You can, I'm again saying, you can hand wave it away and
their standards are in the toilet.
About things that really matter.
Jules, that's not what the leftists did. You're saying the exact opposite of what they did. They didn't wave it away. They said,
I'm saying that's what the people with the mic, the people who normie voters listen to, didn't do that. They started talking about, we're being attacked by the left for having a reasonable position. So why are you talking about it at all? Why don't you talk about it within the fringe context that it exists and where it rounds down to zero?
Why don't you talk about something that matters to people's bottom line at the end of the day?
Are decisions to be made.
If you want to skip this issue, the best way is to not respond. And to respond with something better, something that people care about more. People don't care about the health care of like undocumented prisoners. People care about whether or not they have money in their pocket at the end of the day. It's the Democrats' job to make sure that happens.
You have to support trans rights, but doing it through
the word on the street is that Silly and Billy are secretly vampires. Yeah, they're clout vampires. They're audience stealers. Is that what they stream audience stealers? Yeah.
Venue is crazy, and
let's cry about it. What's up, Corn Pop? Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
How it looks to voters. It looks like
that is a nice floral shirt. You're right, Corn Pop.
The entire Democratic Party represents.
Good to see you.
This fringe issue that mainstream Democrats want to defend against.
Jules, you're now saying
most people aren't online like that.
You're now saying that you agree with the position that I had, which is wave it away. This is not the hill to fight on.
You said surrender, sir. You didn't say wave it away. You said wave the white flag because, again, you're a coward.
And when I said that, the entire leftist ecosystem collapsed in on itself. How dare you? We fight on this issue. Well, how did it turn out for us? And look, Jordan,
nobody fucking fought on the issue. What are you talking about, Cenk? They literally rejected the opportunity to push back on that narrative. And I'm talking about the Harris campaign. I'm talking about what matters.
She lost the issue because she loves her corporate donors. She's talked about how I have 90 corporate CEOs.
The guy on the right looks like a mime. Oh yeah, kind of. Or yeah, like they're right.
Those who agree with me, Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney and agrees with me, and that's what cost her the election. But it was not a small issue that the #1 ad that they ran.
That's what the Democrats need to do next time. They need to run a mime. Everybody loves mimes. Mimes are great.
And the polling indicated that this was the one that worked.
They can do a thing where they're like, what? You're stuck. You're trapped in a capitalist in a late stage hyper capitalist hellscape. They should get a mime.
The best. And there's other things, guys. We said there was real crime.
Silly and Billy interviewed Jordan. I half remember that.
Leftist screen.
Oh yeah, and they also interviewed winners and losers.
There's no crime.
Shouts out to winners and losers.
It's in your imagination. Well, and they claim to represent Democratic voters. Then here in California, we had Prop 36.
A Nintendo says if Kamala Harris stuck to calling the GOP weird and laid out a recovery plan, we'd be entering week 2 of Trump calling it a rigged election.
Anti-crime bill in California, not Alabama.
Stuck in an echo chamber, that's right.
California, it passed with 70% of the vote. I told you that Democratic voters do not agree with extreme leftists. They care about crime. And they don't want to pay for these surgeries, et cetera, et cetera. The polling shows I'm true. The elections show I'm overwhelmingly correct. But I guarantee you the reaction to this debate by every leftist online will be, how dare he?
Look, you know what they care about? They don't care about crime. They think that there's crime because there's homeless people, right? If you improve people's material conditions the way that a Democratic Party is supposed to do, then you will have less people out on the street. And you will erase the one thing that's reinforcing the perception of crime. There is not a rise in crime. There is a, record low of crime.
A monster. It's all his fault. And oh my God, we should double down and quadruple down.
If you get a job, you probably won't be homeless. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that, dumbass that came into the wrong Twitch chat? Are you sure about that? You probably won't be homeless. There are people that work multiple jobs and are homeless, asshole. Thanks, try again. Jesus Christ.
He's helping their framing.
Who let the brainworms out?
Well, okay, 70%. The Democratic...
Oh, I know, it was RFK, that's right, I forgot.
...voters are definitively on my side, both on economic populism like Medicare for All.
And for God's sake, quit glazing Cenk the fuck up. What are you, some kind of TYT fan? That's cringe, that's fucking cringe.
On these social issues. We're not saying
I don't support cyberbullying, okay? But with TYT fans, it's like borderline. It's like border. No, I disavow. I don't support it.
And trans people. We're not saying lock up people that didn't do anything wrong or that smoked a joint. We're saying nobody said to take domestic assault and turn it into a misdemeanor. What the hell are you defending that for? Are you nuts? That's an injustice, and Democratic voters don't want it, let alone
What the fuck is Cenk talking about? This is not a campaign issue.
Republican voters. So you guys can keep emphasizing. I'm not the one emphasizing, I'm the one saying get past it. And every left-wing show online is like, don't get past it, don't get past it.
Hubert, that's like the weirdest thing you could say.
Talk about this for months and months and months until we lose every goddamn election.
Is that your gimmick?
I don't think it's like a totally fair characterization of how people are responding to that topic or how they should engage with it. I think what's important is the context with what he was talking about was that she lost because of the extreme left and those 3 issues that he laid out, which is not true. This guy has worked on 2 campaigns that ran against Trump. He lost both of them. He certainly—
Did I know that Kamala started the war in Ukraine? No, but I know that Kamala declared war on your mom.
He knows losing, but he does not know how to win. And when you think about what motivates him to say it, it's much easier to scapegoat progressives and the left. And as he threw in later in a jab at Bernie Sanders, Senator Sanders, and like maybe progressives in the squad, it's easier for him to scapegoat those policies, those people, that voting bloc, rather than look inward. Because to do that, he would find fault with himself, find fault with the donor class, and ultimately it would shake up and change the paradigm.
Anyway, whoever I called a dumbass, I apologize. That was mean. I shouldn't say that.
People within the party view the party. They're unwilling to do that because they are beholden to corporate interests. On that, we agree. But the thing is, ultimately, at the end of the day, you stand up for these things because it's the right thing to do, not because they're popular. And like you gained ground on marriage equality and gay rights, it might be a similar and long fight, but you shouldn't abandon it or throw
Petbridge Farms remembers?
Throw them away or throw them under the bus like Harris did simply because it's politically expedient now.
Okay, so you're okay with losing the election because you want to fight for those issues.
I don't trust that you know how to win an election, Cenk. How many have you run in? Are we going to take advice on winning elections from somebody who has only shown that he can lose them? Like, even if they let you run, even if they, you know, even if you were on the ballot, Cenk, you would lose.
I mean, you just said it.
He already lost. That's not why. I showed you the data. No one cares. No one cares. It's the last ranking issue.
You're delusional. $40 million in ads.
The economy was the #1 issue for people. No one's going in there and be like, I'm mad about trans people, so I'm going to vote for Trump. No one did that.
You're 100% wrong.
The economy, every poll, every exit poll said it was the economy.
Right. Okay, at the very end of that ad, which worked spectacularly, you guys are denying.
Look, on the plus side, okay? On the plus side, the mainstream media that's pushing this narrative that it is the fault of trans people, of Medicare for all supporters, and of extreme leftists, whatever the fuck that means in the United States, right? That side is losing influence. That's not where people watch the election. Now, I'd be lying to you if I said that the establishment of the alternative media is going stronger, a lot stronger, and is astroturfed on the right, and is astronomically, you know, got more reach. So, I mean, that's a bad thing. But I will say that these assholes that are trying to sell a narrative of purge the left from the Democratic Party to preserve the neoliberal, you know, policies, make those policies further to the center, I will tell you they're losing. No one is watching them. They are waning, and nobody cares what they fucking have to say.
Reality. Every poll.
And it's funny. It's funny that somebody who was very early in the alternative online media, like Cenk Uygur, is missing that boat. He is going to be on the side of the legacy media.
Showed it worked spectacularly.
Yet no one walked out and told a pollster that's why they voted.
Yeah.
Not a single person.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, the American people loved it, guys. You were right. Oh my God, they loved it. They want you to run on it again. That's such a genius idea.
That's why Trump won.
Okay, so how many times do I have to tell you that that was not the #1 issue? That was but it did it help?
Oh my God.
Did it help? And besides,
winners and losers. We should play Rocket League sometime.
Which I also don't agree with you.
You're probably better than me, though. I never practice.
Guys, I don't think paying for undocumented immigrants surgery is somehow some moral, great, amazing thing that we have to fight for. We have a giant number of issues in America. If they came in and asked for hip replacement surgery, I wouldn't be in favor of it. Why are we dying on a hill? We don't have them.
What? Okay, yeah. Now, what did he just say? Yeah, they don't deserve medical care at all. Let them suffer. Let them languish.
Not half of us, in terms of Democratic voters, all right, last thing.
Kick them out with their fucked up hip and all.
Can you guys be honest and say,
is that what he's saying? Is he really embracing the fucking darkness that way?
Most Democratic voters agree with me and not
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
you guys?
Yeah, most Democratic voters agree with me. They want Medicare for all. We just talked about it. We just agree with it.
But Jordan,
that would
we
be an
all agree
extension
to
of
that.
it. That'd be an extension of it. So
That
people,
would be an extension of
if
it.
you're incarcerated, you don't get medical coverage. What do you think Medicare for all is? Does it cover gender-affirming care? Because in my world, it does.
Okay. God bless you. You run the next.
Yeah, no, seriously. Oh my God, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. He wouldn't. They would come for that too. They will come for that. Trump has spoken about coming for, I mean, not just whether or not Medicaid pays for stuff like that, but whether or not adults can get, gender-related health care.
Next election on that. I want the rest of the country to know that the great majority of Democratic voters do not believe in those issues. They believe in protecting everyone's constitutional rights.
I want you to know, Cenk, that you're old as fuck and you don't know what you're talking about.
But they don't agree with these fringe issues. And here we are making the same exact mistake where we are.
Go follow your co-host onto Substack and onto Irrelevancy.
Defending something that is indefensible, and whether it, like, you're falling back on this simple thing of like, it's not the #1 issue, so it didn't hurt. No, that is not a logical connection. It doesn't have to be the #1 issue for it to hurt our chances of winning.
I think he meant conclusion.
Besides which, again, I don't agree. I don't agree that more crime is such a great thing, or that crime doesn't exist, or that taking a whole bunch of felonies that were terrible crimes and turning them into misdemeanors is somehow justice. It's not justice. It's the exact opposite.
Crime exists, but tough on crime policies were a failure. We tried that. We tried broken windows policing. It doesn't fucking work. Crime rates were high as fuck back then.
That's why the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters agree with me. But what we do on the Young Turks, guys, and the most important part of this entire conversation is, did we not know this was going to be a debate? We did. That's why we said it in the beginning. But we have these conversations no matter who you agree with. We air out these opinions and then you get to make up your mind. I love that Jordan and Jules passionately defend their position. And that's how we do it on the Young Turks. We'll be back. Thanks for watching the Young Turks. Really appreciate it.
Your positions are completely ridiculous, and they are what caused Trump to become president. But I appreciate you being on here to say them. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. That's super weird. Cenk, you're a fucking weirdo. I don't know what to say. I used to respect you. What happened? I watched UAT so little. I found MR fast. Fortunately for politics, that's bullcrap. Cenk, majority of our party believes in no bigotry. He's acting like they're honest, except his entire company. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Massive hypocrite. The home of progressives. My ass. And we're not just talking about social issues either. We're talking about union issues that are designed to put food on people's tables and to control the exploitation that invariably happens under capitalism. We're talking about an integral part of any kind of social contract that the Democratic Party is going to try to enforce in order to make capitalism livable. Oh, you're playing hoops. Yeah, I've never tried that. Wait, low diamond? That's pretty good. No, I don't know. I never stick with the game long enough. It's my problem. Yeah, but that's Cenk Uygur. So let me take a look here at our poll. Looks like 36% of you are voting for Israeli official bans children's art. 26% of you are voting for Destiny calls Asmongold a slur. 20% of you want to see me do some gaming, either Metaphor Refantasio or Fallout New Vegas. And 17% of you want to see Tyler Oliveira's newest video about the German far right. We are 76% of the way towards the dono goal, towards any of that happening. And so far, I've only logged like 1% for the Israel story. So I guess that's ahead. But if you've donated and I haven't added your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, let me know. Let me know, especially if that's if you've donated recently on PayPal or on Patreon, and you're in the chat, right? If you make that kind of donation, I try to wait until you're in the chat, so that you know, your donation applies to that sub goal and to the, you know, topic of your choice. You can let me know which of these topics tickles your fancy. I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping thus helping your topic win by buffing it. You get to basically buff the percentage in the poll, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think we're gonna consolidate streams now. So if you're watching me on Shorts, we invite you to come along into the full screen stream. That is this link right here. You want to press this now. Otherwise, I'm going to end the stream, and you might be rated into, you might be not. I'm not sure how it works, but if you want to make sure that you get in the stream, which is not ending quite yet, you can just click on that link, and I will see you over on the full scale stream on YouTube. Twitch, stay where you are. I'm still sticking with you. All right, so end the wouldn't it be funny if I ended the wrong stream? It actually wouldn't. It'd be bad. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to George Jackson 66. George Jackson 66, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Bringing us up to 81% on Yay Old Dono Goal. I'm going to read some more chat here in the meantime. Jink is going full mask off neoliberal. Seeing how Dems didn't show up, a new voter base needs to be made.
Jazzcom
Yo.
super chatted $20.
Jascom Gam, thank you for the $20 super chat. That puts us over the line into bonus goal territory. It's where we've always wanted to be. But you know, the real bonus goal is where I go over to Twitch and LARP as a Southern waitress and watch, and I react to Hee Haw. That's the real bonus goal. We just don't have that content ready yet. We don't have that content quite ready for the reactions to Hee Haw. That would be hilarious. But yeah, if anybody in chat has donated and you want to let me know which of these topics you want to see show up as bonus content. Right now, it looks like Israeli officials ban children's art. That's in first place. That could change. And it can change by you just letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next. I'll be happy to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping you get what you want out of the bonus content, which we're about to enjoy. God, this Israel officials ban children's art. I can't talk. Children's art topic. Like, I know that Hassan has covered this. I should look and see if it's on Twitter. Anybody still on Twitter? It sucks, but I am still, I can't quite give it up. I don't really use it that much. I don't really use it much at all anymore. What are we talking about? We're talking about all right, so oh God, this is all over Twitter. Oh yeah, I should also thank my Patreons. All right, Patreons, you help me keep the lights on. I appreciate you greatly. Everyone who's a patron of mine gets exclusive content that is only available on Patreon. And in addition to that, all of my donors at the $5 tier or above, you get a shout out twice a stream. That's my goal, to give you a shout out twice a stream. So, you know, with that, let me thank, give a fancy shout out to Temporal Insanity, to Funky Monkey, to Shaxbie, to Moe Noe, to Crystal Safira, to Just Julie, to Jules K, to JR, to Good for Gabby, and a fancy shout out to Zerazerex, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Thank you, patrons. You help me out a lot, and I appreciate you. I wouldn't be able to do it without you. So thank you once again. But yeah, this is the art we're talking about. This is the art that got banned. They promote hate in those drawings. It's hate. It's hateful. I don't know, chat. Is that what we want to go with? Let me check and see in chat if anybody has, like, any donors have an opinion on that. Got on Twitter super early and was like this is dumb, and never came back. I don't blame you, McGoggles. I don't blame you. Destiny and Asmongold. Look at that. Well, that changes everything, doesn't it? That changes everything. Okay, so far it looks like 20% extra go into Destiny and Asmongold. Is that the... Oh, wow. That has the potential to flip the poll. Look at that. Look at that. Look at how this works, right? 20 plus... Oh my god, I can't ever add correctly. 20 plus... I'm really bad at math, so you'll have to forgive me, but hopefully I get this right. 20 plus 18 is 38. So since nothing is higher than 38 yet, that goes to the front. Now, I want to make sure if there's anybody else who's donated that wants to 25 or 15 for the same. All right, so that goes up to, what is this, like 35? 35 plus 18 is 50. Is it 58? No, it's not 58. It's like 53. 53. Nope, not 35. 53. I can't type, chat. I cannot type. If I told you that I was a patron because I don't... Oh, yeah. Yeah, Choki, I can add your Patreon as well. What was your choice? But I never know whether to call you Chalky or Choki. I never know which one's right. I have this bad habit of pronouncing people's names wrong. Yeah, and there's somebody else who sent me a dono on Patreon, or on PayPal recently. So if that's you, let me know and I'll add your donation as well. Just trying to make sure I'm not missing anybody, am I? Is there anybody that needs to get their, have their money put where their mouth is? That's such a weird phrase. Put your money where your mouth is? What is that, eat your money? I don't understand that. It reminds me of that German guy. Do you know who I'm talking about, chat? Who's this guy? German guy, party pooper. Streamer poops himself in classic WoW? What the fuck? Why is this a thing? Why is this a video?
I work some hours in an office, you know, and the groups of people they're talking, and one say about Jennifer, eine Kollegin, colleague. Oh, I tell you, Jennifer, she is really a party pooper. Really?
Asmongold for Omega Star.
Parties? So she poops at parties, so and people know this? I poop at parties. I poop at parties, but people don't know because I close the door.
Oh my god, okay.
Jennifer goes to the party and then poops, but she do it so people know. Where do she go for it? Does she visit the water closet and make door of the open so people may see and smell things? This sounds horrible.
He's trying to understand, like, what a party pooper is.
Maybe she go, like, by the tables with the gift and the present and the punches bowl? Poop on the carpets? This sound like... Jennifer, you have some mental issue. Have you spoken to someone about it? This serious, you make a poop in the party, so people may know. I want to go to parties with Jennifer just to make observation. She poops at parties. Why do people play rock, paper, scissors? It's a stupid game. It does not work. The logic is really not right. If you are a rock and you are fighting scissors, I understand it. Rock, you're winning. Scissor, good luck. You know, you can now not cut other things because rock
Bethesda, says Anno Domini. Gotcha.
If you are scissor and paper coming round the corner and looking at a nice street sign or what, bye. You know, you are now origami swan or something. Good job, scissor. But if you are paper and you see some rock, okay, yeah? You do this. What is this? You're like a hat.
That's nothing. That's, yeah, exactly.
This does not hurt a rock. This help a rock, okay? Rock now does not have sunburns. Rock can have bad hair day, and paper has help out.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
This is a positive relation. This is like the birds on the elephant back.
Oh, symbiosis, yeah.
Eating all of the poop away from elephant.
Yeah, they eat all the poop away.
It's symbiotic here, okay?
It's symbiotic. There we go.
So, no more with this. This is stupid. Change. Not rock, paper, scissor. Rock, paper, dynamite. Right? If I'm rock, and here come dynamite.
Wait, is it rock, paper, chisel? Wait. So wait, no, it's gotta be, no, rock. Wait, is the paper the problem? What's the problem? Are the scissors cut paper. The rock destroys the scissors. So I feel like scissors cut paper. Wait, oh my god, how do you change it to make it better?
I'm watching now a little bit your baseball here in America. This game is the most confused game of that I'm knowing. I enjoy football. You say soccer. We have a ball. We have a net. We have a net. Kick in, boom. You kick it. Did ball go in net? Boom, point. We are finished. Next time, now we go again. Ball, point, boom, net, ball.
Wait, is this right, Davy? Is this right, Davy? Does Anno Domini speak for you? This is kind of profound, yeah. A little bit. Okay, so your vote is... Oh, wait, what? So you said Bethesda. You said Bethesda. That puts like a lot of. Wait, do I have that right?
No, baseball. Oh, okay. We have some pillows. We have some pillows on the dirt, and then we have some grass, and then we have people that stand all around. They make a grabbing of the downstairs, grab of crouch, look around. Then man with stick is there, and then man look at stick man, and look at man with glove, and he make like this one. For like 1 minute with a man. And then he, boom, he throw a ball to the stick man. And the stick man may hit. If he make a miss of 3 times, then out. But if 4 times the throw is bad, boom, then he may walk to a pillow. Or if he make a hit of ball and it go to the side of the paints, then it is more hits and hits and hits. But if he hit a ball very far, then he may run on all the pillows around the pillows. And sometimes someone is stealing the pillows, and sometimes a man.
The pillows aren't very comfortable.
If you hit a man with a ball, then he may run to the pillows. And many people, the boys.
Chat, what is more confusing? Cricket? Do you think cricket is more confusing, or do you think that... baseball is more confusing?
In the trench, they sit in the trench, and they look around, and they spit.
They do the spit, yeah, they do the spit.
In the hat, and then clap.
Cricket is more confusing.
Clap and spit, and then they run to the field. And then
this is what everybody sounds like when I'm tired.
They make a trade in 9 times, but time out on the 7. After 7 times I've run on field, everyone sing a song about popcorn.
Wait, they sing about popcorn at baseball games?
And then they do more hits and throws.
Yeah, not to even mention the bullpen. Like, what's up with the bullpen? Do they have bulls? Do bulls come out and chase them down the base paths? Is it like running the bulls?
What?
You hit the ball, you run from bulls.
Who's winning? What is occurring?
Somebody's on the deck. Somebody's in the dugout. I want popcorn now. I want food.
I don't know.
Jaskim Gaming.
Babe Ruth.
Thank you for becoming a secret Halo member. Wait, now yours was Asmongold, right? So that's gonna raise this to this, and then that just what's gonna no, don't you dare! Oh my god! It was playing through to a movie. Oh my god, do you know how fucked I'd be?
I'm watching now a little bit.
Do you know how fucked I would actually be? All right, let me go grab some food, and I'll be right back to
go to
play.
Coffee shops.
I mean,
coffee shops and work there. I like to do.
What's winning right now? Let me make sure. 60 for Metaphor or Fallout. What is that doing as far as the poll goes? That's 19%. So it's 19% plus 60 plus 19 equals 79. 79. This one is, yeah, looks like gaming is winning by 10. Tyrannical TOS rules, yeah. What I think I have to just put this on. Let's put it on loop. Hopefully I won't make it loop. I'm gonna grab food really quick.
Go to coffee
We'll figure out what we're doing for bonus
coffee shops and work there. I like to do it. And I will go in a time when they're open, yeah. In the early times, you know. So I'm at the coffee shop. It is 5:45 a.m. It is open at 6 a.m. And the man who is inside, he's clean. He see me, but he's cleaning. Of course, they do not let in me. So annoyed, but whatever. Boom, 6 a.m. Door open. I come inside. He's like, oh man, wow, the early bird gets the worm, huh? What? The early bird gets a worm? No, strange coffee man, I don't know if the early bird gets a worm. We do not know lifestyle habits of all the worms. Perhaps the worms are sleeper laters. Lady sleepies, lady sleepers, late. Perhaps they do not wake early, the birds, the worms. What if the worms have had long night of hardcore parties and poker and doing worm party things? And they wake up 10 a.m., 12 noonsies. The early bird is fly around. Where are the worms? Where are the worms? I'm looking. Fly, flap. Where are the worms? Yeah. Well, the worms had party. It was Cinco de Mayo. Yeah. And now it's 6 de Mayo, and where the worms are sleeping, they had hard night. Sorry, early bird. So early bird fly around? Oh, screw it. I see no worms. I shall just go to vending machine and have a Snickers. But then, tardy bird, he waking up, I don't know, 11:30, because he like to sleepy the beauty. He like to receive beauty birdie sleep. He fly around. Now the worms is awake. Oh. Lunchtime.
Oh my God.
Tardy bird. Sorry, early bird. You've received no thanks. Well, you ate the Snickers. I know this makes satisfy of hunger, but serious, it's sugar, nuts, and nougat. It's no protein.
It's not a meal.
Early bird get the worm, no. You know who get the worm? The bird who matched the sleep patterns of the
worm. Yeah, exactly.
So it's not that. Not early bird gets the worm, it's the bird who matched the sleep patterns of the worms get the worms. Are you pay attention, birds? I just give to you a life hack.
No. Bird life hack.
Stop it. I like to go to coffee shops, and work there. I like to do it. And I will go in a time when they're open, yeah. In the early times, you know. So I'm at the coffee shop. It is 5:45 a.m. It is open at 6 a.m. And the man who is inside, he's clean. He see me, but he's cleaning. Of course, they do not let in me. So annoyed, but whatever. Boom, 6 a.m. Door open. I come inside. He's like, oh man, wow, the early bird gets the worm, huh? What? The early bird gets a worm? No, strange coffee man, I don't know if the early bird gets a worm. We do not know lifestyle habits of all the worms. Perhaps the worms are sleeper laters. Lady sleepies, lady sleepers, late. Perhaps they do not wake early, the birds, the worms.
Okay.
What if the worms have had long night of hardcore parties and
yes.
poker
What if the worms are like
the
worms like to party?
Worm party things.
Yeah.
And they wake up 10 a.m., 12 noonsies. The early bird is fly around. Where are the worms? Where are the worms? I'm looking. Fly, flap. Where are the worms? Yeah. Well, the worms had party. It was Cinco de Mayo. Yeah. And now it's 6 de Mayo, and where the worms are sleeping, they had hard night. Sorry, early bird. So early bird fly around? Oh, screw it. I see no worms. I shall just go to vending machine and have a Snickers. But then Toddy Bird, he waking up, I don't know, 11:30 because he like to sleepy the beauty, he like to receive beauty birdie sleep. He fly around, now the worms is awake. Oh, lunchtime for Toddy Bird. Sorry, early bird, you've received no thanks. Well, you ate the Snickers. I know this makes satisfy of hunger, but serious, it's
Okay.
sugar, nuts, and...
Okay, so what is the we're doing gaming, it looks like. Unless anybody, let me check the chat really quick. The worms work the graveyard ship. Still opposed. I think I'm opposed to free healthcare now. If it's this annoying, how annoying it will make people. We have said it wrongs this whole time. Brain worms. Bird got the worms. Bird get the worms. The worms. My Australian friend used to do this weird arm movement when he was drunk. Took me a year to figure out it was like a cricket bowling motion. Oh, cricket bowling. I missed the best part. Wait, did I? I think I rewatched it, right? Brain flake? Oh, bran flakes. I thought you said brain flakes for a second. Wait, did it? How many times did it loop over? Did it loop over multiple times? Oh yeah, turn off autoplay. That's another way you can do it. We can't see the polling results? It's... Yo! The whole time? The whole fucking time? Oh my god. Oh mein Gott. Was ist hier los? Was ist hier los? There it is. There's the poll. And it looks like gaming is winning. So, der frühe Vogel bekommt der Wurm. Der frühe Vogel bekommt der Wurm. Den Wurm. I'm sorry. I did the wrong conjugation, didn't I? Getting my brain flicks. I was getting, I made some Brussels sprouts. And then I put tahini and lime. It's wild that that was there the whole time. The worms are crawling out of RFK's brain. Yo, I really wish this guy, like, oh my god. Do you think he has, like, does he have, like, political takes? Last video 2 months ago. Engaging, enraged here, Final Four March Madness. What is an NFT?
Hey, Flula, did you hear about Bitcoin? Oh, there is ICO coming, so you must make sure blockchain, ledger, DeFi, fintech, and you know about that, because Bitcoin go to the moon, Wall Street. Bet Glöbi Flaubies are now on sale. I did just check the alpha dogs, and did you go Discord server, Ruby Dooby? And then, yeah, the Blippy coins you can exchange for Klöpig Klappig tubes. And don't forget about Blapsgraph and Snoopy Grip and Axis Cookie. Oh, Axis Cookie, everybody go for that. Immediately go to Gemini, Kraken, Crypto, Coinbase, Merpeeps. To the moon!
I was last night at a party with my friend Kevin. We are there. Hang out, talk, blah, blah, you know. And then Kevin all in sudden look to a lady. And he said to me, Flula, look, this lady have a very large camel toe. I look, I see no camel toe. I see normal toes of human. She is wearing the heel high shoes, yeah, and the toes are out. They look at normal toes, normal Homo sapien toes. No camel toe. I would see this immediate. It is, if this is in the shoe, heel high explosion. This is a heel high explosion. This shoe will not make us survive. So I see no camel toe. What is it in the purse? She have a camel toe in a purse? She brings us to a party. Why you bring a camel toe to the party? What is this? Nature shows and tells party? No, it is let us have some drink and perhaps make dance party. What you do, you come to the party. Hello everyone. Oh look, I have nature limbs here. Look here, we have a cheetah arm and oh a fox finger here and oh look also a camel toe. What? Nobody want to see this. This is not a museum. This is not a natural history museum. And how do you have camel toe anyway? What, you from safari? Are you from the safari? You was in Africa, bang bang, shoot shoot, hunt here. Why you have this, the camel toe? You shoot camels? Who make a hunt of camels?
This is not bonus content. No, I'm just waiting to make sure that I know what we're doing. Looks like we're voting for video game content. I just wanted to check with people, like what form that needs to take. Metaphor Refantasio or Fallout New Vegas. It looks like we're at 79% as far as that goes. 69% for Destiny Asmongold, and everything else is way lower. Unless there is anybody who's don't know, I haven't counted yet, and if so, let me know. You know this guy? Like what, in real life? You mean on YouTube, I'm sure.
It's the most slow animal of all of the safari animals. Yeah, great work with your skill of hunt. You shoot sleep singing camel, bang bang. Yeah, maybe next year shoot a cactus. Yeah, moving same velocity as camel. Yeah. Do not bring the camel toe to the party. You know, bring to party some brownies. A snack. I was eating lunch yesterday with my friend Brad, and we did go outside, and we see on the car ein Strafzettel. He has received a ticket. He has received a parking ticket. Oh, he is angry. He is, and he say, "Oh, I'm going to write an appeal." And I say, "What? Just find the parking ticket person and say, slap, slap, slap. Hey, stop it with your tickets. I will hit you in the face with my hand, in the ear." And Brad say, no, Flula, no. The pen is mightier than the sword. What?
Let's see if I can make this work.
No. Who is making your sword? Who is making your sword? A pasta factory? Is your sword a noodle sword? Do you have a rigatoni knife? What? Do you have a cannelloni? A cannellodi sword? It's floppy, it's al dente, it tastes tasty. It will not scare the people, it shall make them hungry. Yes, of course, if your sword is made of noodle. If you have a pasta sword, we have problem. If you have normal sword, sorry, this is a pen shall have no chance.
Yeah, the pen's kind of fucked in that situation. All right, I'm trying to make the Fallout New Vegas work. Last time it got a little weird. Just make sure. Oh, it's set up for vampire survivors. Let's change that. It's not showing up, is it? Hear the music. Cannot see the game itself, right? That's not a video game. That's not what it's supposed to look like. Still not popping up. All right, let me try it again. I might have to reload. All right, I'm going to close it and then I'm going to open it. Now I know that Metaphor Refantasio will work, but I was told to play Bethesda. Options, widescreen, oh my god, vertical sync, windowed, right? Am I supposed to be there's like windowed and there's like borderless. Try that. Play Fallout New Vegas. Oh, it's not showing up. Okay, I turn it to window. All right, let's try this again. I'm sorry, chat. Oh, great. My cursor has disappeared. There we go. All right. Still not working. Close window once more. Let's try it one more time. It's an older game, and I guess for that reason, it's a little tricky to get it to show up in game capture on OBS. But I usually don't have this much of a problem. Okay, options. Let's take off the window list, maybe. All right, let's try it one more time. Come on, please, please, please show up. Ah. Oh, this is frustrating. Look, I know people who donated paid to see a Bethesda game. Metaphor Refantasio is an Atlas game. Is there anything I can do in settings maybe to change it? I'm sorry, chat. Video game, it should not be... display. Okay, none of these display options are helping. Gameplay audio controls. Gameplay? Nope. What do you think, chat? Should I try it again, or should I play Metaphor instead? Is there anything else I can do in oh wait. I think I might know what's wrong. Do I know what's wrong? Here's the music. It's not showing up. Oh my god, chat. I don't know what else to do. I think we're gonna have to do Metaphor. I think we're gonna have to play Metaphor. Spent way too many hours on Fallout 4 with mods. Didn't come close to finishing the main story. There's a lot to do in these games. Can we have an optical illusion stream sometime? Are you talking about like OBS optical? It's an optical illusion? Oh, does this look like an optical illusion? How long am I gonna bonus? It's pretty late, but we'll see where we get. I can't seem to get Fallout New Vegas to work again. I'm gonna have to ask. Maybe Zara can help with this. She had some ideas of how it might. There's like settings you can change. All right, let's try to see Metaphors on Steam. God, let us hope that there is not a last time I tried to play this, there was a oh good, I can just play. Okay. Let me guess, it's gonna turn on and it's gonna be like super high volume. Launching executable. Yeah, I'll try to like get to the next place in this game. Like you know how RPGs are, right? Oh my god, what is fucking going on? Running? Is it running though? At this rate, chat, I'm gonna have to go to Twitch and react to Hee Haw. And say full hog. Because that's what my southerner soda sounds like. Exit game, confirmed. Let's try this again. What is going on? Why is gaming so hard? I do have kind of an older computer. Maybe that's part of it. Okay, so is it running? It's running. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right, let's try capturing our game. Metaphor Refantasio. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. There it is. There it is. Yo. Yo, it's Metaphor Refantasio. Anyway, sorry I couldn't get Fallout up and going. I don't know what's going on with that. But at least this works. All right, come on, game. I don't remember anybody's name from this game yet, or so far. Like, we're traveling with a ferry. All right, so we're going to change from politics to metaphor. And then we're going to take off our politics tag and not talk about politics. Why is it taking so long to load? This is making me nervous. Wait, she's changing. She's moving. The ferry moved. That's a good sign. I don't know why. Is it just because my computer sucks that bad? She's like, I'm trying to start off your game, but your computer completely sucks. Your processor's like 10 years old. Hey, ferry's moving. Ferry's moving. Come on, ferry, move. I've never had it do this before. I don't know what's going on. What's going on, chat? Why is the ferry so slow? Well, I'm not dropping any frames. So that means likely the system resources are not the issue, or... Wait, what is a rigatoni knife? I swear to God, chat, video game streamers, you got it harder than me. Gotta deal with this shit. I don't even know what's going on. Should I try reloading it one more time? Oh, no, it's doing something. It's doing something. What is it doing? Yo. Atlas Gaming. All right, do we get a theme song? I want a classic Atlas theme song. And I want it sung by Len and Lotus Juice.
Deはいつも通りよしなに。必ずやご加護があるでしょう。しつけえな。寄るんじゃねえよ。不幸が映れ。どこまでも醜いな。これが種族が一つかのごとき理想郷か。叶わぬと悟った時に滅ぶべきだったのだ。
Wait a minute, you're not Lotus Juice. Where's Lotus Juice, chat? I need Lotus Juice's bars. Oh shit, do we get to become a demi-fiend in this one, or what? They're all getting redacted. Okay, we're just gonna go with the playthrough that I've got from now for now. See if what I can remember about how this game works. Is this okay, this one. All right, here we go. We got metaphor. Oh no, not the fairies. Is this gonna be like slow every time this has to load? You see, we pressed Y to talk to Gallica. So she's the fairy is basically Morgana, I've decided. You did a fine job delivering that message, lad. It's finally time for us to act for His Highness. And you want to talk about that power, don't you? Yeah, we want. Tell me what the power is. Stroll says, I had a question of my own. You seem to know a great deal about the royal family. Before you infiltrate the army, who were you before you infiltrated? Nothing but a mercenary. And yet, His Majesty gave me the honor of being his highnesses and the prince's tutor in swordplay. The night of the attack, I was there. Yeah, a tiny mascot character at the hangout at all times.
Soka.
Soka. Wait, that's like a question. Is there not like an interrogative? Like, it's not like Soka? Maybe it's because he's so like mask coded. I don't know. All right, let's see what Stroll has got to say. Never in all my life have I witnessed anything like that power you use. Tell me, is that some sort of magic? No, I suppose it couldn't be. Not with the igniters we were supplied with, at least. Yours was broken in the commotion besides. Really? Incredible. If only I'd had that kind of power back then. You will awaken your persona. Apologies, I'm just thinking out loud. Today's been a trying day for both of us. Let's get some rest. Let's get some rest. Okay. So yeah, I think that's right. We gotta talk to the fairy to get some rest. Yes, let's get some rest. I'm pooped. You and me both, girl. It said metaphor and Fallout. They're for you must play both at the same time. I tried to play Fallout. I think the request was for Fallout. And it would not work. I don't know why it's not showing up on my OBS because the game is so old. Can't sleep. I guess I'm not surprised after what you just went through. What's that stuff that Sam's got? The gummies, chat? Anybody want to help me out here? You know how Sam's got the gummies that they help you sleep? It's got CBD and THC. So chat, in this game, humans are monsters. And the people in this game, they're all like not human. What did it mean? Your duty will guide you? Soda, indeed. Soda. Oh yeah, read the storybook. Oh shit, they're reading about our world, aren't they? So that's what's going on. So wait, in their world, humans are the mythical creatures, and like fairies and elves are like the people. And in our world, it's just war after war. Oh, wait, no. Wait, the novel is not like... No, sorry, war after war here. But in the novel, it's more like... It's more like utopian. If humans are monsters, does that mean monsters are humans? I mean, basically. It's a nice fantasy. Enjoy it while you can. Good night. Shit. Ooh, is this gonna be the Velvet Room? Oh my god, I bet this is the Velvet Room. Is that Igor? Yes! Welcome to the Velvet Room. I've been waiting for you. We have another visitor. It is! It's totally the Velvet Room. You are truly an intriguing one. Back at you. The novel is literally Thomas More's Utopia. Fascinating. In the moments where your heart is most gripped by the book, I can reach out to you. Well, thank you, unfamiliar man. My name is Moore. Oh, that's perfect. I'm a humble author of the novel that you've been reading. Yo, it's Thomas More? Oh my god, the music!
そしてここは僕の書斎だ。なかなかだろ？ある力を研究するためにわざわざしつらえた知の伝道さ。アカデメイアと僕は呼んでいる。
アカデミア。
だが僕は実はここから出られない。弾圧され閉じ込められたんだ。正教を報じる王によってね。
Wait, His Merciful Majesty, is that the king or the prince?
僕は幽閉の際に何かされたようで、ここが王国のどこなのかをどうしても思い出せない。外に声も届かず途方に暮れていたが、君が現れた。なぜだか君とだけは魔法を介して意識がつながるようだ。どうだ？僕と
Yo! Wari wa Nanji! Nanji wa Wari!
手を組むって。
君には知りたいことがあるはずだ。例えば、君に目覚めた謎の力。あれは何なのか？
The king with power? Wait, did the guy that got murked? There must be more you wish to know. For instance, the nature of this fascinating new power you have awakened?
あれこそが本来の魔法。魔導器なんか必要ない。人はその身に宿したマグラだけで。
The Magla.
伝説とされる魔法の秘宝。僕はアーキタイプと呼んでいる。
Okay, so here comes the Carl Jung aspect.
アーキタイプ。
Archetype ですね。
英雄的な美徳の心。英雄像を持つ者だけに現れるという変身の力だ。
A spirit of heroic virtue, a transformative power that manifests only in those who embody the heroes and kings of old in some core aspect.
歴史に現れた英雄。
Jordan Peterson enters the game.
半身のような姿で書き残されたものが多くいる。
そうか。
それらが真実だったということさ。
I like saying Daijoba. Heroes of antiquity are often depicted as near mythic figures with forms transcending the mortal. These accounts are no mere allegory, but truth.
でも、力を君ほど自在に扱ったという記述は見たことがない。
However, none of my records describe anyone wielding such a power as freely as you. Perhaps you are meant for not just proficiency, but mastery.
アーキタイプの究極。それはきっと。
In their truest form, archetypes represent the power of a true hero. One who can drive away calamity and evil in this world, no matter what its form.
王国に理想を取り戻したいという僕の夢もきっと叶うだろう。
Wait, is late stage capitalism getting blocked in chat? No way. Only late stage capitalism. Indulge me this request. I believe my dream may yet be possible. Together we can restore the kingdom's ideals. Together. Wait, what's the kingdom called again? You better not be like, we can make whatever land great again. I shall gladly provide your knowledge and assistance to master your newfound power. So what do you say? Will you take... What say you? Will you take my hand in friendship?
仕方ないな。
取引成立だな。
Wari wa nanshi, nanshi wa wari. I hear a voice from somewhere.
理想郷を追い求める研究者モア。彼こそ探求者の美徳を心に宿すもの。
This is definitely the Wari wa nanshi, nanji wa wari. A scholar in search of utopia more. Within him dwells the virtue of the seeker. So that's the first archetype. Wait, isn't it rude to say anata? Is she being rude to me? Chat, you're not supposed to say anata. You're supposed to avoid it, right? Just like kind of imply the anata. Nurture thy bond with him, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken. At least she didn't say Time.
君の綴る物語を見せてくれ。
Okay, we can study Seeker. That's the art. Okay, so this is just like the Arcana, basically. Oh wow, it's like a Final Fantasy. It looks like Final Fantasy 13, sort of like the way that things unlock. I can sense the heroic embodiment of the Seeker from More. More is the first of your followers? People that can support your quest as steadfast allies that you can grow closer to? So instead of, oh my god, what are they called? Confidants, we got followers. Okay, gotcha. Strengthening your bonds with your followers will lead to unlocking various abilities that can change the shape of your journey. Is that a fairy? Yes. Anytime your flatulence. More is the first of many, so keep an eye out. There's so many more. Oh no.
君とは近いうちにまた会うだろう。大きな楽しみが増えたな。期待しているよ。
We'll meet again, I'm sure. Here's to our joined path and the thrills that yet lie ahead. Flames Day.
着替えは済んだな。
Already then?
よし。ここからは隠密行動だ。
From here we travel in secret.
で誰にも見つからないように戻る必要が。
If we're to get back into the capital, we'll have to do so undetected.
そこでこの先の山林
So
を
we'll
突っ切って、
cut through the
そこから
forest,
廃鉱山の坑道を使って。
find the abandoned mine shaft in the mountain, and take the tunnel to the other side.
それならこっそりオートまでつけそうね。
That way they'll never see us coming.
では、お前が先鋒を務めろ。実践訓練だ。
Noko-chan, you'll be our vanguard. It'll be a trial by fire, but the sooner you get used to that power, the better.
そういえばグライアス、あの力について何か知ってそうだったけど。
Speaking of, you were talking like you know something about it?
あれは正しい道を歩む者だけが使える力と聞いている。
Not much, just what I've picked up from
に
missions
存在を知る機会があってな。
in the early days. I've only heard it's a power found in those who walk the righteous
初めは
path.
半信半疑だったが、その片鱗を見せられて。
Sounded like a superstition to me, but everyone's always clearer on the battlefield Once I saw it in action, I could tell it was no
なん
fable.
とか手にできないかと研究も修練も重ねた。
Never thought it'd come back to haunt me. Despite all my training and research, I never managed to master it myself.
グライアスにもそんな時代があったんだな。
It's really something special then.
忘れるなよ。お前は少しでもおかしな真似をしたら。
Don't forget, one wrong move and I'll cut you down.
覚悟の上だ。
I'm aware.
見張っているからな。
Watching you.
分かってる。信用しろ。
では、迷わないよう正しい道筋を確認するぞ。
Right, let's check the map. This will be nothing if we get lost. Okay, so we're checking the map. Alright. They're called the Nord Mines, apparently. Going through them would put us near the capital, it seems. The capital. This road should take us to Grand Trad.
よし。
We'll check for a way around. Next stop, Grand Trad.
ここだな。
I guess we could go back here? No.
今ここだね。
ここだな。
油断するな。
Yes. Yosh. Shit, Wakata. We should hurry. Our focus is on making it to the royal capital.
ノルド廃鉱山。王都の北西に位置するマグラ結晶の鉱山である。王都から近い利便さを買われ、盛んに発掘が行われていたが、近年政教府からの急の達しで閉山が言い渡された。一行は森を抜け、今や人気を失った鉱山への林道へ踏み入ってゆく。
Mine's entrance should be just ahead. Don't stray off the path.
Hmm?
どうした？うん。いや。
油断するな。
In the air. Oh no, are they enemies? Yeah, that thing looks evil. It's called a corvo. It stalks its prey from the sky. So wait, there's other baddies besides humans?
Yeah. 行くぞ。
進むわよ。
What are the buttons again?
何もないね。
Let's like talk to her, right? Why is? Oh, there we go. We can roll. What else can we do? Oh my god, we can strike. Wild dogs.
どうした？
He's gonna teach us combat.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do to like size it up? How would I know? T to activate fairy sites. Yeah, they're weak.
弱い敵しかいないわ。心配いらないね。
一気に攻める。
敵に見つかったよ。
使えそうなものならもらっとけよ。
I mean, that was super easy. So much for the wild dogs. Why initiates a squad battle? Or depleting its break gauge with X attack, and then why?
Tonomu. それなら
どうやら戦うしかないみたいね。
Wait, unknown?
敵がいるわ。注意して進んで。
Shit. I think we gotta get everybody in on this.
下手な戦いはできないぞ。
油断したな。行くぞ。
Trying a battle, if you're unhappy with how the battle is going, restart it from the beginning by press the L. Skill select assistant, press RT to assist with automatically moving the cursor to the enemy who has RT. Wind magic? Okay, let's try it.
残った。
食らえ。
Yo.
やれるようになってきたのかな。
Yare, chat. Yare.
敵は倒しきったみたい。しばらく安全よ。
Be safe for a while. What does this do when I like roll? Oh, there's dogs. Let's go get the goodies first. Goodies, then we get the dogs. Oh my god. That's not good. So is that okay, that was silly. If you're attacked in a dungeon, you'll be forced into a squad battle that begins with the enemy's turn, which is dangerous, yeah, I would say. Okay, we don't have very many wounds, so... Miss! Enemy turn, no! Oh, fail. Yush. There's wild dogs. There's wild dogs. So those are easy though. So you can just go up to them and hit like X to attack, or this one. Yokata indeed. Wakata too. Oh shit, what's that? A butterfly? Oh wait, right. I don't think we can avoid a fight here. Okay, are we low on anything? Not that much. But we don't know how. Ooh, it's weak.
落ち着いていこう。王者の魂をここに突きやれろ。挑む相手を間違えたな。
Thank you for modding for me, Narwhal by Nature. Good night. I played and loved Tactics long ago, but I only watched friends play 7. I've never played 7, but I played Tactics. Tactics is great. Actually, everything like based on everything related to Tactics is great. I haven't tried. What is it called? Ogre Tactics is the one it's based on, and then there's like a. Isn't there like a part 2 of Tactics or something? Or am I just thinking? Somebody gave me a game that was similar to Tactics. Just Gaia or something? I haven't played it though. Yeah, we're doing some RPG action tonight. Played both a while ago. Yeah, Tactics is great. I actually like the music for Tactics. Ogre Battle? Totally different game in the same genre. Bouncy Bark? Whoa. Oh my god, I forgot. Am I going backwards? Find the tunnel's entrance. Okay, we've been here, right? Is that an enemy? I think maybe that's a friend? That's like a dude. What's up, dude? Why? Hey.
Nandai. No.
Yeah, sell us stuff. What are we gonna buy? We have 926. Oh my god, that's... I have 9. I have 3 of those. I have none of those. Sell? Wait, consider selling it? What is it telling me? That like any of these I should consider selling? Disgaea was on PS2, I believe. Really? That's an old console. I don't know what any of these can be used for. What do you think? Should I sell anything?
Arigato yo.
But wait, arigato yo. But what is the... I'll say until beasts settle down some, you will find some worth selling. God, should I sell him stuff? I just don't know what stuff is like, what can you do with different things? Like anything or...
No shade.
Yes. Yes.
Arigato yo.
Wait, I can't save? Oh, I should have used Dei or whatever. It's like a... Nice. Nice. Fairy dust. Anything? You're supposed to be looking for like a tunnel or something. Medicine, yes. They're gonna come after us. Oh, wait, no. Squad. Oh no, why are there... What just happened? I thought I was fighting a bird. Did I kill the bird? Okay, this isn't good. Let's hit it with this. At least they're weak. One down. Maybe can we get two down? No, we can't. God damn it. Those are moths? Wait. What a butthole.
よし一気に行こうふっやっ
One more. Yes, yes, yes. Epic victory.
話にならんな。
悪くないな
Yes, rank up.
片付いたな。しばらくは安全だ。
I'm like, wait, what is your fucking deal?
みんな備えて
Wait, how did he get to go first? No.
王者の魂をここに
Let's just go ahead and heal myself. Okay, that's good. The first two Fallouts were tactical RPGs? Yeah.
突きやれろふう一件落着だな片付いたかこれで安全になった
The issue that I'm gonna have... Okay, we're not going in circles. It's a boss, right? Wait, so these are dangerous? It appears we must do this.
携帯相手は初めてだけど風よ
Wait, am I automatically attacking?
見たことねえぞあんなの魔導機じゃねえのかくらえはあこっちの番だぜ
Press B to guard, which consumes the turn icon. Guarding greatly decreases damage. Let's try guarding. RB.
この局面であと一息か
No, did I really not kill him?
行くぜ
やれる
おとなしくしなお程度それやめ
That guy's still got a lot of health left. Let's heal myself.
王者の魂をここに
行くぜそらこの程度来るのか覚悟しろ
突きやれろ
覚悟しな
Wait, what the fuck? How many of these dudes are there?
行くぜおとなしくしな来るのか
I
この力で風よ避けられた
Miss? How the fuck did I miss? Oh my god, he's still alive. Fucker. Okay, well I'm glad we got medicine from that. That's a really good reward. Considering. This is kind of an anime style RPG, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean like a lot of Atlas games are. Are they soldiers from the fort? They survived? No, that couldn't be. Simply deserters, aren't they? How would they have already mobilized a pursuit? Oh, you're suspicious.
急ぎましょう。
Okay, there it is. There we are.
No.
そうだ。
いい？
Oh, we're already auto-healed, right? Okay. Wait, can I use fairy dust on, no. Revival medicine, okay. Oh, look, we have another, is this the same dude? Oh, we can buy herb. We can buy herb.
Yes.
We might need that stone. Never forget to buy herb. I know, right? Okay, so I'm like trying to decide. It is super late. Wait, that's a... Oh, that's the peddler. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing else except for go in the cave. All right, well, if that's a save point, that's as good a point of any chat. I gotta get to bed. Super late. It may be late where you are as well. Possibly. What is going on? Like that, maybe? Yeah. All right, we're gonna raid in to USA Hole. Say hi to them for me. Let's see if we can do the same on YouTube or not. Doesn't look like it, chat. Does not look like it. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate you greatly. Sorry, I gotta say goodbye so quickly, but it's super late. I didn't realize how late up I had stayed. I stayed up really late. But thanks for hanging out and watching me play some Metaphor ReFantasio. I'm sorry I couldn't make it Fallout New Vegas. I owe you Fallout New Vegas. I really, really owe you Gaming Frogs, right? Some Fallout New Vegas. So I'll try to make that work. I need to figure out how to, if I switch off of Stream Elements, maybe it'll be easier. Maybe if I get a new, I don't know, a new version of OBS, it'll somehow be easy. And there we go, the raid and Twitch. I guess we should listen. US A-hole has an awesome raid sound. Okay, let's hit it on. There it is. That's what it sounds like when you raid.
169, let's go. Nocommentchick, thank you so much for raiding. Welcome,
So you're listening to what's going on Twitch. We've raided the Twitch chat into...
for the music. You know, I made that song, and you could download it for free.
Ooh. Ooh, we will. We'll steal that one.
Thank you so much for raiding, cutie. I hope your stream was good. Everybody follow Nocommentchick.
Aw. That's really sweet.
Yeah, let's go. It is on my Bandcamp for free. Right here.
Look, I'm so much gladder that
Yeah. There we go. You can.
It used to be that the raid alert would be, or like it would automatically play a video from my, like a clip from my channel, and some of those clips are really old. I don't even know. It's always some drama. It's always me bitching about some drama from like 5 years ago. Not 5 years ago. From 3 years ago. Something like that. Anyway, chat. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
8, right after Chud Destroyer. Number 8, ready, set, die.
David Feldman is on. Let's see if I can make that happen somehow. Let's hang on for a second, chat. I'll try to raid you into. Nice. Let's see. Redirect David. Search for David.
Yeah.
God, that's so epic.
Alright, well.
It doesn't look like David Feldman allows redirects, so unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm literally playing the song right now, but. I can't tell which one.
Elu-chan? Should I raid you into Elu? I don't know. Wait, it's scheduled for January 24th? I can't do that. I can't do that. No.
Inception. But yeah, download that shit.
That is sick.
It's free. Why not?
Epic. Okay, well, anyway, I'm just have to log off and say goodnight to all of you. I will probably be on tomorrow with another stream.